It's flash yeah, good. So right now, shuttling around. Yeah. Tomorrow I'll do the education. I'll do but there's great people that run the committee. That's great. So but I appreciate that. That's helped me. Oh, I have. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Guide that they created. You can see everything. I'm very happy. And then you can create your own schedule. Nice. So you know, so my where I'm supposed to be. Yeah. 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 You gotta I mean, it's easier if you're set one place. Tomorrow, I think that's good. No, we don't list anything now. Okay. Are they okay? Yeah. Great. Business. Yeah. Oh, right. It is on. I saw something on Facebook. You're somewhere in the middle of Asian. They have something that's awesome. We can step up to it's rare. Yeah. Pretty cool.
All right, everyone. Thank you all for coming to the public economics session. We are excited to have you all here. We have an amazing program. Just a couple bits of housekeeping. If you are one of the presenters, since we are recording these and streaming them on YouTube, please make sure that you're staying in the podium area. If you are asking questions, whenever possible, try to use a microphone. We also wanted to remind you that in accepting this invitation, you have signed the NBER Code of Conduct, which prohibits harassment, discrimination of any form. So let's have a friendly session. And for any first-time NBER Summer Institute participants, I wanted to remind you that there is a first-timer breakfast tomorrow morning from 8 to 9 at the Monteverde restaurant. I think that is all to cover right now. We'll do introductions in a little bit. So without further ado, I believe Gabriel is our first presenter.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to the organizers for putting the paper on the program. This is joint work with Marius Ring and David Syme. And the starting point of all of this is that the progressive income tax, as you know, is a pillar of modern tax systems. It's a major determinant of the long-run evolution of the concentration of income and wealth. But a key challenge for its very feasibility has always been the use of personal holding companies. Let me just start with one example, which is when in 1933, the New York Times revealed that JP Morgan, one of the wealthiest person in the US, had paid no income tax in 1931 and 1932. And this led to a series of investigations. There was a hearing in the Senate. So that's the picture of the hearing. There's JP Morgan on the right. There is the chief counsel to the US Senate Banking Committee, Ferdinand Pecora on the left, to try to better understand the different tax avoidance techniques used by very high income Americans of the time. And those investigations highlighted the use of personal holding companies as a way to avoid the income tax. and led to the creation of the personal holding company tax in 1934 and to its strengthening in 1937. The personal holding company tax subjects the undistributed income of corporations that are classified as personal holding companies, I'm going to get back to the definition in a second, to an extra tax of 20%. Now, those concerns have been a recurring feature of global tax debates ever since. Let me just mention another example, more recent one from Sweden. In Sweden, tax payments are public, and so you have newspapers and magazines that compile rich lists, of the people who pay the most tax in a given year. And what they noticed is that in 2012, Stefan Persson, who's the wealthiest person in Sweden, one of the main owners of the big clothing company H&M, had fallen down the ranking of Swedish people who pay the most tax. And very quickly it appeared that this was because he had transferred his H&M shares into a personal holding company, Ramsbury Invest. When the shareholding in H&M was transferred to the family company Ramsbury Invest, his personal income tax, was reduced significantly from 826 million Swedish kroner in 2011 to 51 million. Okay, so that's the situation, and there is this widely held concern, but we don't have evidence about how widespread the use of personal holding companies is, how it has evolved over time, and what are the economic implications of this. And that's due to two main challenges. Number one, few countries collect comprehensive data on the ownership of corporations, including the ownership of personal holding companies. And number two, even when such data exists, it's not obvious to know what are the consequences of using holding companies. Are they pure veil, or do they block income from being subject to the income tax? Is it just deferral, you're not paying in a given year, but ultimately you have to pay the income tax, or is it tax avoidance? So to answer those questions, you need a research design. Now, we think we made some genuine progress on these issues by investigating using the data of Norway and Sweden, which are two countries where you have comprehensive microdata on the ownership of corporations over about 20 years. And this is, I should say, a counterintuitive laboratory for us in the sense that Norway and Sweden are well known as some of the most equal countries in the world, with some of the highest tax to GDP ratio in the world, known for their very efficient tax collection and broad bases. And so you would think that if there is one or two countries that do a good job at taxing the rich, it has to be Norway and Sweden. And that's, by the way, one of the reasons why we started this project, because there's also a growing body of work that highlights that very high net worth individuals, billionaires, pay relatively little in income tax. And so we thought, okay, let's look at the countries that presumably are doing the best job at taxing the very rich, and perhaps there's something to learn about what they do. But basically what we found is pretty much the opposite. We found that in Norway and Sweden, there's a widespread use of personal holding companies at the top of the distribution. We found that those companies act not as veils, they are not innocuous, but they effectively allow the very rich, like in the Stefan Persson example, to avoid the individual income tax. What's very important to understand is that this is not the standard personal to corporate shifting story. That's been the focus of most of the literature. In the standard shifting story, people shift from the personal income tax base to the corporate tax base, and they avoid the personal income tax, but they have to pay the corporate tax. And so this shifting depends on the gap between the corporate tax rate and the individual income tax rate. Here it doesn't work like that. If you manage to book dividend income or capital gains in a personal holding company, typically that income is going to be not only free from the individual income tax, because now it's earned on paper by a corporation, but it's also free of the corporate tax, because dividends that are received by holding companies under a number of mild conditions and capital gains are not subject to the corporate tax. So there's really a huge incentive to try, if you can, to book as much dividends and capital gains as possible in personal holding companies. For the super rich, this is not deferral, this is avoidance. What it means is that for rich but not extremely wealthy people, think of life cycle savers, they can use personal holding companies, and many of them do, to defer taxes. So they're going to retain income in holding companies, and then eventually, in a significant number of cases, there's going to be a payout, and so they will have to pay income tax. But for the extremely wealthy, think of dynastic wealth, like in the standard dynastic wealth of capital accumulation, where people can consume permanently less than what they earn. Most income is going to be permanently retained in personal holding companies. And so they avoid the individual income tax. The consequence of this is that this avoidance causes a sharp drop-off in effective tax rates at the top of the distribution. And in fact, in Norway and Sweden, these are the countries where the gap between the effective tax rate for the upper middle class and the effective tax rate of billionaires is going to be the largest among the 10 or so countries for which we have data today. So the bottom line is this, and this is really the main idea of the paper. The main idea of the paper is that holding companies, in effect, shield global non-US dynastic wealth from income taxation. The rules that allow the very rich in Sweden and Norway to avoid both the individual income tax and the corporate tax by using holding companies, they're not specific to Norway and Sweden. They apply pretty much all over the world, with a notable exception of the US, in the sense that in almost all countries, dividends and capital gains earned through personal holding companies are free of the corporate tax. They allow people to avoid the individual income tax. There's very little anti-abuse regulations. And so what happens is that the income tax, in many ways, remains an unfinished revolution. The income tax was a big creation of the beginning of the 20th century, but the evidence points to the fact that for most people it works well. It taxes most income, whether income is consumed or saved. But for the super rich, the income tax is a mere consumption tax. Only the income that the super rich withdraw from their holding companies is subject to the income tax. All the income that is saved through holding companies avoids the income tax. And so not only is the income tax just a mere consumption tax for the ultra-wealthy, their consumption is a tiny fraction of their income. And so the income tax just falls on a tiny fraction of their overall income. So, there is this fundamental limitation and problem with income taxation today. For most people, all income, whether it's consumed or saved, is taxed. For the super rich, only the tiny fraction of income that's consumed is subject to the income tax. Okay, so we're going to start with establishing some of the facts about holding companies across the distribution. Let me mention a couple of definitions. So throughout the talk, for most of the presentation, we're going to focus on economic income as our measure of income, for instance, to rank households in the income distribution or to compute their income. And economic income is fiscal income as reported in tax returns, excluding any realized capital gains, plus payroll taxes and corporate taxes and retained earnings of the companies owned by the corresponding individuals allocated to the owners of the corresponding companies. And so economic income is fully based on microdata, on observable microdata. There's no imputation. It's a broader measure of pre-tax market income than just fiscal income. And the main advantage is that it's going to be neutral with respect to business organizational form, whether the business is a corporation that pays the corporate tax or is an unincorporated business that's subject to the individual income tax. It's neutral. It doesn't affect economic income. And it's going to be neutral also with respect to dividend distribution policies of corporations. So whether a company pays out dividends or not is not going to make a difference to economic income. We're going to define personal holding companies just like in the US tax law, in the Personal Holding Company Tax of 1934. And there are two criteria. Number one, if more than 50% of the stock of a company is owned by 5 or fewer individuals, And number two is if more than 60% of the income earned by this company derives from investment income, dividends, interest, and so on, then the company is classified as a personal holding company. So we're just going to say, okay, if the personal holding company tax applied in Norway and Sweden, how many holding companies would you have? What would be the total amount of income earned in these companies, and so on and so on. And to link firms to owners, we are going to essentially build on the existing literature. So in Norway, as many of you know, there's a complete data on ownership of domestic entities, the universe of firm-to-firm and firm-to-person ownership links that's been used very successfully in various research papers. And we just extend this earlier work by using consolidated income statements for companies, which allows us to capture the income earned by foreign subsidiaries of Norwegian companies. In Sweden, the same. There's a big body of work many of you have contributed in this room that looks at that constructs ownership stakes in Swedish businesses, primarily by using two tax forms, the form K10 when you are an owner of an unlisted company, and form K31 for owners of listed firms. And again, just like in Norway, we are going to use consolidated accounts to account for the income earned in foreign entities. Okay, so now that we have our data, that we've defined personal holding companies, that we've defined income, let's just look at how big the income of personal holding companies is. And what you can see is that at the top of the income distribution, economic income in Sweden, about 50% of all the income of the very rich in Sweden corresponds to income that's retained in personal holding companies. Half of their income is this, which does not exist in the US, but very much exists pretty much everywhere else, personal holding company income. Now, on top of that, you also have some undistributed profits in companies that are 100% owned by the corresponding individuals, but not classified as holding companies because they have more than 40% of their income that corresponds to operational profits, not passive investment income, and then a bit more of retained earnings in 50% owned or 10% owned companies. And so adding up all the retained earnings, the fraction of income that's retained in corporations converges to almost 100% at the very top of the distribution, with about more than half of that being retained in personal holding companies. So this is just very big at the top. Same picture in Norway. These are two completely independent data sets, but pretty much we are going to see through this presentation that the patterns in most cases are very similar. Up to 60% of income earned at the top in Norway is retained in personal holding companies. And these very high amounts of income in holdings at the top is due both to an extensive margin and an intensive margin phenomenon. Extensive margin is just the probability to own a holding company and how it varies with your rank in the income distribution. So, most people don't have a personal holding companies. It starts rising at roughly the 95th percentile of the income distribution, and then it goes all the way up to nearly 100% for the super rich in Norway and about 70% in Sweden. That's one thing. And second thing is conditional on owning a personal holding company. What's the fraction of your income that you book and you retain in those holding companies? It's also very sharply rising with income, all the way up to 60-80% at the top of distribution in Norway and Sweden. So it's really the combination of this extensive margin gradient and intensive margin gradient that delivers those very high amounts of income being retained in personal holding companies at the top. It's a bit different than, for instance, what we found a few years ago with my colleagues Anette Attetsater and Niels Johansen for offshore tax evasion by wealthy Scandinavian people, where there was also a very steep extensive margin gradient, but then intensive margin conditional on hiding your wealth in Switzerland. The fraction of your wealth that you put there was kind of flat across the distribution. Now here it's rising on both dimensions. What's also very important is to note that the fraction of income retained in holding companies has been on the rise over the last 20 years, since the beginning of the 21st century. And this is going to have important implications for the evolution of income inequality in those countries. So in Sweden, the top 0.1% retained about 20, 30% of their income in holding companies in 2000. Today, it's about 40% of their income. In Norway, there's this big rise in 2006. Those of you who've studied Norway have probably already guessed that this is due to the introduction of a dividend tax in 2006. It is well known that it has led many people to incorporate to avoid the dividend tax. And the effect is pretty dramatic because we can see that there's this jump in retained earnings, primarily through personal holding companies. Then it falls off a little bit. But by 2020, the top 0.1% earns about 50% of their income in personal holding companies, as opposed to 30% in 2002. All right, so what do holding companies do? Do they allow people to avoid taxes, or are they just a pure veil? So to study that question, think of an operational business. Think of H&M, for instance. And you can own shares in H&M in two ways. You can be a direct shareholder, like Stefan Persson before 2012, or you can be an indirect owner through a holding company. And so think of what happens when there is a shock to the profitability or to the value added of H&M. It becomes more profitable, so it's going to distribute presumably more dividends. I'm going to show you that that's the case. And the question is whether those dividends end up being reported on the individual income tax return of the individual owners, ultimate owners of H&M. And of course, if you are direct owners, if you own your stakes directly, the dividends are going to show up on your individual income tax return, mechanically. But if you are an indirect owner through a holding company, the H&M dividends are first going to be paid to the holding company. And then the question is, what happens? Do they stay there in the holding company, or are they distributed by the holding to the individual owner? So is the holding a veil or a blocker? And so the way that we're going to study that is that we're going to consider all operating firms in Norway. We're going to split them by their median growth in their value added each year. And then we're going to randomly select one firm year per firm as the event. So the event is experiencing a shock to your value added, a high shock or a positive shock or a negative shock to your value added. We're going to impose a balance panel covering 3 years before the event and 4 years after. And for those firms that we've selected, we're going to link them to their owners, both the direct owners and the indirect owners, through holding companies. And so this looks like that, okay? So we have 3 years before the value-added shock, 4 years after the value-added shock. Consider first what happens to the dividends that are paid out by operational businesses that experience a low value-added shock. So that, think of it as the control group, okay? So that's relatively flat. There's parallel trend with our treated group, which are the operational firms that experience a high shock to their value-added. And then at the time of the value-added shock, or immediately after, when the companies distribute dividends, there's a gap that opens up. Companies that experience a positive value-added shock, they pay out more dividends, and the gap remains elevated. And so for this outcome of dividend distribution, you can see a clear effect on value-added shocks. They increase dividend distribution, I'll take your question in a second, increase dividend distributions by about 21,000 kroner relative to a pre-event mean of 66,000 kroner. Question, John.
I'm maybe just being slow here. Why do we need the quasi-experiment? Why can't we just look at when dividends are paid or when dividends are larger than they were last year? Like, what happens to the dividends? Do they actually get paid out? Or what's the impulse response with which
we could do that. Here we wanted to move from descriptive evidence towards a bit more of causality. I think when you see those charts here.
So I get that, but what's the parameter that you're targeting the world that you're worried about some sort of endogeneity to?
Well, let's say you could imagine a story where holding companies are like innocuous actors, in the sense that I'm very rich, I own a portfolio of companies. And to structure my wealth, to structure my business operations, I just pool all those shares into a personal holding company. And so whether the downstream businesses distribute dividends, a lot of dividends or not a lot of dividends, makes no difference. At the end of the day, these are pure veils. And so the holding companies are not going to block income. The dividend is going to flow to my individual tax return. There's no tax avoidance here. Think of the holdings as a kind of.
No, and I get that. That makes a lot of sense. I guess it seems like the simple test that I would have seen is like if $100 gets paid in dividends to a holding company in year T.
Yeah.
Does that get paid out? Does that get retained in the holding company or not? And whether the dividends that are paid in year T happen as a result of a random shock or they're entirely predictable.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like kind of the same thing.
We could look at that in a more descriptive manner. I agree. I think let's say at a high level, and I don't disagree with that, but at a high level, what we're trying to do here is kind of understand, kind of quantify what happens when businesses become. Let me rephrase. Let's say you become richer in a given year. Okay, you move to the top of the income distribution, and so we want to know what fraction of your true gain in income, your increase in your economic income, is going to show up on your individual income tax return. The extent to which the individual income tax is able to capture the newly created fortune, so to speak. That's what we're trying to get at. So the gap opens up, dividend distributions increase. Now, the first thing is what happens to the dividends that are paid out directly. About 50% on average of the dividends that are distributed by operational businesses that experience those positive shocks, they are owned by people, they go to direct owners of company, and so about 50% of those dividends, they show up on your individual income tax return. So think of it, getting back to discussion, as illustrating the idea that the income tax is going to be able to capture about a half of those exogenous gains in income. You're going to be taxed on 50% of that because 50% is owned directly. Now, the other half, kind of mechanically, that's the green light here, goes to the holding companies. And so then the question is, okay, what happens to those 50% of dividends that are received by the holding company? And that's the blue line here. And what we find is that those holding companies, they don't distribute. So they earn more income, so they have a kind of windfall. H&M is distributing 1 extra billion kroner in dividend to Ramsbury Invest, and it stays there. Okay, so that's what the blue line shows. And so you have about 50% of the dividends that show up on the tax return of the individual owner, and 50% of the dividends that don't show up neither in period 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. So that over the entire event window, there is only a 50% pass-through of those operational dividends towards the individual income tax return of the ultimate owner. And so if you compute what's the tax revenue loss, if you apply the statutory corporate tax rate to the dividends that are paid by the operational businesses, you would think that these extra dividends should be associated with an increase in income tax of 5,800 extra kroner, but in actual fact, the owners of the corresponding companies just pay 2,800 kroner in income tax. So about 52% of the dividend tax liability is avoided through holding companies. Question.
In the direct distributions, you see firms that are not holding companies. So the 50% that go to
the 50% that go to direct owners, by construction, they are not holding companies.
But there can be companies. You see that?
Oh no, here they are directly owned by individuals. Yes,
okay,
just by individuals.
Okay,
correct. Yeah.
Just a clarification question. So, the money that is held at the holding company, am I right to think of that as just an unrealized capital gain for the owner? And if so, 4 years seems like a little bit of a short period of time to then conclude that it's not ultimately going to be taxed.
Great question. Yes. So the dividends that are retained by the holding company, they're going to add to the value of the holding company. And so it creates unrealized capital gains for the owner of the holding. And so then the question is, what's the payout, the ultimate payout rate? Does the money eventually come out of the holding? And so that's what we investigate in that chart here, where we look at a much longer period of time, but in a more descriptive manner, where we compute payout rates by dividing at the numerator total dividend income and realized capital gains. So first of all, you rank people by their rank in the economic income distribution in 2002. Then you cumulate all the dividends and realized capital gains that they report between 2002 and 2020. And you divide that by the cumulated corporate profits that accrue to them. And so if the income was eventually distributed by holding companies, whether as dividends or as capital gains realization, this payout rate should eventually converge to 1. And so there are two facts to notice here. One is that there is a steep gradient in this payout rate with income. So for rich but not super rich people, let's say, the between P90 and P99, the payout rate is not insignificant. It's about 40, 50, 60% of income that eventually goes out of companies and is being subject to the individual income tax. So for them, the holding company serves as more like a deferral tool, not as a way to permanently avoid the income tax. Now, at the very top, you can see, for instance, in Norway, this is pretty much the same in Sweden, that the payout rate over 18 years is really very low, 15 to 20%. So when people earn, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions in income, basically they can afford to permanently keep the money in the holding company, and they only need to pay out to themselves, to distribute to themselves the fraction of that income that they need for their own personal consumption expenditure. And if you have a very high income, that's going to be a really low fraction.
Aren't you able to borrow against the money in the holding companies to finance consumption?
True, and we've looked at that in Norway. You can actually, and I regret now that I don't have the chart in the presentation, but you can actually follow all the inflows and outflows. And so you can look at borrowing, and we found that it's small. Borrowing is about 20% of disposable income for the super rich, but the disposable income is really tiny. So essentially what they do is they just pay out to themselves what they need to cover their taxes, for instance, the wealth tax in Norway, plus a little bit more than that for their own personal consumption expenditure, but that's not large. And in particular, what this implies, and that's consistent with recent work by Zach Lisko and co-author in the US, where they also found that this borrowing in the US, pledging stock to borrow against your appreciated assets, is not quantitatively significant. And so we very much confirm that here, which also implies that if you just tax this borrowing, and if I have the time, I'll show you the chart, it's not going to be enough to make a significant difference to the effective tax rate of the very rich.
I just want to ask a follow-up question to the other one, because if there was a solid sort of estate tax type structure at the point of death, you would ultimately tax this in the absence of step up. So two questions there. Is there step up under these kind of regimes? Is there ways of avoiding it? And the related question in the US, one way you would avoid a lot of the taxation in a company like this is you would pass fractional shares that get kind of discounts for lack of control to your heirs. Yeah. So if you don't have actual decisions, if your kids can't actually decide how the stocks are being allocated, you can allocate that stock value to your kids at a discount. Curious if those types of games are allowed kind of in this setting, in these contexts that would also potentially contribute to the inability to get the remaining 80%.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So today in both Norway and Sweden, there's no estate tax. There is
but no step up.
There is a carryover. There's no step up. There's a carryover of basis at death. So heirs inherit the basis of their parents. And so, as long as they don't sell, they pay zero. That's why for dynastic wealth over generations, you can avoid any form of taxation. Yes, question.
Possible to do this by the age of the eventual receiver, because 20-year horizon is long if you're 80, but not so long when you're 40. I'm sure the result's going to be the same, but it would be nice to sort of confirm that it's not the age issue.
Yeah, that's a good question. We definitely should try to do that. We've not tried it. Okay, so what about the implications for, oh, sorry, there was a question, Jim, sorry. Yeah.
If I owned the company, I could just do all of this within the company, right? If I didn't have outside shareholders, this is something that I could completely manage with what my distributions were. So
True.
what the friction this in some sense is allowing you to get around is if you've gone public with the company,
Yeah.
so you would prefer not to pay dividends for yourself, but your shareholders demand that you do that. You can now get around you break the link between what you receive and what the other outside capital investors in the business get.
True.
Because this is enabling you to basically defer your own as though you owned the whole business.
True.
Right. Effectively, it's getting you to that point, and then you're just running all the same things with the.
True, that's exactly that. That's essentially allowing you to have all the benefits from being 100%
Being
owner of a
100%
great
owner
company
without.
while having outside investors, either because the business is publicly listed
Right.
or because it's private, but you've brought in venture capitalists or a bank or outside investors, so you own less than 100%. They want distributions, so you have to distribute money, but you don't want to pay tax. And so you just put a holding company between the operational business and yourself.
So I think, what this raises, and it's not something I think you can do with just the Swedish and Norwegian data, right? But what you might think that the planning question, if you're building a business from scratch, right? The moment, and think about the IPO decisions of some of our Silicon Valley firms now, right? At the moment when you're thinking about, do I go public, right? You might, if you didn't have this institution, you might keep the company small because you can then manage the tax planning more efficiently. So whether or not this has an effect of allowing firms to grow and go public in a different way is a question that maybe it's the next paper. But thinking about what
that's a very good question. Yes, point well taken. Absolutely. All right, let me talk about the implications for tax progressivity, which are quite stark. So here we're going to take a more comprehensive picture of taxation and income. We're going to try to allocate all taxes to individuals. The main challenge is how to deal with VAT. It turns out that in Sweden, there's good data on that. You can impute consumption based on the change in wealth and active saving. Many people around this room have been doing that. We are going to divide by total pre-tax national income, which is just obtained by doing a proportional adjustment to economic income, so distributionally neutral. And we're going to just consider private income and private taxes. So that's just relevant in Norway, where there's a big publicly owned oil company. So we're not allocating the income of that company. We're not allocating the taxes paid by that company to individual owners. And so if you do that, here's the picture that emerges. You see that effective tax rates, all tax included, are high for most of the population in Norway and Sweden. Not a big surprise, 40, 50% with some mild progressivity up to the 95th percentile. And then a very steep drop off to about 15, 20% for the top group that broadly corresponds to the population of people with more than $1 billion in wealth, which also are at the top of the economic income distribution typically. And this is due to just the fact that the income tax, this drop-off is due to the fact that the income tax collapses at the top of the distribution. So you see that for the working class and middle class, payroll taxes are significant, VAT is significant, income tax, those broad Scandinavian tax bases is significant. Then at the top, the VAT becomes negligible relative to income because consumption rates converge to zero. Payroll taxes vanish because they are just on wage income, and capital income becomes prevalent at the top. The corporate tax rises, but its rise is insufficient to offset the quasi-disappearance of the personal income tax at the very top. Hence, the very massive gap between what the upper middle class, the high-income professionals pay, 50, 55% of their income, and what the billionaires pay, around 20% of their income.
What would this look like if you based it off of consumption instead of, right? Because I mean, another way to think about this is like income taxes are basically like consumption taxes for people that do not save, which is probably most of the population. And so then there's a possibility people are saving, then they're paying kind of too much on consumption taxes because they're paying the income tax first. But presumably you get something that was flatter, but maybe not because like the payroll taxes are going away.
We've not done that. That's a good idea. We could try to do that. It would look very different. Yeah.
Well, that's right. I think that consumption taxes are hard to make progressive if you actually tax them at the point of consumption.
Yeah.
And so if you think of income tax as like kind of the income taxes plus this as like a progressive or some income dependent consumption tax.
Yeah.
Again, maybe we want that, maybe we don't, but
That's
it'd
good.
be interesting to see how close this comes to.
It's a good question. And indeed, like if you wanted to fix that at a conceptual level, there are three ways. One way is to say, okay, let's get rid of income taxation. Let's just do consumption taxation for everybody. And we could make the consumption tax progressive. And so you might ask, what would be the change in tax liability relative to what the rich currently pay if we had a system like that, ranking by income or ranking by consumption. Another fix would be to say, okay, let's try to save the income tax, but we have to find a way to subject the income in those companies to the income tax. So for instance, you could have a full transparency of corporations for income tax purposes, treating all businesses like partnerships or S corporations in the US, subjecting all their profits to the individual income tax. And the third potential fix is to say, okay, the income tax has problems at the top, so you need a kind of backstop, and the backstop has to be based on wealth, because wealth is harder to manipulate by the very rich than income, and so you need a progressive wealth tax, which has always been the kind of standard argument for complementing the income tax with a progressive wealth tax. But these are the three options: consumption tax, full income tax, everything, full pass-through taxation of corporations, and wealth tax. At the very end, if I have time, I'll show you simulations of the full income tax versus the wealth tax. We've not done the consumption tax analysis, but that's a very good idea. Let me mention that if you do a more targeted reform, if you say, okay, all the income that's going to be retained in holding companies is going to be subject to the dividend tax. We're going to force personal holding companies to distribute all their income as dividends for tax purposes. If you do that mechanically, keeping everything else the same, behavior constant, you get 3.9%, an increase of 3.9% in tax revenue for, here it's Norway. And that would offset half of the mechanical loss of tax revenue that's due to regressivity at the top, the fact that the effective tax rate falls between the 95th percentile and billionaires. So that's just a simple way to quantify the role that holding companies play in the decline in tax progressivity at the top of the distribution. Personal holding companies, by that metric, explain or account for half of the decline in tax progressivity at the top of the distribution. Let's talk quickly about the wealth tax. Sweden used to have a wealth tax before 2007. Norway still has one. Utter failures, because you can see the effective wealth tax rate, that's the orange line at the bottom, expressed as a fraction of income. And you can see that the effective wealth tax rate was just only around 1% of income, not of wealth, 1% of income for the super rich. These wealth taxes, like most wealth taxes around the world, have two main features. First, there is a ceiling that caps the amount of wealth tax you owe as a fraction of your taxable income. So if you manage to report no taxable income, you're going to pay no or very little wealth tax. But we've shown that the ceiling is really not the story. If you remove the ceiling, you get the kind of gray line, which is almost indistinguishable from the orange line. What's more important is the second feature of those wealth taxes, which is that in Sweden, private businesses were fully exempt, shares in private businesses fully exempt from the wealth tax. You could put shares in listed company in a private company, and then it became exempt. Norway taxes shares in private companies, but only for a fraction of their market value. Now, with the administrative data that we have in those countries, we can compute market values for all privately held companies. So the model we use is to compute valuation multiples, price to income ratios for similarly publicly listed companies in the same sector, enterprise value to revenue, and price to book values, and take the average of these three market-based valuation. And so that's how we're going to value all the stakes in private companies in those countries. And if the wealth tax was based on this market valuation, which we could compute it, so the tax administration could also compute it, you'll get a wealth tax that looks like the red line here, that would absorb about 10% of income at the very top. So that would make a difference. But that's not the way the wealth tax has operated historically in those countries, or in France or in Germany, or pretty much all over the world. Let me finish in the few minutes that remain by talking about the implications for inequality. So if you look at the top 1% share of fiscal income here in Sweden, that's the green line at the bottom. It has increased from about 5% to 7% over the last 20 years. Now, if you just add the income that's retained in personal holding companies, you get the black line here. So you have more of an increase from 7% to 12%. If you add the other retained earnings, then you get the red line. If you want to make other adjustments, like accounting for pension income, investment income retained in pension funds, then you get the blue line. But I want you to focus on just the difference between the green line and the black line, which is just the mechanical effect of accounting for just personal holding companies. Let me skip Norway, and let me just discuss what this implies for comparing inequality between Sweden and the US. In the US, there are some personal holding companies, about 2,000 corporations filed as personal holding company in 2020, according to IRS statistics, but that's really tiny, right? The number of personal holding companies divided by the adult population is almost essentially zero in the US. It's always been zero since the 1930s. Now, in Sweden, there's a big increase, not only in the number of personal holding companies, but also, as we've seen, in the income that's retained in those holding companies. So let me just finish that chart and I'll take your questions, which means that now, if you just compare fiscal income reported in tax returns between the US and Sweden, Sweden is the orange line, US is the top line. There's a big level gap, there's a big gap in the rise of the top 1% income share. But if you just stay with fiscal income, just add the earnings retained in personal holding companies in Sweden, get the blue line for Sweden, and that erases half of the gap between the rise of the top 1% income share in the US between 1980 and the rise that's observed in Sweden. Question?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about pass-throughs here in the US. In the US, you would set up these types of organizations and partnerships as not so much corporations. Curious if that's part of the discussion.
So that the rise of pass-through businesses is part of the story behind the rise of the top 1% fiscal income share. That was one of the motivation from moving away from fiscal income and trying to distribute total national income. So
I guess another way to say it, is there a reason not to do it that way in Norway or Sweden, where you would just do it as a...
No, there's no reason not to do it that way. So Norway and Sweden could do it that way.
Also, on the side, in addition to holding companies, also have these other structures like what we have in the US.
So one potential reform, this is a very important question, is Sweden could say, you mean for the measurement of inequality here?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the left-hand side graph. It's very compelling. Sweden has, many more holding companies per adult population, but we have a lot of other similar, slightly differently defined tax deferral, tax avoidance type strategies inside of other types of pass-through entities, not classified as corporations. So just curious how I should think about that when interpreting.
Okay, so let me address that question. So in that case, if you want to address that question, you need to look not just at the effect of just personal holding companies, but allocating all the untaxed income in the US and in Norway. And so if you allocate all the untaxed income in Sweden, then you get the red line here, or the blue line if you make an adjustment for pension income. That's the top line. So that would be distributing not only the income retained in holding companies, but also the income retained in other corporations and other forms of untaxed income. So you get an even steeper rise in pre-tax income inequality. And then you would want to compare that to the top 1% share of total pre-tax national income in the US. And so essentially, it would narrow down the gap even slightly more. But what I wanted to do here was just to say there is clearly one thing that's really very different between the two countries is this particular issue of personal holding companies, non-existent in the US. And if we just stay very close to the data, if we just look at what's observable, accounting for holding companies, that makes this difference. Daniel.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about when international investment through holding companies. I mean, you're using H&M, it's a multinational company. It's the owner of H&M. So for the tax progressivity pictures, right? How are you accounting for corporate taxes paid in other countries by H&M? And how we look at this? How much of what's going on here is that it's the income that's not in fiscal income, it's not taxable in Sweden.
True. It's a good question. And the way we account for this is by using consolidated income statements for companies in Norway and Sweden. And so that consolidates the foreign income, but also the foreign taxes of their subsidiaries. So it's in there.
It's in there.
Yes.
How much does it matter?
Good question. We'll take a look. Okay, if I have one more slide, let me just, well, I don't know if I have the time. Let me just mention just that, just for billionaires. Why? It's not only for the measurement, I'll finish with that. It's not only that it matters for the measurement of inequality, is that it matters for understanding the dynamic of very top-end wealth. And it turns out that when you look at the very top of the wealth distribution in Sweden and in the US, the level of their share of wealth, the top 400 wealthiest people in the US, which corresponds roughly to the top 10 wealthiest people in Sweden, given the difference in population size, their wealth share has followed a somewhat similar evolution. And if you want to think about rising fast in both cases, if you want to think about the contribution of taxation to that evolution, the simplest framework is that in the long run, the share of wealth that's owned by a group P of the population, let's say billionaires, is going to be equal to their share of income times their relative saving rate, SP divided by S. Now consider, imagine that billionaires earn 5.5% of all income. And now that their saving rate declines from 90% to 70%, because now they have to pay 30% of their income in tax, to simplify. So everything else equal, that will be associated in the long run with a rise in their share of wealth from 7 times, for a given macro saving rate of 10%, with a rise in their wealth share from 3.5% to 4.5%. Now, if on top of that, their income share doubles, then in the long run, the wealth share of billionaires is going to increase to something like 9%, okay, under those parameters. So just highlighting the importance of saving rates, relative saving rates at the top of the distribution relative to the population, and the fact that mechanically, if you can avoid more of your taxes, you're going to have a higher relative saving rate that's going to be associated with a higher share of wealth for a given income share in the long run. So these are the main quantitative findings. About half of income retained in holding companies at the top, major implications for inequality and for measurement of inequality. And next time I'll talk about that graph, which is just the different reforms that you can consider. Getting back to Raj's question, if you just subject borrowing to income tax, it makes no difference. But if you have a progressive wealth tax, 2% of the market value of wealth, or a full pass-through taxation of all corporate income, then you can almost erase the regressivity of the tax system. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, once again, thank you to the organizers for having me. And I think this paper really fits quite well with the previous paper, because it's now looking at a wealth tax and one of these imperfect wealth taxes that Gabriel just talked about. And as you all know, I mean, wealth taxes are a big part of the public debate across many different countries. And when we think about wealth and wealth tax, we also have to think about businesses, because at the top of the distribution, as we just saw, businesses make up a huge part of wealth. And that is true for the US, but of course also for Germany, which is what this paper studies. But business profits are already taxed, so businesses already are taxed through corporate income tax, dividend taxes, and so on. And so this paper asks the question of how taxing the stock of capital differs from taxing profits. And as I said, this is about one of these imperfect taxes. So this wealth tax did not tax market values, but it did tax business assets from balance sheets, basically. So equity in businesses, this is how it was implemented in Germany, and this is how it is implemented in most countries across the world that still have wealth taxes and those that had them. And we do have substantial evidence, of course, on the impacts of corporate taxation on firms and on their workers. And we do have some recent evidence as well on wealth taxes, on the individual level, on avoidance responses to wealth taxes, but still quite limited evidence on how these taxes affect firms and their workers. And there's also a conceptual puzzle when we think about capital taxation from that point of view. Standard models with homogeneous returns treat all of these taxes equivalent. So you can always come up with a tax on the return and a tax on the wealth that basically is equivalent. But once you have differences in profitability or returns, as some papers introduce, then you get to a difference here. And then, for example, we can think about it like this. If we look at the overall value added of a business split up into wages, and then a normal return to capital, and an abnormal return or rent, then a book wealth tax, that's the one that I'm studying here, mostly taxes this normal return to capital, while the profit tax might tax both of those returns, depending on how much capital costs. So the normal return is deductible. It might tax only the rent even. And so this is kind of where we get a conceptual difference between those two taxes. And then these two taxes also have different impacts on different margins and also different incidents. But we know relatively little, especially in terms of reduced form evidence in these. And so what does this paper do? So first of all, it asks an empirical question, which is just how does taxing wealth affect firms? And here I use the German institutional setting, which used to have a local variation in how business wealth was taxed. And here then I estimate reduced form effects on wages, on employment, investment, and a range of other outcomes. Then more from a conceptual point of view, again, I asked this question, how these two taxes differ in a spatial equilibrium model, since this is a local tax that I'm studying. I'm interested in spatial equilibrium effects as well, like firm entry and firm relocation and worker relocation. And that then makes it possible to kind of compare these two taxes in that framework. And then finally, I do a quite simple welfare comparison of the profit tax in Germany, so in this local business tax context, and the tax on wealth, looking at the impacts on the firm owners, the workers, and on tax revenues. And here I find that the profit tax actually dominates for plausible worker and owner weights, and kind of underlining also this effect that this tax was not very good at doing what it was supposed to do, at hitting the top of the income distribution. So a quick preview for the reduced form effects. On the firm side, I find a positive effect on investment, which we might expect from such a tax. So sorry, this is a tax cut. So we find a positive effect on investment, a positive effect on profits, both on net profit and on gross profit. So it also, so net effect is of course a partially mechanical effect, but there's also an effect on gross profit. So there's an increase in the scale of the business as well. And then finally, there's also an increase in entry by new businesses, but this is mostly driven by lower productivity firms, which seem to have been inhibited by this tax to start. And then on the worker side, I find a positive effect on work and on wages, but no longer run effect on employment. So it looks like workers capture some gains through higher wages. Now, from the model perspective, again, as I said, there's this interesting dynamic in taxing rents versus taxing the normal return to capital. And then the model basically will show that there's two margins where responses happen. So one is the extensive margin, so firm location and firm entry. One is the intensive margin, so how much do firms invest in their firm and in terms of capital. And here the model will actually show that the extensive margin response is always relatively stronger for the profit tax, because firms that have very high rents might just relocate to a different jurisdiction to avoid these higher taxes, while the intensive margin is always larger for the wealth tax in this case, because there's no, because it only taxes this normal return to capital, it isn't able to tax the rents. And this also has implications for the incidence. Now this is based also on the empirical results, so this does not come out of the model. This can go either way, but the empirical results will show that the burden of the profit tax is actually larger on firm owners, again, because it's able to tax these rents and it's able to scale with higher profits. while the wealth tax basically taxes each unit of capital the same, no matter how much return it produces. And that then actually relatively leads to a larger burden on workers. And this is basically where then this result comes from, that the profit tax actually is better at reaching the distributional gains that we are looking for, and through that then also has a lower marginal welfare cost, unless we give very low weights to workers, which is not plausible. Now, for the contribution, yeah, we have a growing and well-documented literature on wealth taxation, both on the avoidance and also individual responses, savings responses, but we know relatively little on how this passes through to firms, the real effects on firms and their workers. And so this is where this paper contributes. Then on corporate taxation, again, we do have very rich evidence here, but we don't have a counterpart for the taxation of the capital stock, which is obvious as this is not a very common tax, but it's really important for wealth taxes, as this is how wealth is taxed in most countries. And so here I'm using similar outcomes as the corporate tax literature, but then with this new instrument, and that then leads to directly comparable elasticities. And then finally, there's this smaller literature that directly compares capital income taxation versus wealth taxation, and also a newer literature on optimal corporate taxation, where I also mostly contribute empirically by getting reduced form evidence, and then also comparing both of these taxes in a spatial equilibrium model. Now, let's start with the institutional background. So this is based on the German local business tax setting. And so this is a tax that is set at the federal level. So all the liability criteria, the tax base is set at the federal level. And then each municipality, there's more than 10,000 municipalities in Germany, sets their tax rates. And until 1998, these tax base, there used to be two tax bases. One was taxable profits and one was the book value of business capital. And then after 1998, this book value of business capital was removed as a tax base, and now it's only a tax of profits, and this still exists until today. And this was a tax cut that ranged now from 0% to about 1% across municipalities. And this made up about 12% of the total revenue of the local business tax beforehand. So it was the larger part came from the profit tax, but still it was a substantial part of tax revenue. And the municipalities were also compensated for the lost revenue. So since this was a tax cut, they ended up losing some of their tax revenue, but they got a share of the value-added tax revenue that was quite good at actually compensating them. So if I look at how tax revenues evolved over time after these tax cuts, there's no relation between how large the tax cut was to how tax revenues evolved afterwards. So it looks like the targeting was quite good, and they also used these tax bases to target the compensation here. And then in terms of regional variation, so here you can see a map of Germany, and lighter colors are larger tax cuts, the darker colors are lower tax cuts. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of variation. Some of it is, of course, regionally clustered in certain states, but there's also a lot of variation within states. And what you can also see here is that the former East German states are grayed out here, because this tax on the capital was never introduced in the East German states. So after reunification, the whole German tax system was introduced in East Germany, with the exception of this tax on capital. And so they were not affected by this tax cut. I'm not using this for my main estimations, because it's still relatively close to reunification, and just a comparison between West and East doesn't seem very convincing, but I'm doing some placebo tests, and I'm also looking at some other things in the East German states as well. Then for data and for the empirical strategy, so on the municipality side, I'm using data on the tax rates and revenues and expenditures, which come from the statistical offices of the federal states. And then for the plant level data, I use a couple of different data sets. So on the employment and wage side, so for the labor market outcomes, I use administrative data based on Social Security records. For the profits and the taxes paid, I use data from these local business tax statistics, so exactly from the tax that I'm studying. And then for investment, unfortunately, there's no great at admin investment data. I use the Info Investment Survey, which is a survey of firms, but it also gives me some other questions from the survey that I can use to study mechanisms a bit more. And then for the identification, so as I said, the identification comes from this abolishment in 1998, which was a nationwide event, but the municipalities differed in their pre-reform tax rates, and so they are exposed then to different sized tax cuts. And this is basically where the variation comes from. And why do I think this is plausibly exogenous? So one thing that's important is the municipalities didn't have a say here on when this happened and how exactly it happened. And so I think this is an advantage over using tax changes that are driven by decisions by the municipalities. And also the timing was quite uncertain. So this was a discussion that was going on for a while. It could have happened 3 years earlier. It could have happened 3 years later. So I think also in that sense there's some exogenous variation here. And in particular, what was very difficult about the discussion was that this capital tax revenue was quite constant over time. So this didn't move as much as profit tax revenues, which change a lot depending on how good the economic situation is. And so the solution was then getting part of the VAT revenue, which is also quite constant over time. But this took some time to get to that solution, to get to a thing that worked for municipalities as well. But of course, the identifying assumption remains that we have to assume that the outcomes would have evolved similarly across the higher and lower tax municipalities. Now, for the empirical strategy, it's very simple. It's just a simple DID using this tax cut. So the LBTC is the size of the tax rate before the tax cut, so in 1996. And then kind of this is how large this tax cut is, and then interacted with the betas to get dynamic effects over time. And I use a range of different outcomes here, kind of similar to what literature estimates. And I also always control for the local business tax rate and the property tax rates, which are the two instruments that the municipalities have, even though, as I said, I don't really find that there's a reaction to that. So it doesn't look like these municipalities respond in any way here. And here for the first things that I'll show you, I use a balance panel of firms and firms that did not relocate and that are in the liable sector for this tax. But later on, I'll also show you some results for entry and kind of how the composition of firms change. So I'm trying to split this up to have the clean results on the balance panel, but then also look at how the composition of firms change.
Asked on that, why do you do that as the clean set of results? I would have thought one of the key responses is precisely the firms.
Yeah.
Relocate or close or open.
Yeah. No, that is true. So just kind of separating out how the composition of firms changes and kind of looking at results there, and then looking at how the composition of new entrants changes. But I can also look, for example, at wage effects on the district level and kind of just get to like the local labor market level and how wages adjust there. And the results are actually very similar. Doesn't look like it's changing much. Right now I'm presenting it in that way, but I could have also done it. And then, of course, for the magnitudes, it's not so straightforward to actually interpret the magnitudes here, because this wealth tax moves, so a 1 percentage point change of this tax, of course, is a huge change and moves the user cost of capital way more than a change in the profit tax. And so basically, I'm kind of just from my model getting to a quite simple user cost equation here. And then if I calibrate that with the data, I get that the change in the user cost of capital for this wealth tax for 1 percentage point change is about 11 times larger than for the change in the profit tax rate. So we can kind of scale these results by 11 to get to a more comparative to elasticities that we can compare more easily. Yes.
Is there a dividend tax? Because you could think you have to pay the wealth tax by paying out dividends. So then the dividend tax kind of 1 minus the dividend tax rate kind of scales up the effective wealth tax rate, or is it different?
So this is mainly so this is on the firm level. So you have to think about this kind of like a corporate tax. So this is then paid from the cash within the firm. It's not something that then gets paid by dividends. So you can do this within the firm, and you don't have to.
Pre-income tax.
Yeah, so it's basically kind of circumventing all of these issues that we just talked about and just looking at the firm level. What happens if we tax at the firm level, which of course is different than most wealth taxes now work, but this is the way it was implemented in Germany. The business wealth tax then mostly happened at the firm level and was then mostly excluded on the individual level. And there you then tax other things like real estate and so on. Yeah. Yes.
We have confidence that if a firm has multiple plants in multiple municipalities, they were not able to sort of restate their book capital in such a way as to advantage themselves. So are these going to be real changes in capital, or might they be changes in just book capital?
Yeah, so that's a great point, of course. So in general, this was calculated at the consolidated level, so at the firm level, counting all of the plants together, and then splitting it back up to the municipalities based on their share of activities, or mostly wage bill. So it's basically a formula apportionment level. So it's difficult to kind of avoid that in that sense. You would have to do something more egregious, I guess, by really misstating your balance sheets. You couldn't just move them around between
municipalities. So we might
municipalities.
think the apportionment was based on their wage bill largely, or that would have been the way to notice that some firm was apportioning it wrongly. So that's like more closely to wages.
That is true. Yeah. I mean, I think there was a lot. I mean, there's a lot of checks there. So I mean, this is very important to make sure that this also the municipalities have a large incentive to kind of make sure that these things are stated correctly. But I agree. I should probably do a bit more to put more confidence in that. Thank you. Yeah.
I had another sort of book capital question, and it's about intangibles. So it's a sort of practical institutional question about how intangibles show up in the book value for this tax. And then conceptually, does this mean that this tax differentially hits firms with different production functions, sort of high intangible firms versus low intangible firms, and this sort of relationship between the income tax and the book tax is sort of differential along that margin?
Yeah, that's a great point. So I do think that there is a difference here. So intangibles are certainly not hit perfectly. So they are hit in the sense that they show up in the balance sheets. And there's also a difference a bit in the way debt versus equity finance funds, which also is common in corporate income tax systems. So there's a bit of a bias here. And the similar thing also goes here. So I mean, it's an imperfect implementation of such a wealth tax, but I think it's still quite close to the practical way it is implemented in most countries. But I think there are some concerns there. All right. Then I'll move to the empirical results. So first of all, on the capital stock. Here we can see that the plants that experience a larger tax cut then also increase the capital stock more. And this mostly happened in the first couple of years after the tax cut. So in 1998, we already see an increase, and then it goes up for 3 or 4 years and then kind of levels off in the longer run. And if we look at kind of the size of this effect, so now with this cost of capital adjustment that I just mentioned, the investment semi-elasticity is 4.5, which is quite large, but not fully outside of the realm that we've seen. So there are other papers. So this linked is also for the German context, which finds a semi-elasticity of about 3. And I mean, the largest in the literature basically is this on paper, which is about 4.7. So it's definitely at the higher end of the literature, which we might also expect for a tax that directly targets the capital stock in that way. Now for wages, the picture looks quite similar. Again, we see an increase for a couple of years, and then it kind of levels off, depending a bit on the exact specification. And here, if we look at the size of the effect, the best comparison is this Fuß et al. Paper, which also looks at Germany. And actually, interestingly, the elasticities are almost exactly the same. Yes.
I think especially the Zwick paper, but a bunch of the others find that a lot of the effect is not coming through the traditional cost of capital channel, but just more through a liquidity type channel. Do you observe the cash on hand or free cash flow or something like that? Can you cut this by that?
Yeah, so definitely that's true for this tax. This is definitely an important channel, because like tax firms that didn't have any profits still had to pay this
Yeah,
tax.
just like a lump sum tax.
Exactly. So I'll show you. I think in 2 slides I'll show you a bit
Exactly.
more in terms of heterogeneity here. Yeah.
These are average wages, median wages, like which moment?
These are mean wages,
Mean
but
wage.
median wages look similar. But we do have a bit of a gradient throughout the distribution. So the effect is largest at the higher end of the wage distribution and then lower. But there's still a significant effect even at the lower parts of the wage distribution. Good.
I'm just thinking
Yes.
incentive effects on the wages related to Carolyn's question
yeah.
earlier on how the tax liability is determined. Is there a direct incentive effect on the wage bill in the sense that if you had high taxes in a particular municipality, you didn't want to have a high wage bill there, right? So you wanted to reallocate, I suppose, wages to the.
That is true. There's an extra effect on top of the normal effect that goes through capital accumulation and so on. There is an extra effect that you would like to do that. But I mean, in practice, I see that the effects are quite similar for single client versus multi-client firms. So it doesn't look like there's a huge thing going on, but I mean, it might be different for other reasons. But yes, there is an extra effect going on here. Yeah. Good. Then moving on quickly to profit. So here, unfortunately, the data is not so great, so I can't link firms easily over time, and the data is only available every 3 years. So I'm not showing you an event study here, but in general, I mean, as I said, we find an increase in profit, which we might expect, and then a decrease in the tax revenue, which is very close to like these 12% that it made up beforehand. And then, yeah, as I said, here's some evidence now on the district level, kind of looking at a bit more aggregate results for entry. As I said, there's an increase in entry, so more new firms enter, but these firms do have a lower productivity than the average firm. So this is, I mean, this is measured by AKM fixed effect. So it's a type of productivity measurement, and we can also then see that on the district level, productivity goes down slightly. But again, this is entirely driven by this increase in entry. So there's, for the incumbent firms, there's not any change in productivity. So it's really only a composition effect here. That's why I wanted to net that out in the balance panel before. But this is not huge. So it doesn't even change the wage results. Yes.
So for the productivity, you say the AKM effect on wage?
Yes. Yeah. AKM fixed effects.
So you run the AKM on the wage evaluation?
Yes. Yeah. So it's the AKM fixed effect of the firm. Yeah. And then, so this is with the heterogeneity that we talked about. So if we look at the wealth tax here, and we split by profitability, for example, we see that the effect on the capital stock is largest for the low profitability firms. So that's one way I can look at that. And also the ones that have the worst financing situation also respond the most. And here I'm doing also a similar analysis, but for the profit tax. And here we see that it goes the other way. So that's one of the very interesting differences between those two taxes, that they hit very different firms here. The profit tax, unsurprisingly, hits more the highly profitable firms, and the wealth tax, the low profitability firms. Does that answer your question from before?
Yeah. It is consistent with a cash channel.
Exactly.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Because you don't have size directly here.
I also did that split by size. There they don't differ as much.
What is financing situation, for example?
So they are asked, let me see it here. So basically, how much the financing situation positively or negatively influenced their investment. So this is basically a survey question that is asked in that survey that I'm using. Yeah, so that's basically how it is measured here. And then I'm using the survey responses before the tax change to classify them.
And can you use, there's all these measures in the corporate finance literature of like retained free cash flow, retained earnings, all these stuff. I think having some more accounting based version of that would be.
Yeah. No, you're right. So I think I can link this data set to balance sheets. So I haven't done that yet, but I should do that. Yeah. Yes.
I just had a question, kind of again coming back to the relationship to the existing user cost of capital literature, and take Zuckerman home with the massive heterogeneity in the investment elasticities across the size distribution. If I understood what you said correctly, you're not finding heterogeneity across the size distribution in the elasticity when using the capital. So if they're using a particular source of user cost variation on the depreciation side, I'm wondering if I should think of this as a difference between depreciation versus capital stock taxation, or should I think of this as a difference in settings, or do you have any views on that?
So in terms of size heterogeneity, for both of these taxes, the smaller firms responded more.
They did. Okay.
Which might also have to do with the financing situation and so on, but it's separate from this heterogeneity. So it doesn't look the same as this heterogeneity. Yes.
Wait, how is profitability defined?
So this is once again the same survey question. So here I'm also using this basically how much their cash flow or like their profitability affected their investments. So this is what I'm using right now, but I'm taking the point very well that I should probably also look at balance sheets. No, this is not going to work. And then kind of to summarize all of that we've seen so far, and kind of to compare that, as I said already, so investment elasticities and wage elasticities look quite similar to estimates in the literature that are comparable. But then if we look at the profit side, wealth tax actually has a much smaller impact on net profits, which is to be expected, as there is just a mechanical effect of the profit tax on net profits, and the profit tax has less of that. And the wealth tax doesn't, really target the largest firms or the firms with the highest profits, the highest rents. And then this also kind of shows up in tax revenue. So this wealth tax is also able to collect less tax revenue than the profit tax. And then if we kind of scale these effects by that, by the tax revenue, we see that there really a different shows up. And in particular, also that this wealth tax mostly is not able to tax profits as much as that. This is basically where then I'll go to the welfare comparison and where these things would then play an important role. But first, I'll just quickly go over the theoretical framework, which, as I said, again, I already explained this, and now I'll go into a bit more detail here. So as I said, it's a spatial equilibrium model with heterogeneous firms and workers. So based on the Saraswata and Sidar papers, with monopolistically competitive firms that use labor and capital, they can choose their location, their inputs, their prices, and then they have productivity shocks for each municipality that kind of make them mobile to some extent, but also there are inframarginal firms. And then right now I'm using two sectors that have different demand elasticities and different markups, but I can also extend this to n sectors or even to an infinite number of sectors that also works. But right now I'm just at this point, it's still work in progress, of course. The workers also draw preference shocks for each municipality and are also imperfectly mobile because of that. And then the local labor market just clears at the municipality level here. And then really the most new thing here is that I also have the effect on the capital stock that then shows up here in the profit maximization as this TCK here. And yeah, now we can go back to the kind of this user cost of capital. So without taxes, the user cost of capital is just low, it's just the interest cost. Then if we add the wealth tax to it, it's this tau k plus a b, which kind of just is a parameter that kind of how much of a capital stock are we taxing as a wealth tax base. And then if we also tax corporate profits, we add that, and then we have this kappa, which is also again a deductibility parameter, and then we get to this user cost of capital framework, and then we can kind of look, as I said, how are these user costs of capital affected by the tax changes, and then these will be basically weights later on. Yeah, and then basically we can look at this here. And so both taxes have an impact on user cost, as I said, with these weights, this SP and SK, which are the user cost elasticities. Plus then the profit tax has this extra channel on under tax rent, which in particular affects entry. So both taxes, of course, have an impact on entry, but the after-tax rents have a particularly strong effect on the extensive margin here. And we can also see this here if we look at the entry elasticities for wealth on the left side, and then for property on the right side, and they are the same, plus there's an extra channel that goes through markups in the US. And then basically this is where this extra channel comes from, why the profit tax might be less efficient, even though it has this more efficient part by taxing rents. So kind of this is where the tension comes from here in this model. And then there's the cross-section effect of who is more targeted. So firms that have a higher capital stock relative to their profits, which again then depends on the margins of the firms. And so there's basically these two channels, so the cross-sectional reallocation and then these entry effects of the profit tax. And so then we can look at kind of how the distortions look, and basically on the intensive margin, so for the capital of the firms that are in that municipality and stay there, the profit tax is cheaper if markups are sufficiently high, while on the extensive margin, the wealth tax is always cheaper to raise revenue. And so kind of this is where this tension comes from. And then, but for the welfare comparison that I'm looking at, I'm doing a very simple thing. So that basically is consistent with a lot of different models. So there's just one implementation. Yeah, I'm really just looking at, okay, these two groups plus the government, how are they affected by these two taxes? And so I'm looking at how wages change. So how do the incomes of the workers change? How do net profits change? So the incomes of the firm owners, and how do tax revenues change? And then I have this parameter theta, where I just basically weight workers versus firm owners. And so this is, just a very simple way of doing it, and of comparing these two taxes. And yeah, so here are basically the elasticities. So the elasticities for the capital tax, so these are the ones with the subscript K, come from this paper. And then the other ones I take from the literature, but I can also estimate them basically for my sample, and they are very similar. And of course, I show this for a couple of different ranges. And kind of to already preview what we'll see later, this is very much related to this incidence of the tax per revenue, per euro of revenue. And here we can basically see that the wealth tax has an incidence that is basically kind of similar for workers and for firm owners. So here on the left-hand side, these numbers are quite similar. And on the right-hand side, we can see that the profit tax actually has a relatively a smaller wage incidence per revenue, because it is able to hit these profits. So this is at least the empirical setting that I'm studying here. And this is where this difference comes from. And this is why then also this theta plays a big role, kind of who do we want to target? And I'll show you this here. So this is with the theta on the x-axis and the marginal welfare cost on the y-axis. And here you can see if we put theta to 0, so we put all of the weight on workers, we don't put any weight on firm owners, then we get a much smaller welfare cost for the profit tax than for the tax.
So I'm just trying to think about how to compare this and making sure I followed the modeling assumptions. I'm surprised the welfare cost here is sort of below $1 per dollar raised. And is that because you're already subtracting out the revenue?
Yeah, so this is not really in dollar terms. So it's
Or so taking a theta?
I'm just taking this weight here, which is kind of a welfare weight, but you would have to weight this. You could weight it also in terms of dollars. And
if I understood it correctly, I could just sum it, and that would just be the total willingness to pay in the economy.
No, not quite. So you would also have to weight it by how large the wages are relative to profit. And relative to revenue.
So then theta is kind of both a normative object and so that what is the market level ratio that I could have in my mind?
Yeah. So that exactly, that is kind of, I was not fully precise here. So that's kind of, I'm trying to just do a very simple thing and kind of putting both of these together. And it kind of, as you said, it captures both how large is the share of workers overall and how much weight do we put on them. So
because W dot and pi dot are in percentage terms.
Yes.
I see. I mean, that just feels hard to interpret from a unit standpoint. I'm kind of a broken record on this, but it would make sense to just accumulate the willingnesses to pay of people in the economy and compare that to the revenue raised. And then talk about incidence.
Yeah. So I actually also, I did calculate some NBPFs some time ago. And there, I think the MBPF was between 2 and 3. So
highly distortionary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is distortionary. Yeah, very much so. But I mean, I think around the range where many other capital taxes end up. So I think capital gains taxes.
I mean, a lot of the recent stuff on investment or capital, other sources of taxation are much more down below too.
Okay. Yeah. So then it's more distortionary than those.
Yeah, I think TICJA was what, 1.3?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. And then so now we kind of clarified a bit more on the theta, and with that, if you go to like a very high theta, which already 0.4 would be quite high because it's both this normative object plus the share of workers overall, then kind of needs to cross, and if we give a very high weight to firm owners, we would get a lower marginal welfare cost for the capital tax. But again, this is not very plausible here. And this is also quite robust to, for example, to the wage assumption. So if we take we would need a very low wage elasticity to kind of turn this around, and also, for example, also the revenue elasticity. So I mean, if you get very high revenue elasticities here for the capital tax, you can turn this around. But in general, this is very robust, and especially if you take a feet of 0, then can turn this around. Yes.
Can I just ask about the intuition behind this crossing? I would have thought that there's kind of an inherent inefficiency baked into the capital tax where you're not only taking money out, but you're distorting the form of production away from capital in a way that would kind of be worse overall. And obviously, if the capital's already been purchased, then there's like a fixed kind of taxing a fixed thing, but in a dynamic economy, that's not going to be the case. And I would guess that in practice, a lot of this capital depreciates sufficiently quickly that it's not, you're not, taxing oil in the ground or something like that. And so kind of just give some more on the intuition for how, suppose that we really only care about workers, you would really want the capital tax. It seems like that would like erode the productive base, and then wages would fall, and you'd get
exactly. No, exactly. So maybe I misspoke or was unclear. So a lower level here is better. So the profit tax has a lower marginal welfare cost if we only value workers, because it has, exactly as you said, less distortion here on the capital side. Both of these have distortions, but the wealth tax has a larger distortion, and that also then has a larger.
Sorry, that's my fault. But I would have thought that the firms too would want the profit tax, because I mean, it depends on the levels, but then you're kind of like letting the firms, produce efficiently, and then you're taking a share off the top, as opposed to both taking a share and like messing up the form of production.
Yeah, so there it really matters that the rents really matter. So firms that have very high rents and very high returns, they really care about this tax on their profits, and they don't really care about the small tax on their capital. It's very small relative to their overall returns, but the tax of like 25% of their profits is much larger. And so this is the one group that would benefit from having a lower.
But somehow your argument there, it seems you're not holding like the dollars fixed. Like, yeah, obviously agree. If like taking like 25% of my profits, or like a tiny share of my capital, that's the tiny share of dollars, that's fine. But I would have thought that if I have to pay $100 or €100, I would rather pay it out of the profit so that I produce efficiently.
Yeah, but these are different firms. So these are aggregate elasticity. So the firms are not paying $100 in both scenarios. It's different firms that are paying those numbers. So in the high profit tax scenario, it's the high rent firms that are paying a large share of the revenues, and in the high wealth tax scenario, it's more equally spread across firms.
Doesn't it depend on the source of the rents?
Yeah.
You can think of some rents that would be largely inframarginal to the efficient, to the decisions that the firm is making.
Yeah.
and some other types of rents, which would be very affected by the marginal decisions that the firm is
Certainly, yeah. So this is a modeling choice here, of course. I mean, I think these things here, these comparisons here are more robust to this because I'm just taking the effects on their profit and the effects on wages and not really being agnostic kind of where these profits come from. In the model, yes, they are rents and they are mostly inframarginal. And so there you have this efficiency argument to tax them.
It's like quasi-grant or.
Yeah,
grant, I think that's-
exactly.
Sure. Yeah. So, but I think this really is about the model, and I probably should do more robustness there. I think here I'm just taking the empirical elasticities and kind of not really taking a stance on where these rents come from. But I think for the paper, of course, it kind of is important to think about that. And I should probably do a bit more also in terms of modeling. All right, then. Yeah, so I have some robustness, but I skipped that, and then I'll conclude. So basically, what this paper adds is on the one hand some reduced form evidence on the effects of taxing business wealth on a range of different outcomes, and making those estimates also comparable to the literature. And then second, making a quite transparent and quite simple sufficient statistics welfare comparison of these two taxes, which uses my reduced form evidence. And yeah, I mean, I think I talked about the results. So it's mostly because this profit tax is able to tax rent in this case. I mean, that's at least my interpretation through the model. It could be other interpretations, but you would have to kind of, and that's probably something I should do and want to do more, understanding the mechanisms and why we have these things, and it might be something else than rents, but definitely the profit tax is able to tax profits with a lower cost for workers than this wealth tax, and that then also leads to this lower welfare cost. Thank you, and yeah, I'm looking forward to some more questions.
Before we let you all leave for a quick break, we thought that we should go around the room and introduce ourselves. So name and university.
I'm Raj Chetty, Harvard.
Tatiana Hamna, NYU.
David Hendren, MIT.
John Friedman, Brown.
Maggie R. Jones, UC Berkeley.
Marius Ring, UT Austin and Yale.
Michigan.
Marika Corral, UT Austin.
Caroline Hotsby, Stanford.
Dimitri Taubinski, Berkeley.
Naoki Aiza, Wisconsin Madison.
Yeah, David Schrein, I'm at the IFO Institute in Munich and at LMU.
I'm Doug Elmendorf, Marvin Kennedy's. Evan Soltis, Princeton. Jim Turbo, MIT and NBER.
That's Mark Kaiser, Wharton.
It is not my time.
Still winning, even.
Charlie Rapkin, UBC.
Yoni Medali, Cornell University.
Otto Langes, King's College London.
Nick Gavia, Hoover at Stanford.
André Reitos, University of Oxford.
Sophia Jaffrey, University of Toronto and NBER. Vienna, CA. Victoria Morel, Yale.
Virginia. I'm Brian Galley from UC Berkeley.
Anna Ludinga, Chicago. Nicholas Birkin, Chicago Fed.
Well, Kevin Milligan, UBC. Matthias Rodemeyer.
Hub Morris, University of Queensland.
Max Riff, Carnegie Mellon. Daniel Reck, Maryland. John Lipsky, Johns Hopkins SAIS.
Great. Excellent. I think we got everybody. So we will meet back here at 11:20 for our next presentation. Thank you.
What's happening is
Thanks.
That's really.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for including this paper in the program. This is joint work with Christophe Brunel, Alex Gaillard, Christian Helvig, and Philippe Wagner. Two disclaimers before I start. The first one is that none of what I'm going to say represents the views of the Federal Reserve. The second is that I'm presenting today, but you should really think of this paper and these projects as being driven by the first two co-authors, the junior co-authors, Christophe Brunel and Alex Gaillard, who are here in the room today and can answer all the technical questions. So this is a paper about extreme poverty. One of the great achievements of the public finance literature over the past 30 years or so is the accumulation of a vast body of knowledge about the richest households and individuals in our societies, the top 1%. By comparison, we know very little about the other end of the distribution, the poorest and most vulnerable households, the bottom 1%. The reason for this relative lack of scholarship on this population is a severe lack of data, of good quality representative data sets. So survey data, for instance, by now it's notoriously known that they are rife with mismeasurement issues, but at a deeper level, they just do not capture a large share of the bottom 1%. Think of homeless individuals who may not have a home or a phone at which they can be reached. Tax data, administrative tax or welfare benefit program data can and do help. Besides not giving much information about housing situations, however, they also fail to include a potentially significant number of very poor households. Think of undocumented immigrants who may not have a tax identifier or may not be eligible for welfare benefits programs. And a third source of data would be charity data, and those are very useful at catching these populations. However, too often they lack representativeness, either because they are concentrated in one city or they are associated with one specific faith, and so on. And that's unfortunate because while the top 1% is the group that really matters for tax revenue purposes, the bottom 1% is the one that is really important from a social welfare standpoint. If we want to correctly design optimal redistributive programs, we need to understand who are these households, what are their characteristics, what are their incomes and expenses, what kind of shocks, individual or economic shocks, drove them to falling behind or can help them escape. What is their behavior in response of such shocks and the like. So in this paper, we contribute to filling this gap by exploring a novel individual level, large scale panel data set from the largest food assistance charity in France. So it's an administrative panel that is digitized since 2018, and that covers a very large share of the French population, so about 1.5 to 2% of the population, including what we think is most homeless individuals. And we use this data to address the following questions. First, because this is the first paper to exploit this particular data set, I'm necessarily going to show you a number of descriptive statistics. Concretely, who are these individuals? What are their characteristics? So that's going to be the first part of the talk. Second part of the talk, I'm going to try to answer the following questions. What factors, economic or individual, for economic factors, think of inflation, unemployment, firm creation and destruction, etc. What factors drive entry flows into poverty or homelessness and exit flows out of poverty and homelessness? The third question I might ask, if I have time, is how do the poor absorb economic shocks through consumption behavior? In particular, how do they substitute from non-housing to housing consumption, for instance, in response to a rise in rent inflation? So these are the questions I'm going to address. What are the main findings of the paper? So the paper is organized around a number of findings. First of all, and perhaps the one that we find the most surprising, that the charity themselves find the most surprising, is that most poverty, defined by being in our sample, you can think of it as food insecurity, is a very transitory phenomenon. On average, a duration of a spell, either in the sample, in food insecurity, or in homelessness more specifically, is about 1.5 years. Okay? So we were surprised because we thought this was going to be a much longer duration of the typical spell. But what that means, the reverse of the medal, is that because we have so many individuals in our sample, the fact that each of them stays for just a short period of time means that we have a lot of people who at some point transit through our sample. So we have about 8% of the French population between 2018 and 2025 who at one point or another enters our sample. So we interpret that by saying that the risk of falling behind, the risk of falling into food insecurity affects a very large fraction of people, but this is a fairly transient phenomenon. Okay? That's the first finding. The second finding is we look a bit further into the distribution and we find that children and teenagers are by far the most exposed to the risk of deep poverty. To give you an order of magnitude, there's about 25% of the homeless in our sample who are younger than 9 years old. That compares to a fraction of 10% in the French population overall. And so if you think of the literature insisting on the importance of investment in early education, in children, etc., this is a particularly striking fact. The third fact, and I'm going to hopefully spend some time on this in the presentation, is that the impact of macroeconomic conditions on inflows and outflows into and out of food insecurity or homelessness is asymmetric. So on the one hand, we find that economic conditions have a very large impact on the flows into poverty. So the elasticities are usually around 1. So think of it as a 10% increase in rents, for example. So from 10 euros to 11 euros per square meter on average in our sample, will raise homelessness by about 10%. Okay, so a very large effect of the typical economic variables that you might have in mind on homelessness or food insecurity more generally. On the other hand, the exit flows seem completely orthogonal to economic conditions. And that's something that we've looked through, a dozen specifications that seems to be very robust. None of the standard economic variables that you might have in mind seems to have any impact on the propensity to exit the sample. It's only going to be driven by individual characteristics. So what that means is that, if there is a recession, that's going to push a lot of people into poverty, but the recovery, the subsequent recovery, is not really going to help them escape poverty. Fourth finding, and again, I probably won't have time to talk about this very much during the talk. We look at consumption behavior of the recipients in our sample. And we look in particular at how they substitute non-housing for housing consumption. And we find that housing is a luxury good. So it appears that there is a subsistence income level below which the marginal propensity to spend on housing is about 0. And suddenly that MPC jumps to a strictly positive level after that income level. 5, we can use our estimates in the regressions to measure kind of counterfactual exercises, how much of the rise in poverty has been accounted by the rise in inflation over the past few years. So we do observe simultaneously, as you all know, a significant rise in prices over the past years. And we also observe a significant rise in poverty and homelessness. That happens in France, that happens in the US as well. And we find that about 25% of that rise is explained by food and rent inflation. Okay. Yes.
So feel free to defer this, but I'm wondering how much of the changes in poverty, as you describe it, might be related to take up of the kind of charity benefits. I mean, you'll tell us more about the data, but
yes,
how much do you think about that versus?
Yes, it's a great question. So we think this is not a problem for the following reason. I'll explain how the data is collected, but essentially the way the accuracy of the data is verified is by ensuring that the recipients of the food assistance charity are taking up the benefits that they are eligible to. So if you claim that your income is 0, you should be eligible to a number of welfare benefits. The charity is going to verify that you do take them up, and if you don't, they help you apply for them. Okay, so that's actually going to be the way they verify the accuracy of the data. But we can talk more about that when I get to the data. Yeah. Okay. Just as this is a paper about France, and so you might legitimately ask, how much can we extrapolate from France to other countries in the OECD, from France to the US, for example? So I just want to show you 2 graphs that put France in context. This data is from the OECD. Take them with a grain of salt. It's very difficult to compare countries where the data is collected with different methodologies and so on, but I still want to show you this data to put France in context. So on the left panel here, oops, I'm sorry. On the left panel here, you have the poverty rate defined as 50% of the median income. And what the OECD estimates is that poverty rate, along that dimension on the x-axis, France actually has the highest poverty rate before taxes and transfers in the entire OECD. Okay, so before transfers, France seems to be extremely unequal, has an extremely high rate of poverty. After taxes and transfer, however, you have the y-axis, I don't know if the ticker works, you have the y-axis here, where you find that the poverty rate after taxes and transfer in France is one of the lowest in the OECD. So again, take this data with a grain of salt, but that does suggest that there is a significant amount of redistribution through taxes and transfers in the French system. The US, by comparison, is the blue dot here. The US is about in the middle of the pack as far as poverty rate before taxes and transfers, but does relatively little redistribution to the bottom, to the point that after taxes and transfers, it's one of the countries with the highest rates of poverty. So that's the poverty rate. On the right panel, I want to focus specifically on homelessness, which is a dimension that I'm going to talk about a lot in the talk. So the OECD has constructed in about 2022 a database where they count the number of homeless individuals in each country. And again, take that with a grain of salt. The data is not the methodologies are not necessarily comparable across countries. But what you find is that France, according to these OECD numbers, has about 0.5% of the population who is homeless. Okay. Now, how does our data compare to that? There are different ways of measuring homelessness or defining homelessness, and I'll get back to that in the talk. But if we take the same, what we think is essentially the same definition of the OECD of homelessness, which is essentially people sleeping in the streets or in shelters, we have about 0.42% in that same year of the French population who is homeless. So we don't capture all the homelessness. And I'm not saying in any case that, again, our methodology is directly comparable with the OECD, but that suggests that we have in our sample a very, very large share of the homeless in France. Now, if we take a broader definition of homelessness, not just people who are sleeping in the streets or shelters, but also people more broadly who are couch surfing or who are in squats, mobile homes, etc. Then our data contains about 0.6% of the population. So that's about one individual out of 150 in the country who is homeless according to this broader definition. Okay, so that helps you put France in context. All right, without further ado, I'm going to show you the paper. So first, I'm going to describe the data, tell you where it comes from, and give you some details about that. Then I'm going to address the first question of the paper, which is who are the poor? What are their characteristics? And there are, two clear subsamples in our sample. One is French citizens, and one is, French citizens or French residents who are legal immigrants who have access to welfare benefits. And another one is undocumented immigrants. Obviously, these groups have very different characteristics. For the purpose, we study both separately in the paper. I don't want to bundle them together. In this talk, for the purposes of time, I'm only going to show you data after the description of the data in first part. I'm only going to talk about the French citizens, okay? And the corresponding graphs for the undocumented immigrants or the foreigners more generally are going to be in the paper. Second question I will address is what are the factors that explain entry into and exit from food insecurity as defined by being in our sample, or homelessness or housing insecurity? And third, if time permits, how do the vulnerable households absorb economic shocks through consumption behavior and substitution from housing to non-housing in particular? So where's the data coming from? So the data is coming from a charity in France that's called Restaurants du Cœur, Restaurants of the Heart. We do not have the right to use their logo legally, and so their logo is a pink heart, and that explains why our bullet points are pink hearts here. It's the largest soup kitchen in France. It's the largest soup kitchen and food pantry in France. It was founded in 1985 by a famous comedian, and they provide both hot meals and packaged meals, about one meal per person in the household per day, to the recipients, as well as other things such as hygiene products, baby products, educational support, cultural support, administrative support, etc. There are several features of this charity that make them a really interesting data set for us. The first is that it's, again, by far the largest food assistance charity in France. Everybody knows it in France. There are a bunch of French people in the room. You can ask them. Everyone knows the Restaurants of the Heart. It's not associated with a particular faith or political party. It's very popular. So that's the first feature. It's not a priori a selected sample. Its second is the only charity of its kind in France that is completely free of charge for the recipients. So all of the other charities typically make you pay a symbolic amount to get a meal. This one is the only one that's free of charge. And in addition, it's literally everywhere in the country. And in fact, that's exactly what I'm going to use for the source of variation. So the fact that it's completely free and everywhere in the country means that by default, this is very likely the charity where a vulnerable household is going to go to for assistance. They can go to other charities as well, but this is presumably, or in most cases, the natural place to go to. So why do they collect data, you might ask? Well, they collect data because in order to be eligible to receive free food, you have to show that your resources, net of your expenses, or net of some of your expenses, are below a certain threshold. Okay, so that particular rationing mechanism leads the charity to collect data. So essentially, if you are in need of food assistance, you go to the charity. They ask you to report a bunch of characteristics, incomes, expenses, housing situation, and the like. They apply a formula to determine whether you're going to be eligible to receive free food for the next 6 months or so. It's a biannual panel. If you are, you will be able to get, again, a meal a day at that charity. And 6 months later, in the next wave, you're going to have to reapply with your new information, etc. And again, as I was telling Raj earlier, the way they verify accuracy of the reporting is based on whether they receive the welfare benefits that correspond to the income they claim that they earn. Now, that works pretty well for French citizens who have access to welfare benefits. For undocumented immigrants, that's typically not available as a verification of accuracy because they are not eligible in the first place to the welfare benefits. And in that case, the charity mostly relies on self-reported information. So it's a biannual panel that covers the entire country. It has about 400,000 households per wave, or about between 1 and 1.2 million individuals per wave. At this stage, the main limitation of the data is that we do not know what happens when they are not in the sample. So we do not observe individuals before they enter our data, and we do not know what happens to them after they exit. So we don't know if they fell behind because of a job loss, a divorce, a health shock, etc. And we don't know whether when they exit, it's because they get back on their feet or because they leave the country if they are immigrants, or because they pass away, etc. So that's something we are currently working on for the next paper, where we are merging our data with the tax and welfare benefit data. But for the purposes of today, I'm not going to be able to give you any information about pre-entry and post-exit of the recipients. Okay. All right. So sample size.
That's
Yeah.
a clarifying question. But if someone were to enter multiple times, would you be able to tell that it
Yes.
was the same person?
Yes, so I'll get there in a couple of minutes when I describe exactly what data I have, and yes, we'll be able to do that. Okay, so first I just want to show you how many people we have in our data. On the left panel here, you have the eligibility threshold to be accepted in the charity. So the red line on the graph here on the left panel basically give you the threshold of income net of expenses, below which you as an individual or household must be in order to get access for free food for the next 6 months. And the blue line is, by comparison, the main welfare benefit in France, the value of the main welfare benefit in France, called RSA, which is close to a universal basic income with some restrictions. So that's the eligibility rule. How many people do we have as a result in our sample? So the data was digitized from 2018 onwards. Before that, we can only rely on the annual reports of the charity to how many people they were accepting. After 2018, where we observed the individual level data, there were, up until 2022 or so during COVID, before and during COVID, about 800,000 individuals per wave. The blue line are those who were accepted, and the black line are those we observe as well who were applying for free food but got rejected because their income was too high. Okay. After 2022, and perhaps presumably because of the spike in inflation, there has been a fairly dramatic increase in the number of recipients. So went from about 800,000 to say 1.1 million individuals in each wave. The same happened, I'll take your question in a second. The same happened in the purple lines at the bottom, which are the homeless, so the subsample of our data that consists of the homeless individuals. The light purple is the the light purple are the street homeless who sleep in the streets or shelters. The dark purple are the broad homeless, including couch surfing, etc. So again, a fairly dramatic increase in the number of homeless individuals from about 200,000 to about 400,000 after COVID. You had a question.
Just curious, what happens if they can't verify your information?
So again, so if you're someone who would have access to welfare benefits, say you're a French citizen or you're a documented immigrant who has been there for long enough, they ask you to provide proof of accuracy. If you're undocumented, essentially it's based on self-reported information. So at this stage, we don't have much of a way to verify the accuracy.
So I get that for the undocumented population.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe French
Yeah,
people
no,
are better at records than Americans, but I mean, I imagine there's a huge swath of poor Americans who could not document how poor they are.
Yeah, you're right. If that happens, basically it's based on self-reported information. So to the best of my knowledge, there's only so much they can do to verify the accuracy of the reporting. We have explored a bit whether we observe misreporting. So what we've done is two things. The first is we've looked, remember there's an eligibility threshold, and we've looked at whether there's bunching around that threshold. That would indicate perhaps some misreporting, although it's not clear. It could indicate self-selection if you're just above the threshold. We do observe, I don't have I'll click at some point on the button to show you the misreporting. We do observe a significant amount of bunching at the eligibility threshold, suggesting that there is perhaps a misreporting issue. So what we are doing currently, we are in the process of merging the data with the welfare benefits data. And again, that's only for the documented citizens or immigrants. And there, we can do a fairly close match, and there we'll be able to see what's the accuracy of the reporting. We don't have that yet. We have some elements that suggest a fairly accurate reporting, but I'm not going to get into it.
But they don't kick you off. Do you still get did they just trust me? I guess I'm
again, they apply a formula. I mean, I'm sure that we haven't, and that's something we need to do. We haven't yet collected the data ourselves to be in a situation where we face this kind of issue. So I can't tell for sure how it's happening in every one of the drop-in centers. But we essentially, yes, it's based on self-reported information. So there is an assessment. Perhaps they ask questions about, again, this is self-reported. So it's not that they kick you out by default. If they deem that you're accurately reporting that you're indeed below the threshold of eligibility, you will get it.
I see.
Yes.
How do they determine your housing status when the Census Bureau does their equivalent of this? They ask if you have a fixed address, and
yes. So
and if you don't, then you're.
Yes. So again, they ask you to report your housing situation, and I'll get there in a second. Self-reported. That's one of the things we have already looked at when merging with the welfare benefits data. We have checked whether those who claim in our sample to be homeless, whether they have actually received housing benefits. That only people who are private tenants or social housing tenants can get access to. And we find that very few people who claim to be homeless, I think it's, I may get that wrong, I think it's about 10%, a fairly small number of people who claim to be homeless indeed do not receive housing benefits. So we will have ways to verify the accuracy of that, but it's essentially self-reported. Let me move on. So, yes.
Do you have a sense of how many are plausibly eligible but don't apply?
No,
for this?
at this point we don't. At this point we don't, and that might explain why we find bunching at the eligibility threshold if there is some self-selection going on. Again, we'll have a better idea of that once we merge with the welfare benefits data, where we can observe people who are just above the eligibility threshold. At this point, I cannot tell you much about that. We do observe those who apply and get rejected, so that gives us a sense of who is to the right of the threshold, but that's it. Okay, let me move on for the purpose of time. So on the left panel here, so basically the point of this paper is to exploit the spatial heterogeneity of economic conditions in France and correlate that with, say, the number of homeless individuals in a given location, etc. So on the left panel here, this is a map of France. The part that's on the top right is the Paris region that is zoomed in. Each black dot is one drop-in center of the charity. So you see that they are pretty much everywhere in the country. They have about, it's a very small country, they have about 2,300, 23 to 2,400 drop-in center locations, which we counted, if they were uniformly distributed in space, which obviously is not the case, but if they were, everyone would be within a 7-mile radius of a drop-in location. So they are pretty much everywhere. And what we observe on the right is the distribution of here, the number of people who are homeless in our sample. And you see that there is a huge amount of variation across space. So there's a lot of homelessness in the northern suburbs of Paris, in the eastern part of France, around the Mediterranean. Again, the strategy of this paper is going to be to use this heterogeneity in how many people are homeless or apply for food assistance and correlate that with various economic characteristics, various economic conditions in the country. Okay, all right. I have 15 minutes. Okay, so what do we observe in the data? The first thing we observe is an individual and a household ID. So that and that goes back to a question someone asked earlier. That doesn't change over time. So if you exit the sample and re-enter later, you will keep the same individual ID. If you get divorced, you will lose your household ID, obviously, but you will keep the same individual ID. If you leave your parents' household and you yourself go to the charity, again, you will keep the same. Similarly, if you move to a different part of the country, you will keep the same ID. So it really allows us to track people both across time and across space in a pretty good manner. So that's the first thing. The second thing we observe is various demographic characteristics. So we observe the birthday, the family characteristics, so the birthday of the spouse, of the children, or the age of the children. We observe the zip codes where you live. We observe education, citizenship, that's French, non-French European, or non-European, so that's a discrete variable. Language spoken at home. And legal status, we do not observe directly legal status, but there is a way to reconstruct it, which is by looking at who has access to welfare benefits in France. We observe various labor market characteristics. I'm going to skip that because I'm not going to talk much about this today. We observe their finances. So their finances are wages, pensions, all the transfers. And in practice, most people in our sample heavily rely on transfers. So the main transfer in France is called RSA, which is close to a universal basic income with the one main restriction, which is that it's only available above age 25. Unemployment insurance, family allowance, disability benefits, housing benefits, old age, minimum pensions, and asylum benefits for the refugee. So we observe all these sources of income, and we observe a number of expenses. So essentially housing expenses, so rents, utilities, and taxes. We observe alimony paid or received, and debt repayment, if any. Okay. And the last interesting category for us is housing. So we observe a lot of information about where people live. So they can be homeless, and again, strictly defined or broadly defined. They can live in social or public housing. They can be private tenants, and they can be homeowners. Okay. So these are basically the data we have. Okay, so now in the last 12 minutes of the talk, let me go through the results. So first, who are the vulnerable households? Let me give you some selected summary statistics. There are long tables in the paper. As you can imagine, we could spend dozens of minutes on each of these numbers. They're all fascinating in their own right. I just want to mention a couple of them. So first on gender, gender and family structure in particular. So most people are singles. There's about 32% couples. Single men, very few people are single men with children, and they are overrepresented in homelessness related to their share in the sample. Single women, single mothers in particular, there's a bit fewer of them, but they are underrepresented in homelessness. They are overrepresented in public housing, in social housing.
Is this a sample at a point in time, or is this all the people over an interval?
So
I'm
it's
just trying to figure out how to compare this to US data.
Yeah, so it's at a point in time, but basically being in the sample at a point in time when you apply for the benefits, for the assistance, will allow you to remain in the sample over the next 6 months, at which point you will need to reapply. And we do observe, one of the variables I didn't mention, but we do observe how often you go to the charity in between two data collection waves. So we do observe some amount of kind of permanence of the.
It's striking that your rate is about 3 times, even for the narrow homelessness, of the US, where you're only getting those who go to soup kitchens, whereas the US data, it's people in shelters and also people in outdoor locations where the homeless.
We do observe, again, we do observe people in shelters. It's not shelter data, but it's.
But your source is
Right.
from.
Yeah.
It's just one of the 3 sources that the census.
Yeah, like I said, let me go back here. The only outside estimate we have of the extent of homelessness in France is the OECD estimate. To my knowledge, that's the only one that we can compare our data to. And they find, and in fact, for the UK, they also have pretty good data. They find a very similar number. About 0.5% of the population is there. The charity that provided us with the data is by far the largest food assistance charity, the only one that's free. It's everywhere in the country. And so our data doesn't capture all homelessness, but we think it captures a very, very large share of homelessness. So if you don't mind, given that that time is running, I'm more than happy to talk more about that, but let's move on here. The one descriptive statistics here that I want to emphasize is the sample survival. So how likely, what is the persistence of poverty? And remember, that was the first fact I wanted to emphasize. What is the persistence of poverty or homelessness? Well, here we have a variable that computes what's the probability that if in year T, or if in season T, you're in the sample, what's the probability that you will be there a year from now in the same season, winter or summer, a year from now. And that probability is about 50% for the sample overall and even smaller for homelessness. So that means that there is a fairly high turnover. Okay, so this is just so on average, that's about a year and a half for the duration of a spell. And someone was asking about repeated spells. There are about 10% of our households that come back at least once after having exited, and a smaller number for the homeless. So we take from this that poverty or homelessness is a fairly transitory phenomenon. I can show you with a few recalls, I can show you the distribution. So that's, that was just an aggregate number for the survival rate. Here you can look more generally at the descriptive statistics for how long people stay. So there's about 10%, that tail here, there's about 10% of the people overall who are in our data for more than 3 years at a time. Okay, so about 50% exit after 1 year, and about only 10% remain in the data in the sample for more than 3 years. Okay, so fairly transitory phenomenon, but again, at the same time, because there are so many people in the sample, that means that there is a huge share of French people who at some point, about 8%, at some point between 2018 and 2025, apply or get accepted, in fact, for food assistance at our charity. Okay. So the risk of poverty touches a very large number of people. Okay, second, the age distribution. In gray, if you squint and you look at the gray bars here, you have the French age distribution. In red, you have the distribution of ages in our sample. And in blue, you have the distribution of ages among the subsample of homeless. And what you find here is that essentially there is a very large number, an overrepresentation of children and teens to a lesser extent, of children younger than 9 in our sample. So essentially, this is the population that France is failing. So about 25% of our sample is younger than 9, or 25% of the homeless, versus 10% in the French population.
Is this still the full population, or does it drop in the undocumented?
This is only for the French residents.
Okay.
This is again, we have the graph. We may have them in the appendix. We have the graphs for the undocumented, and I'll be happy to show you. But this is just for the French residents, for the French citizens. I'm sorry. Okay.
Sorry,
Yes.
on that, but do you have a sense if there are certain institutional features or like outreach efforts by this organization that are more likely to get people from some demographic groups than others? I'm just trying to still think through how to interpret.
It's possible. It's hard to tell. It's a good question. It's hard to tell.
Because I could imagine imagine wherever they are, you just reach out to the organization and make sure they're coming in for their
question.
Oh, that's what I thought you meant, the take up of the welfare benefits.
Are people taking up the soup kitchen benefit basically disproportionately from certain?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood your question earlier. That's a very fair point, and I don't have a good answer. Yeah, it's hard to know. That's something. Yeah, I have ideas of how to do that. We can talk about it after. But at this point, we have done nothing to correct for that. Okay. Their finances. So just very short descriptive statistics on their finances. You should think of the recipients or the poor in France as being very unlikely to be working. About 10% of the sample works. Most of them rely on transfers. So on average, their income is about 660 euros per month, 460 of which are transfers, okay, of various kinds. One thing that I want to mention, and very few of them are in debt. There is about 15% of them who are in debt. So if you have in mind kind of the US features where a lot of poor individuals or households are indebted, and there's a lot of working poor. That doesn't seem to be the case in France. One last thing I want to mention on this is the housing expenses. It's perhaps obvious ex post, but you might think that if you're homeless, you shouldn't have any housing expenses. That's not the case, emphatically not the case. So on average, the housing expenses by the homeless are about a third of the housing expenses by private tenants. They react a lot more on the intensive margin. So think of a night at the hotel or in a shelter, which in France are not free. So you should think of the homeless as having significant housing expenses.
This is just work during an entire year? Any work during a year or during a week?
So it's again, so the data is collected at a point in time. It's likely that people respond about their situation that day, right?
That day.
But if they are, yes, I mean that's when they take the survey. That's the answers they give. Okay. Okay, so what I want to show you in the last few minutes, and that's perhaps the most important, I mean, the most substantial part of the paper, is basically we collected a number of data to merge our sample with, a number of data on local macroeconomic conditions, GDP, unemployment, the number of firms, firm creation, destruction, prices of food items at the barcode level, rent prices, both for public housing and private housing, number of available vacancies in the housing markets, et cetera, et cetera. And the identification strategy that we're going to use, remember that the charity is present pretty much everywhere in France. These characteristics strongly vary across space. And so we're going to exploit the space and time variation in these characteristics to identify the impact of each of these conditions on the flows into and out of poverty and homelessness. Okay. So let me skip the maps where I show you some of the variation. And let me go to the regression. So the regression that we run is first at the location level. And by location, I mean, we take various levels of aggregation. Our results are fairly robust to that. But basically, we measure the probability of entering the sample or entering homelessness in location J at time t. We're going to regress that on all of these local economic conditions in that location at that time. We have a location fixed effect and a year fixed effect. Okay, and the fixed effects are season by location. So winter in Paris is treated as differently from summer in Paris, etc. But that's it. And we do the same on the exit side, except on the exit side, because we observe people before they exit by construction, we can regress in addition on a bunch of individual characteristics that we observe. Okay. Let me show you the results. So this is for the entry flows into housing insecurity, so homelessness on the left and food insecurity on the right. And you see that these are the elasticities corresponding to these variables. And you see that it's kind of what you expect. The variables that you expect play a strong role in increasing or reducing entry flows into homelessness, say. But the interesting thing here is the values of these elasticities, right? So take private rents, for example. You have an elasticity about 1. So that means that if you have a 10% increase in the private rent, you're going to have about a 10% increase in homelessness. Okay, we think this is really large. What helps social housing stock a little bit? The stock of social housing in a given location tends to reduce the propensity of entering homelessness. Unemployment has a very large impact on homelessness. Again, an elasticity around 1. And firms, the number of firms in the location is what helps the most. All of this is perhaps unsurprising, but again, the magnitudes are what's striking. The second striking fact is that now if you look at the exit flows, you regress exit rates on all of these economic characteristics. And again, we've done dozens of specifications. This seems to be very robust. None of the economic characteristics seem to have an impact on the probability that an individual exits poverty of the sample. It's all driven by individual characteristics. Okay, so what that suggests again is that there is this asymmetry in the effect of economic shocks. On the one hand, a recession is really going to push people into poverty, into homelessness, but the recovery that follows will have pretty much no impact on their propensity to escape poverty. Yes.
How often do they calculate judge eligibility for this? I'm just thinking, like, if part of this is operating on the take-up margin, like, I can see that, you're pushed to take advantage of these resources when a shock hits you, but then you're going to kind of linger a little bit longer, even when things may be getting a little bit better.
So that's a possible story. So you're basically saying there is a shock, that's exactly when you're going to enter, and you're going to remain up until something unrelated to the shock. That's possible. That's a possible story. Another possible story would be, you get into poverty or homelessness because you lose your job. The fact that the labor market is doing better, you might have such a stigma maybe, or such a difficulty going to an interview once you're homeless that it's much harder to get out of them. That could be a possible.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just trying to flesh out
it's an interesting. I'm out of time already, so can I take 2 more minutes to conclude, or 1 more minute to conclude? I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Let's talk about this, but yes. So I skip the individual characteristics and the part on the consumption behavior, and I go straight to the conclusion. So I've shown you several facts about extreme poverty in France. First, we think it's a temporary phenomenon, but it affects a large share of the population. Second, it disproportionately affects children and teenagers. And third, the last thing I've shown you is that the entry rates into poverty are very sensitive to economic shocks, but the exit rates are orthogonal to that. currently in progress, and I'll say that because if you guys have ideas, feel free to bring them up. We are seeing this as the first paper in a much larger agenda that we want to work on over the next few years. So currently we had the authorization to merge our sample with the welfare benefits data, which will allow us to track people before they enter and after they exit the sample. And I will spare you all the projects that we have in mind for the next few years, but they are on the slide if you're interested. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for going out.
Right, next up, we have lunch. Our lunch is going to be in the Monteverde restaurant, and we are meeting back here at 1:10.
Can I say just one last thing? I saw some of you taking pictures of the slides, and that's fine. We do not at this point have the authorization to release the results publicly, so please refrain from circulating those pictures. Thank you.
Says content.
It's gone viral.
I have like the gene I do in the
Yeah.
I get pretty. I get on my day and present it. Okay.
Council.
Really? That was only a half successful dinner as a dinner, because I used them about the time, and we couldn't hear, and but that's great. Well, I'm glad to hear that. It makes me very happy. Have you sent this to me?
We literally just wrote, like.
He happily responds to that, so definitely send it to him.
What? I don't think so. But I was invited to this meeting. I don't think I'm in this. I'm pretty sure you are. Am I? Yeah. Well, I think I am.
Yeah, so you're giving us our like down.
In the spring.
You know, because I like calendar recently, I was like, you're there, that's telling Justin.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea. We're gonna for dinner. Matt, is this the one we got a survey? No, that's a different. That's that project. There's one over there. There's one right there. You want to sit over there, or you want to? Can't go to bed for 10 minutes.
But why can't I charge more? Getting the summer house.
You paid for a long time.
This is what
I do not.
the survey was about. Okay, it's related. Sounds related.
This is historical.
Okay.
It's like what's happening now.
I see.
I got one from last year.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, no, I don't remember.
What did a random 100% single people? We did all NBER flavor. I was thinking that was like one of the rare conference. So I said,
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
So no.
Oh my gosh. Never.
All right, good to see everyone again. Charlie, take it away.
All right, thanks so much for putting our paper on the program. My name is Charlie Rafkin. I'm an assistant professor at UBC. This work is joint with Amy Finkelstein and Matt Noto-Adigdo, and it's called When Food Stamps Became Free, Impacts and Implications of Removing the Purchase Requirement. So food stamps is a cornerstone of US social assistance. It provides about $100 billion of annual expenditure and assists 40 million Americans, of whom 35% are children. And a kind of amazing fact about this program is that until 1978, households had to actually purchase food stamps with cash paid out of pocket. And so by 1978, the average subsidy on food provided via the program was 65 cents on the dollar. And so the way this worked is that households would pay $35 in order to receive $100 of food stamps. In 1979, the government eliminated this so-called purchase requirement and thus moved the subsidy from being 65 cents on the dollar to being 100%, i.e. the program became free. And so we can think of this as a kind of large and somewhat unusual shock to the price of a means-tested transfer program. And so in this paper, we're going to study the removal of the purchase requirement as a natural experiment. And we'll begin with a positive analysis where we'll ask, what is the impact of food stamps on infant health? And then we'll move from the positive to the normative, where we'll use this natural experiment to assess implications for the value of food stamps and optimal program design. So the first part of the paper is going to perform this positive analysis of the impact of food stamps on infant health. And this is an interesting thing to do because most evaluations come from of the food stamps program on infant health and on its impacts more broadly come from its staggered rollout across US counties in the 60s and early 70s. And this literature has been quite influential in both academic and policy circles in debates about how in-kind transfers affect children. And so we're going to use the free stamps reform to revisit this topic from a time when the program looked like what it looks like today. The program was actually providing food stamps for free. So our empirical strategy is going to be an IV diff and diff based on heterogeneous exposure to free stamps. And then we're going to pair this with a revisiting of the staggered rollout design. And what we find is that there is no impact on infant health, either in the free stamps reform or in the rollout, or when we kind of stack the estimates and precision weight them. And in fact, our precision weighted 95% confidence intervals will rule out 2% increases in infant birth weight. Then we're going to move from the positive to the normative. And we're going to conduct an analysis of what is the value of food stamps and trade-offs involved in cost sharing, that is imposing a partial subsidy, the way that the program originally worked. And the kind of motivation for this analysis is that, yes, we find no impact on infant health, but food stamps is a redistributive program, and therefore the causal impacts on infant health, or indeed on other outcomes, is neither necessary nor sufficient for transfers like food stamps to confer redistributive value. And the key ingredients there instead are going to be households' willingness to pay for food stamps and their social marginal welfare weights. And so that's going to nicely set up the second research question, which is what is the net private value of food stamps to recipients? And so a benchmark you might have in your head is that if food stamps are fully fungible with cash and there are no enrollment hassles associated with the program, then households should value them dollar for dollar. But if that were the case, then making the subsidy more generous shouldn't cause anybody to take up. And in fact, we find that when the program became free, enrollment grows by 25%, which is going to reject that benchmark. And so we can use this kind of price variation to trace a demand curve for food stamps that is going to suggest a revealed preference estimate of free stamps value of being 60 cents on the dollar, 59 cents for every dollar transferred. In the third part of the paper, we're going to then ask, should food stamps be free? Where the conceptual trade-off that we want you to have in mind is between the private value to recipients and recipients' social value, that is their welfare weights, where intuitively new enrollees or compliers who only take up when the program becomes free reveal that they have lower private value because they were unwilling to pay for the program when it was only partially subsidized, but they may be poorer and thus have higher social marginal welfare weights. And this kind of trade-off will bear on debates about the welfare impacts of subsidies in Medicaid, childcare, financial assistance for higher education, and other means-tested programs. And empirically, we find evidence of this trade-off, where compliers indeed value the program less, but they are also poorer. And so in our preferred calibration, putting on a social welfare function onto their income levels, we find that making the food stamps program free reduced social welfare per dollar transferred. So this paper contributes to 3 broad literatures. The first is to a literature on the causal impacts of food stamps on infant health, which has largely found that the program raises infant health. Relative to this literature, the nulls that we find raise questions about food stamps' value for infant health, but of course it's an open question what impacts might look like on medium or long-run outcomes. Second is there's a literature on in-kind transfers and demand for them. Our evidence that households value food stamps at 59 cents on the dollar will reject dollar-for-dollar benchmarks that's used in accounting by the CBO or in distributional national accounts. And one way of thinking about this is that it suggests that about 41 cents of food stamps value is dissipated by deadweight loss. And so that deadweight loss could either be coming from households facing enrollment hassles in the program, so relative to a frictionless cash transfer, the program is kind of eroding value, or it could come from the fact that households may not value the in-kind transfer. In our setting, all households have to eat, and we'll have some evidence, or we have evidence in the paper about the extent to which households are fully inframarginal for this program. But this seems like a setting where enrollment hassles are likely to, be responsible for, a portion of that deadweight loss. Last is relative to the literature on the targeting of in-kind transfers. We will provide a conceptual framework for thinking about the welfare impacts of subsidy changes, and then provide an empirical application to a major in-kind transfer. And so when you think about the kind of growing literature that thinks about the analysis of enrollment hassles or ordeals, that literature often begins by presuming that programs can't use prices to screen, and then says, what is the screening properties of dissipating values by changing around non-pecuniary costs? And we're going to kind of take the opposite perspective, where we're going to say we will fix the valuations at whatever people value this in-kind transfer at, and then use prices to screen and think about what the implications of that would be. Okay? So the talk will have 2 major parts. So the first part will be our positive analysis. We'll begin by looking at the impact of food stamps on enrollment and enrollee characteristics, and then we'll do an analysis of its impacts on infant health. And then in the second part of the talk, we'll provide a normative framework, look at the value of food stamps, and then trade-offs involved in cost sharing versus free provision. So I'll pause for questions and otherwise jump in. Okay, great. So the data are largely standard. We're going to use county level counts of participants, which we'll use to collect the kind of numerator for enrollment. And so this comes from administrative records published by the Food and Nutrition Services. We're going to use the replication package from Almond et al. For most of our pre-period and a bit of our post-period. And then we uncovered some additional publications for 1980 and 81, collecting dust in the Cornell archive, and then digitized those. And so for infant health, we're going to use vital statistics data. And then for forming our exposure measure, we're going to kind of use standard census data. Beyond those relatively standard data, we're also going to use some survey data that will provide information about enrollee characteristics. So that'll come from the PSID and the NHANES. And that's going to leave us with 2 largely disjoint samples for this part of the positive analysis. So for the free stamps reform, we are using about 1,800 counties, or 70% of the population, that had rolled out food stamps by 1970. And then for the rollout, we're using counties that had rolled out in 1969 or later. And we have to restrict the sample because we need a pre-period for every county, and the vital statistics data starts in 1968. And so for the rollout, we're limited to 40% of the population. Okay? And so I want to just quickly motivate why it is relevant to focus on infant health at all. So infant health is an important outcome. First, prior research, particularly from the rollout, has found positive impacts. And so it is natural to then want to go look at this outcome. And this evidence has just been very influential in academic and policy debates about the value of the safety net, particularly for families and children. Beyond its kind of intrinsic interest, it is a rare, well-measured outcome in the 1970s that we can think of as a reasonable proxy for broader life conditions. And so just in terms of pathways, we think there is a plausible pathway that this could improve infant health. So nutrition deficits during pregnancy are thought to potentially impair fetal growth and reduce birth weight. But It's an empirical question, so there's other research that suggests that maternal physiology could buffer the fetus against short-run nutritional fluctuations. Okay. So let's jump into the free stamps reform. Our empirical strategy is going to be an exposure design. What you need to understand about this reform is that for now, we're going to think of it as a very simple kind of price change to the program. So it is fixing the total amount that the government is paying to recipients. So as an example, if you previously paid $35 to get $100 of food stamps, now you are just going to get $60.5 of food stamps for free. And what is essential is that there is no other change to enrollment hassles or other processes involved in the application, okay? We are going to form a measure of county level exposure that you can think of as the amount of slack in the county that had not yet,
If I had to pay $35 to get $100 worth of stamps, I must have had to go in someplace.
So you still have to apply, and you still have to pick up your stamps.
$35.
So you previously would get $65. You would previously get $100 of stamps, but the kind of top up is like $65. And the way that it worked is exactly the same. You pick them up at the post office or at a local food stamp supplier every month. Other questions? Good. So we are going to form a measure of county level exposure that you can think of as the amount of slack in the county that was eligible for food stamps but hadn't yet taken up. And so in particular, we're going to proxy for the eligibility rate as the share of people who are in poverty divided by the county population. And then we're going to take a periods enrollment rate that was kind of long before the reform and subtract that from the eligibility rate. So this is the amount of people that are kind of eligible but not enrolled. And then we're going to just do a very simple event study where we interact this exposure measure with calendar year indicators. And so the kind of identifying assumption here is that there are no post-period shocks that differentially affected high exposure counties. We'll come back to that in a couple of slides. Okay. So here's what you see in the raw data. In the left panel is a cut of enrollment by exposure quartile. So on the horizontal axis, I'm showing you calendar year. The vertical axis is the enrollment rate. And then the darker blue series is the highest exposure counties, and the lighter series are low exposure. And so kind of following these year by year, you can see that they're trending reasonably in parallel. And then as soon as the reform hits, the high exposure counties experience much higher differential take-up. Yeah, Bruce.
Could you explain just a bit about what determines exposure?
Yes, so exposure is formed from two measures. So it is the eligibility rate minus the enrollment rate. So it is the amount of slack that hasn't yet taken up food stamps, but that was eligible for it. Yeah, John.
So this is a case where the control group is kind of partially treated. And so if the elasticity, if there's no separate post-79 shock, but just the underlying elasticities are different because of the determination of this or whatever else, I mean, you still get something, but doesn't that need some extra work to interpret that?
Yeah, so I think this is broadly a concern about like a missing intercept. And so the low exposure counties are ones with very little slack. Okay, and so they are, essentially untreated. And
well, but they're obviously not if on the graph they
there are annual fluctuations and that have to do with local business cycles. But so okay, but so just conceptually, so I agree, but they're partially, so John, they're partially exposed because their exposure is non-zero. For a zero exposure county, conceptually it would make sense that they should have no impact of the reform because there is no slack for take up to go up. Okay, and so up to measurement error, that should be true. If there was a zero exposure, they could not increase in take up because all the eligible people are enrolled. And so it is true that our lowest quartile county here is still partially exposed and they have a positive exposure, but the continuous exposure measure would handle that. Now, of course, there are still other issues about measurement error, et cetera, but I think conceptually, this is a situation in which the missing intercept is less problematic than in other ones.
So differences in elasticities.
That's right. If you literally had the zero case, then this would not be a problem because you could do two separate treatment effects on the partially exposed and the fully exposed. But because you do not have the actually zero exposed places, if let's say the elasticity is higher in the Q1 places than in the Q4 places, you're going to underestimate treatment effect because they're responding.
So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to have a continuous measure of exposure, and then we're going to interact that by year. And so the assumption that we get us out that we are making is that zero exposure counties would have zero impact, and it's going to be a linear extrapolation from what we're getting. And so there's a homogeneity assumption and a linear extrapolation. Yeah. Yeah. We're assuming away the problem. I just think this is a setting where when there's zero exposure, it is actually like conceptually there should not be an impact on take up, and so it's relatively less of a concern than in other exposure designs. But problem under but I hear you. Yeah.
Let me ask my question again. So, do we think that the Q4 areas are those where there's very poor administration of the program? Maybe they're really hassling enrollees. Maybe it's counties in the South. What's the story behind the difference between Q4 and Q3 rather than just the definition?
Yeah. So in the paper, we do a lot of work to understand, is it, differences in take up conditional on the same share being eligible, or is it differences in poverty? And it looks like it is mostly loading on differences in poverty. And so the types of concerns that you might have would be that, poor places are different than rich places. They could be experiencing different trends that, for whatever reason in 1979, start to experience changes in birth weight that we're not picking up. I think given the magnitude of the shock, the first stage here, shock that I'm showing you, I think this enrollment pattern, I think, is harder to rationalize with broader secular trends that would have to do with heterogeneous impacts varying by calendar year, but it is a concern that you might have. And so in a couple of slides, I'll tell you a little bit about what we do for that concern, but I'm curious more about the story that you might have in mind too.
It looks like there are sort of more people on the margin in Q4 than Q1. So I say that, for instance, if you look at 1975, where all of them go up, Q4 seems to go up more, right? So is your sense that there's just somehow more volatility or more people on the margin in those, which may be okay? It actually relates to John's earlier questions.
I think that that's plausible because I think these are places that have more people who are in poverty per capita, and so therefore you would expect it.
More people on it. You're in different parts of the distribution, basically, in these different counties, and now the marginal treatment effects are different across those groups. Then you potentially have a confound in the.
Yeah. So certainly this exposure design is going to rely on a homogeneity assumption. Let me show you the event study graphs in a couple slides, and I think it may allay some of these concerns, but points well taken. So, okay.
Wait, just to follow up on Bruce's question. So you said that quartile 4 is poorer, but did you look to see whether they are in certain regions? Like, are they in counties with a lot of poor Black people, or are they in counties which typically have that? My father was the welfare administrator for the Commonwealth in this period of time. And he would say that certain counties had terrible administration and certain counties were good at administrating and certain welfare offices were lousy.
So it's hard to get a measure of effectiveness at the office level. What I can tell you regionally is that a lot of them are in the South. And so, that's where there's slack in the enrollment. Okay, given this first stage trend though, what you should expect to see if there was an impact on birth weight is that you should expect to see that in the fourth quartile, there should be an increase in birth rate relative to trend. And in fact, we just see that each of these quartiles trends, very similar patterns over this time period. And so we're not seeing, at least in the raw data, the kinds of signs that would suggest that there's an impact of this reform on birth weight. So when we perform the event study that takes our continuous exposure measure and interacts that with year, this is the event study graph. It is a little hard to interpret the numbers until you kind of rescale by the average county exposure. And so taking seriously the exposure design, if you rescale by the average exposure of 0.06, you get that there's a 2% increase in take-up, 2 percentage point increase in take-up on the average county, or 25%. And so the kinds of threats to identification that we were concerned about are, given that poverty is an input to this exposure design, you'd be concerned about heterogeneous business cycles that are correlated with county poverty that change over this time period. Now, I think the pattern of the first stage here suggests against those kinds of secular trends, but we also do a kind of proxy approach to correct for this, where we take unexposed industries that don't have a lot of food stamps workers, and use that to sort of adjust for the potential of different business cycles and find very little difference on the magnitudes of the first stage. So now we want to look at who are the people who are newly signing up as a result. And so for this, we go back to the survey data. This is a distribution of enrollment by monthly income, where the blue series is the pre-period enrollment rate cut by different income bins. The red series is the post-period enrollment rate. And so you can see that the enrollment rate by poverty is very similar, except at the bottom of the distribution where it goes up. And so it suggests that compliers are going to be a lot poorer than the people who are already taking up. If you look year by year, this is just in the PSID and NHANES data, you can see that the average incomes of people who are on the programs drops precipitously right around the time of this reform. And so these are average contrasts. You can do the complier algebra to back out who are the compliers relative to the always takers, and you find that they are just much poorer than are the always takers. So their average income is 44% of always takers, and they're more than 5 times as likely to live below 50% of the federal poverty level. Yeah, sorry.
Focuses on birth weight, but is this limited to children in terms of trying to understand those that took up?
It is not. So this is everybody who's enrolled. Something that we could do and have done some of is look at if characteristics of individuals take up. So are, pregnant women more likely to take up? We find less large differences based on individual characteristics than we do based on income. Thank you. Yeah.
You can put this up to later if it's more relevant then. But this makes me think some of the story might be about liquidity constraints, right? And which you haven't mentioned yet, so I just wanted to raise it. Like these people are much poorer, so
absolutely
does
so
theoretically rationalize why they're not.
Absolutely. So our view is that what is relevant for private value is your willingness to pay subject to borrowing technology and your endowment. And so liquidity constraints per se don't affect our interpretation of demand, but they will affect naturally your interpretation of welfare weights. You want to rescale people's willingness to pay by their marginal utility. And if they're very constrained, then when you're doing a welfare calculation, you may want to place more weight on them. And so when we get to our ultimate normative analysis, this will be a very important point. It's like the reason why people may not pay money to take them up is that they don't have much money on hand.
I mentioned this briefly, but the fact that recessions might hit the different quartiles differently, we think that food stamps might impact birth weight if it's affecting their total resources, but if the income is going down and then they're getting more food stamps, I'd be curious to see like the overall effect on total household resources on these outcomes.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a hard calculation to do because to see individual resources, you would need to go to the survey data, but it's something that we can look at. Yeah. Okay. That's the first stage in characterizing the compliers. Now let's look at infant health. So we're going to begin by looking at the impact of this reform on infant health, and then return to the rollout and pool the reforms. So here's what we see on infant health for this reform. The left panel is log birth weight. The right panel is share low birth weight. You see that these are both kind of zeros and very flat before and flat after. For interpretation, for the average county, the 95% confidence intervals here rule out a 0.04% increase in birth weight. And we see similar null results on other measures of infant health. Okay. Yeah. So we've looked at fertility. Fertility is a bit of a tricky one just because this is a period when there are really changing cohort effects. And so we find no impact, but that is one where I would say there's kind of it's more sensitive to different specifications. Oh, excuse me. So this is there's gestation and infant mortality, but yeah, for this, so for infant mortality and preterm birth, so the answer is in the paper for number of births and infant mortality, we both find zeros, but they are ones that are more sensitive to the specification.
If you just took some of the estimates from the literature on the effect of like the initial rollout on birth weight and multiplied them by the marginal amount of take up here, like what would you get? I mean, those estimates are small.
It's coming in a couple slides.
Okay. Because I just, not sure what we would expect to see.
To test this area, does it have to do with the local administration by looking at geographic variability or even like like how much of this is like evenly distributed or explained by the local demographics versus like, is there these sort of places maybe, are they advertising more? Are they like more effective?
So, you know, the intent to treats here are a reasonable interpretation of what happens with this reform. To understand it as purely mediated through take-up requires an additional kind of exclusion restriction that nothing else is changing. But I think for these graphs, which are just reduced form, I think, you know, those types of concerns are still a reasonable, are you know, more about when we finally do an IV than about this particular graph. Okay, so now let's go back to the rollout. So we are going to leverage the staggered county by county introduction of the food stamps program in the 60s and 70s, where we're going to use a contemporary stacked data set design to address, you know, now standard issues with heterogeneous treatment effects and two-way fixed effects. When you adopt that machinery, this is what the first stage looks like. So you can see before the food stamps program exists, there's no take up of it. Afterwards, the average enrollment is about between 5 and 6 percentage points. This is what we see for log birth weight on average in this design. So you see nothing for the staggered rollout either. And so then toward Mike's question is, I think given that we have these two reforms, it's very interesting to compare the reforms. So the left panel of this table is the first stage impact from both the free stamps reform and the rollout. So the rollout has a larger first stage. Then in the right panel, we are looking at log birth weight. And so you can see that the rollout causes, you know, about a 5 percentage point increase in take up. Free stamps causes between 1 and 2 percentage point increase in take up. But for both reforms, either the free stamps reform or the rollout or pooling the designs, we are seeing nothing on average. Yep.
Yeah, just curious on the first stage. I mean, I think the relevant first stage, I think to Hillary's point, is the pregnant women first stage. You say that's similar to this, just to have in our mind?
So it depends a little bit about what your policy experiment is. If the question is the average dollar of food stamps, you know, increasing birth weight? The relevant one would be, you know, the amount of dollars that's spent. But if you're interested in a different economic question, which is what is the impact of food stamps on stuff, then you would want to rescale. So we haven't done the rescaling it by the take-up rates. The take-up rates are higher, so I think that would only attenuate our impacts here. But yeah.
I mean, the IV impact of giving a pregnant mother food stamps, it would be just interesting to know what's the implied confidence interval per dollar of
I agree.
money given to the pregnant woman.
So another thing that is, you know, interesting to look at is effects by race. In the Ullman et al. Paper, the authors find larger impacts on Black women in the rollout than they do on whites. And when we kind of replicate the results, we're able to qualitatively replicate this finding. So if you look at the rollout, you can see that there is a larger impact on Black births than on white births. But once you repool it with the free stamps reform, the impacts go back to being economically small and not statistically significant. And so our interpretation is we're kind of qualitatively replicating the key heterogeneity in that paper. But if you're looking at the average birth or you're pooling across reforms, we're finding little impact of this transfer on birth weight.
Like the people that are affected by allowed is like the gold word hanging on the bottom. But later on, you saw these like poor people come on. So how does that exactly play?
So in order to do the pooled reform, to pool these, we're making a homogeneous treatment effect assumption. If anything, you might have thought that the impacts would be bigger from the free stamps reform because we showed you that the people who are enrolling are poorer. And so, you know, if anything, I think this is only pushing me more to think that the kind of pooled impact is a zero. But I hear you that in order to do this pooling, naturally, you have to make a homogeneous treatment effect assumption. Yeah.
79, 80, 81, almost the worst years you could possibly doing this. The inflation's 13%, the real value of the minimum wage, of benefits are all plunging. And so having birth outcomes between poorer neighborhoods and poorer counties and other counties not change is actually a pretty good story. So I mean, maybe they would have declined substantially without this intervention.
you can't rule it out. I think those kinds of secular trends are inconsistent with the sharp increase in first stage and the kind of flat trends that we see here. But we're using a national reform and we're doing an exposure design. And so I agree with you that those types of concerns are ones that are reasonable to be worried about. It's not something we've looked at, so we can look. Okay, I now want to move from the positive to the normative. So I'm going to show you a simple normative framework for thinking about the value of making food stamps free, and then look at trade-offs involved in cost sharing versus free provision. And so to motivate this, food stamps' impact on infant health has shaped the policy conversation. Yeah. Yep.
So what explains the difference in results you get for the rollout relative to the prior?
So to be clear, the prior literature did not focus on average impacts for the average person. They are, qualitatively, the Allman, Hoynes, and Chanzenbach paper is really focused on that there are larger impacts for Blacks than there are for whites. And that is something that we replicate. In Appendix C3, we kind of go step by step through exactly replicating. Exactly. And we're able to replicate their results. And so then we kind of toggle every change that we make to the design, which is natural because it's 15 years later. And so the econometric methodologies have advanced. And so, I would say that our results are consistent. We're just sort of interested in a different economic parameter. Yeah.
Like, here's the rollout, we're more of the affected folks, pregnant women, or less, and maybe you were saying the rates were higher, so there might have been less room to sort of additionally take up with the free stamp reform among pregnant women, and maybe that's why that could explain some of this.
Yeah, so I think it's possible. I mean, in general, getting the take-up rates by race is tricky, and it's something where we have to do some imputation because there's really only national data on this, and so we have to make some projection assumptions. And so, I think again for the ITTs, I'm less concerned, but I think for rescaling, that's another area where there's going to be more uncertainty.
So Marika's point was that, let's say in the rollout, right, that it was a bunch of women who were pregnant, recently pregnant, they were more likely to be in the welfare system in the 1960s and so forth and so on. And that for the free stamps, you're picking up families where they may have older children or something else, or they may just be able to be food stamps eligible, but they're less likely to have be pregnant or have
So
babies.
in the survey data,
And then so if you've used up all of the pregnant women, then that would give you something.
two pieces of evidence inconsistent with that. First is that in general, you might expect single women to have lower incomes. We're seeing that they have lower incomes. So if anything, you might expect it to be well targeted on that margin. And then second is, I haven't shown you this, but we see less heterogeneity by demographic characteristics in the same survey data. Okay, so to motivate the normative part, the impact on infant health has shaped the policy conversation, but food stamps are a transfer. And so the impact on infant health, or indeed on other outcomes, is neither necessary nor sufficient for it to provide value via redistribution. And instead, the key ingredients here are going to be the private value to recipients and their social valuations, their social marginal welfare weights. And so, how should we think of the private value for a means-tested transfer, for this means-tested transfer? Well, if food stamps were fully fungible with cash and there were no enrollment hassles or ordeals, then their private value would be $1 per dollar of benefit. But then in that case, we should have found no take-up response to the reform that made the food stamps program free, because making it more generous shouldn't have affected their behavior. And so equivalently, the fact that people are responding to a change in the subsidy suggests that there must be deadweight loss in this program relative to giving cash frictionlessly. Either people don't value the in-kind good, or the enrollment hassles are dissipating some of this value. And so we're going to provide a normative framework that kind of analyzes this and allows us to think about the trade-offs involved in cost sharing. Yeah.
If it's liquidity constraints, sort of made it less burdensome post period because they can get the $65 free, same net government cost. So how do you want to think about the idea that we've sort of taken what's the right pre or post way to measure dollars for the household?
So I think our view is still that what matters is demand subject to your budget constraint. Now, the liquidity constraints are a potential concern if they're affecting always takers' value. But for compliers, we think this is still saying if they're not taking up food stamps, even if they're constrained, that enters through the welfare weights, but not via demand. Yeah, Dimitri.
Can I just ask another version of that question? Imagine you have someone who says, no, I can't pay $35 or $100 of food stamps, but I'm indifferent between receiving $100 of cash and $100 of food stamps. Are you still right? That's what liquidity constraints.
So
do when you're saying that.
I think this is related to the difference between measuring, Marshallian versus Hicksian demand. Like this is a kind of income effect that can affect
Yes,
people's
exactly.
valuations.
So how do you do surplus with?
I think that's reasonable. We're going to do Marshallian surplus, and so
Okay.
I think that's another assumption that we're making. But it is one that pervades welfare analysis. If you're going to do revealed preference measures of demand, because typically you have price variation that's also affecting incomes.
But then it's like a very path dependent measure. Like it's all the usual issues with Marshallian.
I agree.
Measures.
We are going to measure consumer surplus as the area under the demand curve revealed by prices. And so I agree with you, but I also think, this is a setting where if you see that people are willing to take up only when the program is free, we're going to take the stance that we are measuring their welfare relative to their initial endowment and constraints. Yeah. Okay, so the setup here is that households theta can purchase food stamps at a subsidized price, 1 minus S, and their private value is going to be V theta, and their welfare weight on this type is going to be lambda theta. And so the welfare per dollar of government spending is going to just be W of S. And so we're going to just start with a benchmark where there are no behavioral biases and there are equal fiscal externalities on each type. And so we're going to do a policy, we're going to think about analyzing a policy reform that moves from a small subsidy to a large subsidy, i.e. makes the program free. And so that will then create two classes of types, either always takers who enroll under the initial subsidy or compliers who enroll only when the program becomes free. And so a simple result here is that under these stripped down assumptions, the subsidy change will raise welfare per dollar if and only if targeting improves. That is, if and only if the social value of compliers, which is their welfare weight times their demand, exceeds the social value of always takers, which is their welfare weight times their demand. Okay, and so it's nice to see this in a graphical framework. On the horizontal axis, I'm showing you the share of people who are enrolled. The vertical axis is the price to obtain $1 of the benefit. And then here I've plotted the marginal private benefit or demand for food stamps, where the point that I've labeled is the initial subsidy, so the initial price, which is equivalent to 1 minus the subsidy, and then sigma is the share of people who are enrolled. Okay? The average value up to the share of people who are enrolled is VA, and then the average value of the people who newly join is VC. I'm plotting here an example where the welfare weights WW are flat, so the welfare weights for always takers and compliers are equivalent. And so if you multiply the welfare weight by the private valuations, you get the marginal social benefit curve, where the average value up to sigma A is lambda AVA, and the average value from sigma A to 1 is lambda CVC. And so this is a case where cost sharing is better per dollar than a free program because the welfare weighted valuations of the always takers exceeds that for compliers. Now, we're going to be interested in cases where the welfare weight schedule is increasing because compliers have higher welfare weights than the always takers. And so here's a case where it is increasing, but you still prefer cost sharing to a free program because it's not increasing fast enough. But of course, if you have a steep enough welfare weight schedule, you can flip this result. And so here I've shown you a really increasing welfare weight schedule that has a free program beat cost sharing on welfare per dollar. Okay? And so that's going to suggest that the key ingredients for measurement then are going to be the welfare weights of the always takers versus the compliers and their valuations. And so we're going to get the welfare weights from the complier characteristics, and we're going to get demand in the shares of types by looking at the enrollment response to that reform. And so the kind of key assumptions that we have are first an exclusion restriction that the food stamps reform only changed the subsidy. A non-zero budget constraint assumption, which is just that people had some money where they could buy stuff. Otherwise, demand doesn't have a well-defined notion. And then last, we're going to maintain a revealed preference assumption, but come back to it at the end, because of course, behavioral biases could drive a wedge between demand and value. Yeah.
Where's the value to the inframarginals in this if we think that liquidity was, real constraint?
Not on the slide, but in the paper. Yeah.
Okay,
so
you'll try to bring that in.
I won't bring it in the talk, but we're going to be making an assumption, constant proportional value assumption, which is that people value the per dollar amount of the subsidy the same even when it's subsidized. So the fact that it becomes more generous, and so that's going to handle the impacts on the always takers. But I agree that it could.
Thought of that 41 cents going deadweight loss is actually, we've made it 41 cents more beneficial to poor families.
But the key is that we're holding the total transfer fixed, right? So remember, it's $65 is being transferred initially, and then in this case, now we're just giving you 65 for free. So the
Senses, you're sort of preferring the 41 cent deadweight loss if they weren't willing to pay $35 to get $100.
but those are that's for the average.
We've sort of made the whole program better for all food stamp recipients.
So
I'm not thinking better, right?
The assumption is going to be always takers have no value from this change. The reason why that would be the case is that the program is not getting more generous per dollar that is transferred. And so this is what I'm saying. So we're making an assumption that for the always takers, the additional liquidity, so there's no impact on always takers for that reason. And so you have to assume that, yeah.
So I'm sorry, I thought a different way of interpreting what you're doing is that there must be some cost for the compliers of taking up that explains why they value a dollar benefits less than a dollar. And so now you're also assuming that always takers have no such costs?
No. I'm just assuming that the reform has no impact on always takers because they were already taking
They
up.
have the same cost
Yeah.
regardless. The $35 has no impact. And
Because
I'm curious,
yeah.
how big would the cost be if you take the amount of food stamps people actually get, if they value that on 50 or 60 cents on the dollar, what's their willingness to pay not to go through the ordeal?
41 cents per dollar transferred. I mean, it's one minus
dollars are being transferred.
Yeah, I mean, it's one minus the valuation.
Yeah. So how much food stamps do people get when they give?
Between 100 and 200 is like the median or something. So
You think these people are willing to pay $50 to $100 not to go through the ordeal? That's the
reveal preference valuation. Yeah. Okay, so let me show you the value of food stamps so we can, armed with this machinery, we can show you demand curves for this in-kind transfer. So here I'm showing you 3 points on the demand curve. 2 of them we get for free. So the farthest right point we get because the share of people who are enrolled under the free program is 1 by definition. The farthest left point we get for free by assuming that nobody would pay $1 to receive $1 back of food stamps. And then this middle dot comes from taking the impact on take-up from our free stamps reform. And so the shaded bounds here are simply saying that the always takers must be willing to pay at least 35 cents per dollar and at most $1. These shaded bounds are saying that compliers must be willing to pay no greater than 35 cents per dollar and at least 0 to receive this transfer. And so here is a non-parametric bounds on the demand curve. And if you interpolate between those bounds, you get that the willingness to pay is 58 cents per dollar with non-parametric bounds of 29 cents to 87 cents. So those bounds are large. We can make progress in the paper by leveraging an additional reform that gives you another point. So in 1970, there was an additional reform that moved the generosity from 40 cents on the dollar to 65 cents, which gives you another point on the demand curve. And if you interpolate between these points, you get that the willingness to pay is 59 cents on the dollar with non-parametric bounds of 42 cents to 77 cents. And so, in the paper, we do quite a lot to think, okay, maybe you don't want to take the fully non-parametric bounds. You can do something semi-parametric where you rule out the kind of wiggliest demand curves that are required to produce these upper and lower bounds. And then you get that the willingness to pay is somewhere between 53 cents to 65 cents on the dollar. Okay. So we've covered a lot of this interpretation already in the discussion, so I'll be brief. Our interpretation is that this could be less than 1 because of either frictions in take-up due to enrollment hassles or ordeals, or because some people may not be completely inframarginal. It's hard to rule out either one, but we think that the kind of weight of the evidence is that it's likely to be that it is enrollment hassles which are dissipating a lot of the value of this in-kind transfer. So the last thing that I'll show you is just our final analysis of whether food stamps should be free. So here I'm again showing you the demand curve, except now I've labeled it marginal private benefit. And in gray, I'm showing you the welfare weights that you get from doing a utility function and a social welfare function put onto the complier incomes that I showed you in the beginning of the talk. And so if you multiply these welfare weights by the average demand at each point, you are going to get the social value. And so what this graph says is that there's in fact empirical evidence of a trade-off between social value and private value. In our setting, it looks like the welfare weights are not sufficient to offset the reduced demand that always takers have or that compliers have relative to always takers. But of course, it's going to depend on the social welfare function you use. And so in the paper, we try to think about what is the extremal social welfare function that would be required in order to break this result. And so, to just come back to two important discussions. So the first is on this issue of, what social welfare function would be required. The minimal social welfare function required to flip our result is if the social planner places weight on the bottom 60% or people who are below 60% of the federal poverty level, and only then you can flip the result. So with a kind of very severe social welfare function, you can flip the result and get that making food stamps free is good under our framework. And then there's a question about revealed preference. How seriously should we take these demand curves? Naturally, you might think that behavioral biases could generate a wedge here. In the paper, we do some calibrations, and so it's insufficient to have a homogeneous amount of present bias. You would need, in our calibrations, for there to be much more present focus among compliers relative to always takers, which you can't rule out. Is certainly possible, but we don't have evidence for that either. And so I will wrap up here. To situate this paper, we think we've questioned the conventional wisdom on the impact of food stamps on infant health. And then we've thought carefully about how to think about the welfare impact of a subsidy, providing some analysis of screening logic for cost sharing and in-kind transfers. So thank you very much.
Why is not the reform has no effect on the behavior of the always take?
Office ground is a great job.
I did. Because tomorrow morning, I went to the neighborhood, I was paying their son.
Hi, everyone. I guess I better move this closer. Hi, I'm Maggie Jones. I'm going to be talking about the immediate and intergenerational effects of unconditional cash transfers. And so I'd like people to focus on the fact that this is a piece of research that is interesting because the cash transfers are quite large and because they are truly unconditional as long as you are a member of a certain group. But within that, your characteristics don't determine whether or not you receive the cash transfer. So it makes for a really interesting case study. As I mentioned, I'm Maggie Jones. This is work I've done with Amelia Simeonova and Randy Akey. And Carla very kindly agreed to be our census person when I had to leave. So, and I'm going to be talking about this in the world of American Indian gaming. Just to talk a little bit about some of the terminology I'm going to be using. So the official term that the Office of Management and Budget uses for Indigenous people in the United States is American Indian Alaska Native. We don't have Alaska Natives in our data, so I'm going to be using the term AI. And I'm also going to be using the term tribe to use sort of official terminology that's used in the legal sense of federally recognized tribal groups. Okay, and our main questions with this research is, can public policy interventions change the intergenerational transmission of socioeconomic status? And here we're sort of inspired by work on the EITC and the CTC, and also some current discussions around universal basic income. And essentially what we're asking with this question is, do transfers to parents lead to better outcomes for children? And then a related question that we have is, when this unconditional cash transfer happens, does it alter the intergenerational household trajectory? So in other words, the big debate with unconditional cash transfers is whether you create a dependency state in the second generation, where people who are also going to be receiving the same kind of cash transfer as adults are going to not invest as much in their own human capital, are not going to work, etc. And so, spoiler alert, we find that that is not the case. So this question has been really difficult to study because you need to find quasi-experiments with sufficiently large and sufficiently random income shocks in order to say anything about it. But there have been some smaller scale and lower cash value experiments that show promise in this realm. So as I mentioned, we're going to be looking at this in the context of the industry of Indian gaming, and we are going to start with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act in 1988. This act established a formal process for American Indian governments to open tribally operated casinos. So prior to this, many tribes had their own sort of industries that were a little bit under the radar, and especially things like bingo halls and whatnot. And because of some state level legislation that aimed to curtail this industry, the federal government stepped in to establish this as something that sovereign governments could do, and then also sort of created the parameters over which these things would be run. So these gaming operations have spread far and wide in Indian country. The gaming operations, the revenues from them and associated programs dwarf any other public intervention on tribal lands. So we know that the revenue of this industry is 40 billion in 2024. And if you think of the profit margin of casinos, you should expect that about 40 to 60% of that is just pure profit going to the tribes. In contrast, the Bureau of Indian Affairs budget was only 1.9 billion, and the IHS budget for 2021 was only 6.3 billion. So this is a sort of intervention that should be compared more to something like the earned income tax credit, which was 6.3 billion. I think that should say, yeah, 63 billion in 2019. The law basically stated that revenues can be used for 5 different purposes: for tribal government operations, for tribal citizen general welfare, and under this are the profit sharing schemes that lead to cash transfers. It can also include things like scholarships, community centers, services for elderly, that sort of thing. They can be used for economic development, contributions to charitable organizations that aren't necessarily American Indian, and then also contributions to local non-tribal governments. Interestingly for us, the cash transfers are distributed to tribal members regardless of their location. The only rule about these transfers is that you have to be an enrolled member of the tribe. So many American Indians in the United States live off tribal reservations and did so during the time of the passage of the law. I think it's something around 60% of American Indians do not live on reservation tracts or zip codes. And so the casino treatment we recognized is different depending on the geographic residence of the individuals. We expect those who live on tribal lands are going to be treated to the business effects of the casino itself. And then they're also going to be impacted by cash transfers. And these things are very hard to separate for folks who live on the reservation. We've done work on this effect on the reservation. We find that, people move back to reservation lands in response to a casino being established. We see higher wages, we see higher incomes, a lot of good things occurring to tribal members who live on the reservation. Those who reside away from tribal lands, we don't expect them to be directly affected by casino operations, although we do see people move back, so they might be induced to migrate. But they still receive the cash transfers even if they don't live there. The other important aspect of this type of cash transfer, as opposed to some of the experiments that have taken place, is that these are perceived as permanent by the tribal members. So if you look at the history of casinos opening, very few of them actually close. And once a cash transfer is put into place, they are not usually rescinded. I don't think we even have one that we know of that has been rescinded. So tribal members should consider this to be cash that's coming in year by year. Yep.
So should we think about this only as the casino profits, or is this also like gas and cigarettes? Oh, sorry. Is this only the casino profits, or is this like gas and marijuana and cigarettes and all the things that are sold on tribal lands?
Yeah, we
for
should
cheap?
consider it only the casino profits.
Only the casino
Yeah,
profits, okay.
yeah. And there's, I don't know, I mean, there's been some of that. You know, there's been some outside businesses that have sort of entered the fray in that respect. But I do think that it's just the casino profits that are required by law to be just, that follow the, you know, used for the tribal benefit. So. Okay. So an important caveat that I might have to restate a couple times as we go through this is that we have absolutely no systematic, reliable information on the dollar value of these cash transfers. They have to be reported as part of AGI on federal taxes, which is why we have any information about them at all. But the tribes themselves, if any of you are familiar with the movie Children of the Flower Moon, you know that the tribes don't want these large dollar amounts understood by people outside of the tribe. So when I get to the data, I'll talk about how we gathered the information that we do have. Yeah.
Tell us about how tribes distributed this. Is there any reason to think that it might be harder for tribal members living off the community area? Gain these benefits than I mean, I know there's.
Yeah.
Tribes.
Yeah, I mean, so basically anything that we're able to do is sort of an intent to treat effect because we only know the self-reported identity of people. But the tribes keep fairly careful rolls of their members. And so I assume this would include addresses and anything else that you would need to send people money. So yeah, it is a little bit of a mystery. I mean, we just don't really know a lot of details about the cash transfers themselves. Yep.
Just picking up on that, you do know where people live in your data, right?
Yeah.
So have you like cut the results by living on a, you know, tribal land versus not?
Yeah, this is all living off tribal land in this presentation. Last year in the labor studies program, I did the on reservation stuff. So also very interesting. Okay. Yeah, so transfers have to be reported as part of AGI. And so we are going to see that we can separate that information out a little bit and get kind of a ballpark figure of how much these are. So as I mentioned, we would situate our research in studies of exogenous income shocks of different kinds, either experimental with the unconditional cash transfer RCTs that have come out, and also the quasi-experimental research that's been done on, for example, the mother's pension. We can also relate what we're talking about to one-time and potentially large influxes of cash from lottery wins and related things. And we would also kind of position this in the wider array of EITC research that shows broad benefits to children when parents receive regular influxes of money. So I would point to Jacob's paper with Kathy on that. So. Okay. I want to make sure I don't go too fast. In terms of prior work on casinos themselves, the impacts of casino operations plus cash transfers have examined effects for on-reservation adults, which is what we've done quite a lot of, and nothing that we know of for people who live off reservation because they're very hard to locate and identify. We've looked also at place-based impacts to see what kind of place-based effects occur on reservation as a result of casinos being opened. And then there are several other authors that also look at on-reservation results. So they're listed here, and they generally find broad positive effects for families and for children. There are a couple that find maybe some negative stuff, like Michael kind of alluded to, about increases in crime. But this has been mixed evidence. So it seems like overall there's some really good, strong benefits and not very many negatives when it comes to this industry. I'd just like to point out also that American Indians have a completely different view of gambling than sort of Puritan Americans do. They just don't consider it to be sort of like a magnet of vice, the way that we've kind of, framed it in other cases. And as I mentioned, a lot of the activity that happens around this begins in traditional games that have kind of been translated over into casino operations. So when we think about the intergenerational effects, I think the closest that anyone has come is the Great Smoky Mountains Study of Youth, which my co-authors, Randy and Amelia, and a variety of other co-authors of theirs have looked at adult educational attainment among children, and they find better attainment, reduced criminality, higher voting probabilities, as well as better mental health and personality traits. So what we're contributing to here is the limitations of prior work is, for example, with the Great Smoky Mountains study is those were only the experience of a single tribe, and they're hard to generalize to all American Indians. Things like lottery wins and the RCTs that have been run are probably not considered permanent cash by the recipients, and so that might make a big difference in how people are responding to the cash. Prior work also inadequately controls for selection. So as I mentioned, you find out that your potential ancestral connection to a tribe makes you eligible for large amounts of cash. So you would probably find out that, grandma was actually Florida Seminole or whatever. And so you go to get registered with your tribe where you might not have before. So we're going to do everything that we can to try to forestall that by using as early data we can get. And then there have also mostly been single generation studies where people have looked at just, the adults in the tribe and how their outcomes have changed, or possibly adults and young children. But the data that have been available are not conducive to looking at long-term intergenerational responses. So what we're going to do is we're going to take census, IRS, and tribal casino panel data and create a long data set of households that reside off tribal lands in 1989 and that are likely eligible for cash transfers. And this is especially nice because we can separate the potentially countervailing effects of the casino versus transfers, which we're not really able to do with the on-reservation folks, but we can do that here. Okay, so we start with IRS Form 1040, and we find anyone who filed a 1040 in 1989. Amy.
So I think it's really cool that, as you said, you're looking at the off-reservation folks so that you can get the direct effect of the cash transfers.
Yeah.
It could also separately be interesting to look at the net effect to people on tribal lands of both. And I guess I was also wondering, maybe, so apologies if you said this, approximately what share of the target population is on tribal lands versus not?
I seem to remember about 60% are off tribal lands.
Yeah, so it would be very interesting if there were differential effects.
Yeah. We do have the on-reservation paper that one of the things you can't have the cash transfers without the casino, right? So, yeah, and we do find, as I mentioned, generally positive results for both on wages and income for the adults. So, yep.
Is Oklahoma non-reservation?
I'm trying to remember so state recognized tribes are not in the data. So you have to be a federal.
Recognized reservation in Oklahoma in 1989, according to the law in 1989, Oklahoma would not be it would be off reservation. Given the nature of the tribal activity in those states, I might like to see some sensitivity analysis where you drop Oklahoma.
We-
If it is included in.
We don't include any only state recognized tribes in the linkage that we do.
I'm asking about
So-
if there are reservations in the state of Oklahoma. Because it was Indian territory and
Right.
then it was ruled that there was no longer a reservation there. Then there's a recent Supreme Court case. But
Mhm.
because there's such a large concentration of American Indians there, it is often like a reservation, even though it won't be on like a list of federally recognized reservations.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
But now the Supreme Court has said that actually in 1989, Oklahoma was an Indian reservation. We can talk later if you want.
No, that's okay, because we drop, after the linkage that we do to the treatment, we drop any of the state recognized tribal areas. So people would be linked to the tribe and then be dropped. So it's not our linkage is not geographic in this paper.
You say whether they're living on a reservation or not, you're using the
Right.
location of where they live.
Right. So why don't I go through and tell you how we're linking everything.
Drop sample and see if that changes the effects. 'Cause
Right.
It's like they're living on a reservation.
Okay, yeah. Why don't I go through the way that we build the data and then,
Sorry.
yeah, it might be clear.
Follow up on this a little bit, so I just, I should say that I just happen to have a graduate student who's been, and she's very well known to Randy, as a matter of fact, Randy Akey, who's working on a very similar project. She looks at the opening of every gaming operation and its timing and sort of like a difference in differences
Right.
procedure. And instead of having the cash transfer, she has the revenues of each gaming operation. Obviously going from zero and then for each year afterwards. And first of all, I'd be glad to share the data with you because she's going on to be like a Google person or something. I could ask her for the data. But I think the thing that I wanted to point out was the vast majority of gaming operations in the United States are in Oklahoma, like the
Right.
vast
Yeah.
majority of them. And most of them are very small. And I think most of us tend to think of the big casinos of which we are aware,
Right.
like maybe the Algonquin ones that are here in New England or something
Mhm.
like that. But that's not your typical gaming operation. Your typical gaming operation is like a
Right.
small place that
Yep.
has only card games, may have no table games,
Mhm.
so it's just there's a long tail of tiny gaming operations and a few ones that are enormous resort types of places that have, like not Frank Sinatra because he's dead, but Frank Sinatra type people come and sing.
Right.
And they're like Las Vegas.
Yeah, yeah.
basically. So that's kind
Yeah,
of
and-
just to give a sense. of what
Yeah,
they're like.
and the smaller tribes are more likely to have cash transfers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that does make a difference. So to get back to Oklahoma, I know that we have taken it into consideration. And I believe the decision was that we were not going to use them in our work. So, yeah, I would have to confirm that, but maybe it's something that I can check in the paper. But I guess what I'm suggesting is if we decided not to use people with that tribal connection, they're not in our data, regardless of whether we start off looking at off-reservation people, they would have gotten dropped further along the line. Does that make sense? Yes, okay, good. All right. So then we link to the 2000 decennial, and we select American Indian adults who state a tribal affiliation. So I do know that we dropped Navajo and the state only recognized tribes at this stop in the selection. We trace adult outcomes in further data. So we have 1994, 1995, and then 1998 to 2017 for the adults. We then link treatment information, which is measures of casino operations and cash transfer programs that were gathered by the authors and people who came before us in this research world. But we essentially spent a good solid week doing nothing but double checking every tribal website we could get our hands on and a whole variety of sources of data. To get the cash transfer information, we had to make some FOIA requests in order to get that. So, and I'm happy to share that data with you. Although if she's going to Google, she might not need it. Okay. So we link the treatment information using I'll get to that in a second, but the adult outcomes that we're going to be looking at are from tax unit information. So we have income in the form of AGI, we have wages and salary, and we have any employment and marital status. So our any employment variable is basically, because we're looking at the tax unit, it's did you report wage and salary? Or did you have a self-employment filing? And so unfortunately, we don't have individual level information on wages for the adults. This is very similar to our work, so it is what it is. This shows the number of census tracts that are that have a reservation, and showing basically the growth of casino operations over time. Yes.
The last one. Does anyone? I think you can observe if anyone moves on reservation.
Yeah.
Can you show that?
We show that in other work, but yes, we've got papers and proceedings that shows how people migrate back to the reservation.
So should we think of like some people as now experiencing the cash transfer and casino?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, we haven't. We do have some results for this group that did not get through DRB, showing the return to reservation. It's not as large as you would have expected. I think it's mostly, in fact, the younger generation that moves back, and you'll see that in the results. But the PNP is it doesn't focus in just on this population. It looks farther out at both American Indians and whites as to whether they move back to the reservation for economic purposes. Okay. So basically the solid line is the reverse of the dotted line. It just shows the growth in casino census tracts over time, and then also the number of cash transfer tracts. I just wanted to point out that prior work on American Indians in this topic has used the census geography to link the casino information. We are going to be using tribal identity from the 2000 census, but there's a nearly one-to-one crosswalk between tribal designations and their reservation geography. So the tribal designations that are, given to you as you take your census, very, very closely correspond to actual locations where the reservation is. So we found that there's a nearly one-to-one correlation with these things. Okay, for the children, we're going to use the dependent claiming to link children to the selected adults. And we have this beginning in 1994. And we follow children into adulthood using the 1040 data that we had before, but also including IRS W-2. And for a sample of the children, we're going to use the American Community Survey to look at educational attainment. We're going to assign children to the tribe that either parent reports, and in the case where each parent is from a different tribe, we'll take the mother's tribe. And we don't use the children's self-reports because, again, in this time period, there's an inducement for children to say that they are a member of the tribe. Outcomes for children then are at the tax unit and at the individual level. So we have AGI and individual earnings, marriage, and whether or not you reside on reservation. I'm only going to be showing AGI and earnings. And then I'm also going to show some suggestive evidence from the ACS subsample on educational attainment. I'll explain as I go through this. We've definitely been affected by the new commerce rule on using noise-infused data. And so there were some things that were queued up to get DRB'd before this that did not get DRB'd. But you'll have to take my word for it that we did all these things. Okay, so we're going to measure the children's outcomes between ages 21 and 27. And we'll show you results with these different age groups kind of binned up. I did a timeline because it is always tough in these talks to have people, you know, really understand kind of the length of the data that we're talking about. So the earliest childbirth cohort that we can really see is 1979. In 1988, the law is signed, so that's where our policy takes place. In 1989, the data window opens, so this is where we first see tax filers and where we select them. 1994 is the beginning of dependent claiming and is the next set of tax years after 1989 that we have available. And then we have tax data from 1998 onward to 2017 for the parents and 2019 for the children. And then for the American Community Survey, we can see 2005 to 2019. I'll stop for any further. Yes.
So for 1989, this is basically whether people self-report that they are American Indians. Is that right?
The self-report actually occurs in 2000. So that's where we're selecting the reported tribal affiliation.
I mean, I think there's quite a lot of literature on the idea that there are a lot of people who self-report being American Indians who are not enrolled members of tribes and who in
Right.
fact could not be enrolled members
Right.
of tribes.
Yeah.
So isn't that going to be attenuating your results quite a lot? I mean, in other
Yeah.
words, you might be understating things because you have a lot of people who you think are potentially getting treated who are in fact not.
No, I agree with you. As I mentioned, this is basically an intent to treat. And what I can say is that if you look at people who respond in 2000, one of the things with responding American Indian is the fact that people were given 4 times to report their race. And so a lot of the time we see it in the, you know, 4th category, for example. So we're taking the first 2 race categories that people have chosen. When people choose American Indian alone and they choose a tribal affiliation, sorry, let me go back. When they report American Indian alone, 80% of them choose a tribal affiliation. When you get to the second category, it starts to reduce dramatically, 60% or whatever, and then it gets lower and lower as you go out. So I think a lot of that increase is people given the option to report for their race categories and just saying, you know, oh, and I have American Indian and putting it on the answer. But we're
restricting it just to the people who reported as just primary.
Just primary?
Yeah.
No, we took the first 2, but that's a good idea.
Because I think a lot of your people who are going to be ineligible to be enrolled are going to have it as the secondary. I mean, I'm not trying to bring up but it's a salient example. I mean, Elizabeth Warren might have reported that she was American Indian, and I doubt she was eligible for tribal enrollment. So I think there are a lot of people, she's just a salient example, but there are a lot of people who say that they're American Indian, who are indeed probably part American Indian, but not eligible for enrollment. You have
I agree with
1/30 second.
So Maggie, can you adjust for this because you see the first stage by seeing AGI? So you can see the transfers show up in
Right.
AGI, right?
Yeah.
So why do you say you can only report intent to treat?
So we have done that exercise where we're just looking at, you know, we kind of subtract off wage and salary and we see AGI alone. And I've tried kind of playing around with that to see if we can sort of isolate the transfer, but there's so many other elements that go into AGI that we don't see.
Sure, but there
So-
should still be I mean, if there are fluctuations in these transfers over the years, you should be able to infer how much, like, what's the pass through basically.
Right.
In the Elizabeth Warren type of case, you should see pass through of 0. And for others, you should see more, and that should give you some sense, right?
Try that.
Might be just too messy trying to pick it out of the AGI. But I can.
Yeah.
It's not like a separate, it wouldn't be separately listed
No, no,
anywhere.
it's separate transfer. Sure, but with a large enough sample, you would think it's.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
worth
worth
a try.
trying.
Worth a
Yeah. Okay. All right, so here are the means of variables in 1989 for our adult sample. You can see across the board that the different groups, the people who only get a casino and no cash transfer, and the folks who get a casino and cash transfer, and those who never get a casino, all kind of look similar. You do see, is that the thing? Yeah, that's the thing. You do see that there are so many more people who eventually get a casino than who get a casino and a cash transfer. So this goes back to what we were talking about with, these are generally smaller tribes. And then there are actually very few people, or much fewer people who never get a casino. So this has really kind of taken over the American Indian sort of business model, really. Is there anything else I want to say about that? I don't think so.
So sorry, your treatment group is the 11,000, I'm sorry, for that?
Yep.
Your treatment group is right hand column.
We're gonna look at the casino only as well and see if we find any effects for them. But yeah, these are all people not on tribal land. Yep. Yep. Okay. For children, we see different results that are actually going to start appearing in our regression results as well. So the children whose parents were only sort of treated to the casino have less in income and you know, a little bit more in W-2 wages. They were also a little bit older when the casino opened than the folks whose parents had a casino and cash transfer. I think the reason for this is that the cash transfers tended to come later for casinos that were originally founded or established. And then we got into a world where when a tribal nation decided to establish a casino, they would put a cash transfer in right away. So it would be part of their contract with the federal government for getting the casino. And again, these are smaller tribes as well. So I think they were later comers to the market. We see that those whose parents never experienced a casino have considerably less in income than the other two groups. But their wages actually look quite similar. So I'm not, I mean, the wages are conditional on having a W-2. So I'm not exactly sure what accounts for that. It's something that we're going to be digging into a little bit more. Okay, so we have two treatments. We have the casino opening and we have unearned cash transfers that are conditional on the casino having opened. When present, the cash transfers are sent to all tribally enrolled citizens, as I mentioned. For minors, the transfers are usually banked and then they receive them once they reach maturity. Yep. Whoops. Yeah. We haven't looked at mortality. We've looked at marriage and we've looked at fertility for the children, and we don't really see any effects for them. Again, it's something that we worked on it, but didn't get it DRB'd because it was not interesting. But yeah, we did look at that. For mortality, I think we're limited in our data, so we don't have the Numident death file on this particular project, but it would be a really interesting thing to look at. And I think Amelia in particular has started doing some work on that might see the light of day. Okay. So yeah, as I mentioned, for minors, the transfers are usually banked. And I think when they reach the age of 18, they receive them. So our predictions are that casino operations are not going to have a clear influence on off-reservation tribal members, but we can test this in our data. So we're going to take a look to see if that's something that we find. This is aside from the migration question, which we have looked at in separate work. So, and we do find that it does increase migration. But with people migrating to sort of less affluent places, which tribal reservations tend to be, it's sort of a wash in terms of whether we see an impact on wages or income for them. And so cash transfers are, okay, I basically said that, so I don't need to do it again. We're going to use two separate approaches to study the effect of casino openings and cash transfers. And for the adults, we're going to look at essentially an individual fixed effect model, where we're going to just be controlling for a person in time effects. And then we might have some some time varying elements that we look at in X, including whether or not you're married in the year that we're looking at, or how many children you have. So we're just going to use this individual panel setup in a difference in differences model, comparing individuals from tribes that got casinos to those who did not over time. We also, because this is a staggered treatment, we did the Callaway and Santa Ana models. I cannot show them to you because they did not get through DRB, but they will be in the paper when the paper finally comes out. Yes.
For time varying characteristics, like whether you're married or have kids, just because it's potentially
Endogenous. Yeah. Okay. We've done it both ways. It doesn't really make a difference. So, yeah. Okay. And then for the children, we're going to look at income, education, and marital status. I'm not going to show you marital status. I'm going to be showing income variables and education. And for them, we can't use individual panels, because what we want to do is we want to isolate the receipt of the cash transfer that they experienced as children. Like, that's the important question. And so we're just going to have, did your parents have a casino before you turned 18? Or did they have a cash transfer before you turned 18? And that's going to be the variable of interest. In all models, we're going to use cohort and tribe selection, so that we're including a tribe fixed effect. And we are going to be comparing children who were treated before the age of 18 to people who are not treated at all, and also tribal members within their own tribe who were treated after the age of 27. So we're looking at them at younger ages, but the casino or cash transfer didn't begin until after they turned 27.
You have two potential sources of variation. One is for children who, are what you call treated. Some based on their birth cohort year, some of them, their parents got a casino or cash and some didn't. And then you have children whose parents got the same treatment, but the children were either younger or birth cohort way younger or way older. And so you're doing that all in one regression?
Yeah, yeah.
So I see. So, okay. And why can't you put, I mean, I guess you could also do them separately. And also, why can't you look at casino and cash in the same regression that would be the previous equation?
It's a less clear story for the children, because it's very hard to sort of, so it's very hard to get the cohort selection correct without looking at the treatments separately. So it creates kind of a mess, and saying, you were treated before 18, and then we're selecting people who were treated to something different maybe later on. And the timing gets really difficult to.
Stacking up.
Yeah.
Each cohort is a given treatment, and then the controls are people of that age, who didn't get that treatment.
Yeah.
Got no treatment, or of a different age. But
Yeah. We've done it both ways, essentially, and this seemed to be a lot easier to articulate. So, yeah, Jacob.
Kind of echoing a point made by Amy. So you're averaging and you're getting an average effect, which is fine, but it seems like the kids who started getting the money at age 3 would have a bigger effect than those who started getting it at 16. So
Yeah,
can you
definitely.
at least parameterize that some way?
Yeah, we're working on that. It's something that we haven't quite accomplished yet, but yeah, we want to do an exposure effect very much like that. Yeah.
So, if I have a kid and, you know, we're in the tribe, the money's gonna be sitting in a bank somewhere for them. Am I allowed to spend that on their behalf? Like, what are the rules?
No, I think it's held in trust for them.
Okay,
They
so I
can't.
like can't,
No.
you know, send them to private school with that money or
I
something.
don't think so. No, I don't think that's the way it works. Again, it goes to kind of like this black box that I've been talking about. So I have 2 minutes to actually finish, but I'm gonna keep going. All right, so to get to the regression results, we see that for the adults, they have a lot more in AGI in response to the casino and cash together, but the casino alone doesn't really have any effect. And then for wage and salary, we see this decrease, which is not quite, it doesn't quite eliminate the AGI effect. So you kind of have to add these together to kind of get a ballpark figure of what the cash transfer would look like. And again, casino doesn't have any effect on wage and salary. And then we also see that there's a slight employment decrease among the adults who receive the cash transfer. So one of the things that we have looked at and that we do have results for, but we haven't put them into the DRB submission and we're considering whether or not to do it, is that a lot of this, if you remember, our selection was on people who were 45 at the oldest in 1989. And we're thinking that some of this is retirement. It's just basically being able to retire earlier in response. We also see that getting to what Raj was saying is that people who look like they probably have a higher cash transfer are more likely to be the ones who withdraw from the labor market or, have lower tax unit wage and salary. Based on a comment that we got from an earlier presentation of this work, we looked at only the people who received the casino and cash simultaneously, kind of separately. And we find bigger effects for them across the board where they have higher income, lower wage and salary reporting, and then, a lower any employment, probability of employment. And I've got 10 seconds for the kids. Okay, which is I'm not going to do the summary of the adult earners, but to get to the children. Okay, for children, we find that the casino actually leads to a slightly higher income for the children and a lower probability that they're married. We think that this might have to do with migration back to the casino, where they have more job opportunities than they would have otherwise. And then for the cash transfer, we see wages, we focus on wages and working at ages 24 to 27, but then income, when they started receiving it and marriage at the same time. So we see that they do have larger wages, even though they obviously are receiving income through the cash transfer as well. So we don't see a lower labor market either on the intensive or extensive margin for children who receive the cash transfer. So they seem to be working. They also seem to be getting more educated. And these are the really fabulous results that I was not able to show you because of census DRB being a mess. So we had earlier results. I decided not to show the numbers because they were dramatically different from these new results, but the direction in the statistical significance is the same. And they are large. These are large effects on education. So higher probability of high school graduation, higher some college and college. And so I will point to Jacob and Kathy's paper again to say that our effect sizes dollar for dollar are very similar to what Jacob and Kathy find for the earned income tax credit. It would amount to maybe as much as a 10% increase over the control mean. So they're getting more educated. We think this is a human capital story where their wages are higher because they have more education. So we don't see that there's any kind of, there's no disincentives in the cash transfers for the younger generation for working. Okay, that's it.
Getting better.
right, so we have another break and we'll be back here at 3.
Yeah. Maggie. Sorry.
Yeah.
Why would there be payment? The outside.
I've heard from all the students, then why do you say, president?
They all know. It's like, there's like totally untreated. It's like a. I get this. You read again. It doesn't.
I insisted on time. Yeah.
Yeah. They have the iPad.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You're around all.
Great. That's perfect. Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's mostly for us. Wake up at 3 a.m. Put it on, go back outside. Okay, so you're still switching. Oh, not too much. Yeah, I mean, it's a long flight, just like most. But then on the way back, it's like two or 3 hours long bill. Yeah, on the way back. Yeah, that's my help, my phone. No, this was the house of mug. It's constrained, doesn't it? Why is the battle just a cup? Oh, yeah, I mean, I really wouldn't do it. Yeah, so they don't. So I know that like now it's just like really but I was reading about it. I mean it's still good. What he's done but anyway basically he's saying about then we're just working on then you know they're like saying there are reasons to it's like it's like and then loss. Trying to separate the size. I don't if you don't have the dollar, the very boss, you're leaving over as super so it's not great, but it's that's right. It's mostly is so like
Okay.
Right.
Which one's not big? That one. Actually, I think it's all right, I'll sit on the rest. It's in the back. Yeah, so you can keep it.
So they kind of want to keep my paper, I guess, so. Honest thoughts. Oh,
I think it's no, I just want to say something like. Make friends. Nothing makes friends more than that. Yes.
Okay, guys. Everyone take their seats, and Marika, take it away.
All right. So thanks very much for including our paper. So doctors play a central role in determining access to disability benefits in many social insurance programs worldwide. In the US, disability from workplace injuries is covered by workers' compensation insurance. This is a large program. In 2019, it paid out $63 billion in benefits, which was more than twice what was paid out for unemployment insurance that year, and is comparable in size to either the Earned Income Tax Credit or the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program in that year. Doctors serve as the gatekeepers of this program. Their assessments of physical impairments determine eligibility for cash benefits. Despite the fact that there's uniform eligibility rules on paper that say workers with the same circumstances and the same conditions should be eligible for the same benefits, in practice, doctors could make different decisions, even though guidelines, trainings, professional standards all encourage consistency. So the research question here is, how much discretion do doctors exercise in evaluating disability claims? And what are its consequences, its correlates, its interaction with market forces, and its implications for program design? So let me tell you a little bit more about the setting so you can understand the motivation for this question. Workers' compensation covers both medical care related to your injury and lost wages for workplace injuries. This coverage is defined by the state, but in practice, employers purchase this coverage from private insurers. Doctors are the key gatekeepers in this program, and they play a dual role. They both oversee all the medical care you get for your injury, but they also certify your physical impairments, which effectively determines your eligibility for cash benefits. The choice of doctor is a subject of ongoing policy debate in workers' compensation programs. Most states let the injured worker pick their own doctor, just like you might in any healthcare setting or many healthcare settings, but that's increasingly controversial. And roughly a third of states now restrict that choice, often allowing the insurer to pick the doctor for you, some of them allowing the insurer to specify a short list from which you have to choose. It's also an interesting fact that in a setting, disputes over doctor evaluations are incredibly common. Typically, the insurers are disputing, saying the worker is not as disabled as that doctor thinks they are. They affect roughly a third of claims with cash benefits, and these claims are disproportionately expensive and make up more than half of program-wide costs. The way a dispute is settled is that the state assigns a second doctor to go evaluate that claimant. And there's growing policy debate about how to assign these second doctors, and different states do different things. About half the states allow the insurer to just pick the doctor and send their favorite doctor, and about half the states use some sort of administrative auto assignment. So there's a heated policy debate over both who gets to pick the primary gatekeeper doctor and who gets to select the doctor if there is a dispute. And these debates really come down to the same fundamental question: how much discretion do doctors really exercise in evaluating disability? Policymakers say here that they want consistency. Standardization of evaluations is an explicitly stated policy goal within workers' compensation systems. But we know that evaluating impairments probably involves some judgment. What the doctors are assessing here is how quickly is that worker recovering from their injury, when has their healing plateaued, and once it has plateaued, do they have any partial permanent impairment going forward? Stakeholders in this market sharply disagree over how much scope there is for discretion. Some argue that the guidelines and trainings are sufficient for doctors to reach really similar conclusions, if not identical, while others argue that there's huge scope for discretion and argue that either insurers or claimants could exploit those differences to try to move the doctor allocation in their preferred direction.
So despite the centrality of doctors as gatekeepers here and increasing debates over their role in this program, we know surprisingly little about the true scope for doctor discretion or how market forces and allocation policy debates shape claimant outcomes and program costs. And so we're going to be trying to shed light on those issues in this paper. We're going to be using comprehensive administrative data from the state of Texas and random assignment of doctors to claims that arises through the dispute resolution process. We're going to leverage those to first identify the scope for discretion. So we'll characterize the distribution of doctor generosity. I'll be more precise about what I mean by doctor generosity in a moment, but it's basically the leniency that doctor demonstrates in allowing continued eligibility for cash benefits. We're then going to ask, what does this mean for claimants and program costs, identifying the consequences for discretion. We're then going to look at the correlates of discretion, which doctor characteristics are associated with generosity. We'll then look at the role of market forces in this setting. So to do this, we're going to bring in broader data from the workers' compensation market, not just the disputed claims, to try to ask questions like, do claimants sort towards more generous doctors when they have their pick of doctors? Or do we see insurers more likely to dispute evaluations for cases managed by more generous doctors in line with their incentives? And then the final piece of the paper is we're going to explore the policy implications of our findings. And in particular, we're going to ask questions like how would alternative eligibility or assignment rules, including those debated in this setting and those used in other states, affect outcomes and costs? I'm a fast talker. I think I'll get there, but in case I don't, I'll give away what we find now. So we find doctors vary substantially in how they evaluate physical impairments, and that matters for worker outcomes and program costs. A 1 standard deviation, more generous doctor increases cash benefits by roughly 20%, increases your time out of work collecting those benefits by roughly 20%, increases subsequent medical spending for your injury by about 12%, and increases total workers' compensation costs by 17%. We examine the correlates of this behavior, and we find that doctor generosity varies systematically with a doctor's credential, specialty, and experience. These are all features that are actually used in defining the scope of practice regulations, like who's allowed to do these exams in various states, so this will connect directly to our policy analysis. We then examine the role of market forces, and the evidence there is consistent with claimants sorting towards more generous doctors, consistent with demand-driven reallocation in this market. And also we find evidence consistent with insurers more often disputing evaluations for claims managed by more generous doctors in line with their incentives. Our policy counterfactuals all basically come down telling us that commonly debated alternative eligibility and assignment rules can substantially shift outcomes and costs. And I'll get to that hopefully later in the talk. Okay, before I continue, I want to briefly mention how we think about the contribution relative to related work. So we think about this as contributing to roughly 4 literatures. The first is the workers' compensation literature. Much of the prior work there has focused on either worker or employer incentives, thinking about benefit design or experience rating. So our paper is going to be entering here by providing novel, large-scale causal evidence on doctors as program gatekeepers and illustrating that they're an important but understudied determinant of claimant outcomes and costs. We're also extending a broader literature in social insurance. Some work in this literature has used gatekeeper variation as an instrument to look at the effect of benefit receipt on some other outcomes, treating discretion as a convenient source of identifying variation rather than as the object of interest itself. We're taking quite a different perspective in this paper. We're trying to identify discretion as the object of interest itself and trace out its consequences for allocation policy. And our study illustrates that gatekeeper discretion can play a central role in social insurance systems and that policies impacting gatekeeper allocation can be as important as statutory benefit design in shaping claimant outcomes and aggregate program costs. We're also complementing a literature on provider heterogeneity in healthcare. Prior work documents outcome differences across providers who differ in key characteristics like training, race, gender, and some of this work identifies provider effects via things like relocations or retirements. To date, there's been very limited existing large-scale causal evidence on the role of doctor discretion in medical evaluations. This is challenging, both because it's hard to find identifying variation, like random variation in healthcare settings, but also from a measurement perspective. Typically, interactions between doctors and patients are quite complex, and it's hard to isolate the doctor evaluation component of those. And so we're going to be using the large-scale random assignment and the well-defined nature of these evaluations to characterize the magnitude for doctor discretion in medical evaluations of physical impairments, how it shapes outcomes, it varies across doctors, and impacts or interacts with market behavior. Finally, we're adding to a literature that's thought about the connection between producer performance and market allocation. In the healthcare setting, prior work has shown evidence consistent with demand-driven reallocation towards better performing hospitals or towards primary care doctors who have better patient ratings. We're going to be complementing this by focusing on a setting where doctors act as gatekeepers for disability benefits, like they do in many disability programs worldwide. Our findings here show that market forces operate even when doctors serve in this kind of gatekeeping role, with meaningful consequences for both claimant outcomes and program costs. Okay, so next I'm going to tell you a little bit of background about workers' compensation that you need to know to understand what it is we do. So when a worker is injured at work, they're going to start receiving medical treatment that's paid for by workers' compensation insurance. This is no out-of-pocket cost to them, and it's indefinite in duration. It does not matter if they ever miss any work. It does not matter if they ever collect any cash benefits. They're still eligible for this medical coverage. The worker chooses a treating doctor. That treating doctor will oversee all the medical care that they do and also their cash benefit eligibility. The worker will start receiving temporary income benefits, wage replacement benefits, when they miss at least 7 days worth of work. It turns out only about 20% of workers end up missing 7 days worth of work when they're injured on the job. Many people miss no work, some people miss a few days of work, but about 20% of workers end up collecting wage replacement benefits among all injured workers. These will end when the earliest the following 3 conditions are met. The worker decides to return to work. The treating doctor determines the worker has reached maximum medical improvement, which basically means that their healing has plateaued. They're not expected to get better from there. And then the last condition is that the workers receive these benefits for 2 years. Basically, nobody receives these benefits for 2 years. So the way benefits end is that the worker decides to return to work or the treating doctor cuts them off. If your healing has plateaued and your temporary benefits end, if you have some permanent partial impairment, you may be eligible for additional lump sum payments that do not depend on your work status. And what it does depend on is the severity of your partial permanent impairment. So that is going to be rated by that same treating doctor, that severity, and that will determine the size of those lump sum payouts. In this population, almost everybody is returning to work after they finish their wage replacement benefits. It's just a question of whether they're returning to work at full capacity or with some lingering back pain or some lifting restrictions and things like that. Just to give you a sense, the average permanent impairment rating on a scale of 0 to 100 among those with a non-zero rating is 6%. So relatively minor permanent impairments, if at all, in this population. Yes, oops, sorry.
So I assume there is an additional level of discretion to determine whether the accident was at work or not.
So that's not assessed by doctors.
That happened, or
that could be happening in the background by some case manager or by lawyers, other agents that are not going to be part of the what we're going to be talking about here. Doctors are assessing the degree to which this person continues to be, healing from their injury and what impairment do they have on a permanent basis going forward. Yeah.
I assume the treating doctor doesn't just do workers' comp claims.
That's right. Yeah.
And so can you see how they treat non-workers' comp patients?
So we don't have data on the non-workers' comp patients, but your instinct is right, both about the treating doctors here and about the designated doctors, which I'll tell you about in a moment, who are going to be doing these randomized evaluations.
So I guess, do you have NPIs, like the physician ID number?
Yes.
So in principle,
we could go look at other data.
Look in the Medicare data. You don't have to link the data sets. Just
Yeah.
look at how those NPI, and see if basically what you've identified as a treatment style is homogeneous across different types of patients, or anyway, could be.
Absolutely. I think that'd be really interesting to explore, and for the work, I'm happy to talk to you about it later, but that is definitely possible in this setting. Okay. So this treating doctor has a lot of control over your cash benefits, right? They decide when the temporary benefits are cut off. They also decide the size of these lump sum payments effectively by deciding your severity rating. So you might not be surprised to know that sometimes workers disagree with their treating doctor. They think they're more disabled than the treating doctor thinks they are. More often, the insurer disagrees with the treating doctor. They think the worker is less disabled than the treating doctor thinks they are. And so both parties can formally file a dispute. And in the case of a dispute, what happens is the Texas Department of Insurance will assign a designated doctor to go evaluate that claimant. So since 2013, they use an automated algorithm that randomly assigns designated doctors to these disputed claims. This is based on 2 factors: the claimant's county and the credential of the doctor. Is the doctor an MD or DO, or is the doctor a DC, a doctor of chiropractic medicine? If it's a straightforward musculoskeletal injury, like almost all workers' compensation claims are, then any one of the doctors who are eligible in that county could be randomly assigned. If instead it's a more complex case, like a musculoskeletal injury with complicating PTSD, they're going to randomly assign a doctor from the subset of those doctors who have an MD or DO credential. We observe all this information about the claim so we can condition on it to isolate the conditional random assignment. The designated doctor's evaluation here is binding for benefit determination. So what that doctor says goes. Our analysis here is going to cover designated doctor exams from 2013 to 2019. There are more than 91,000 of these randomized evaluations performed by more than 1,000 different doctors. So this large-scale random assignment is very helpful for identifying both the scope for and the consequences of doctor discretion. Yeah.
Quickly, is there any way to dispute, like, is there a legal process if you really disagree with this outcome?
Yes, there is some sort of appeal process, and the number of people going through that is vanishingly small. Yeah. Whereas these affect a third of claims with cash benefits. So this is incredibly common. Yeah.
I'm just interested in the incentive of doctors to retain their status as gatekeepers. Like, are there jobs here that like nurses could do like within this process? Like, are there states where that's allowed or that kind of thing?
I'm not aware of states that allow nurses to do this, but there is quite a bit of variation across states in which doctors are allowed to do this. So I'm going to talk a lot about that when it comes to thinking about policy implications. But for example, some states ban chiropractors from doing these exams, even though Texas is quite permissive and chiropractors can do them. There's also some states that put experience threshold on doctors. You must have some history of treating injured workers before you could be certified to do these exams. Texas has no such restriction, right? So I'm going to talk more about that. But as far as I know, it doesn't get, more expansive in allowing sort of people without one of these types of credentials to do the exam. Yeah.
They bear the cost by the workers' comp claims at the end of the day.
Yes and no. So firms can either be fully insured or self-insured. If they're self-insured, they are the insurer and they can formally dispute because they are the insurer. If they're not fully insured, right? Like if they're not self-insured and they're purchasing insurance, it is experience rated, but it's not as direct their connection to the cost, but they don't have a formal role in disputing. The insurer does. Yeah.
Curious about what information remains public from the individual's perspective. If I recall, used to be the case that you could actually buy or query an individual's historical workers' comp cases in the state of Texas only.
Yeah, there's certain circumstances over which some information is available and not others. And if you're a future employer, there's some restrictions on that. But it varies state by state. And so I don't remember the current state of affairs in Texas, but Texas has, in general, more permissive open records requests. Especially if it pertains to yourself, but sometimes when it pertains to people you're considering hiring. Yeah.
Marika, what's the length of time typically between sort of the initial incident and then if you're going to do the appeal, being assigned a designated doctor, getting that designated? I'm just worried about the decay in information, right? If you see the person the day after the person is injured, you're going to presumably have a lot more information about the injury and how serious it was at the beginning versus if you see the person 6 months later
Right.
and the person's still complaining about having back pain, but at that point, it's not very close to the injury.
So actually what's being disputed here is whether they can stay on cash benefits. It's not usually whether they were ever eligible. So oftentimes this is happening, a month, 2 months into your workers' compensation spell. And the question is, well, shouldn't you have healed by now and gotten back to work? Or that's what the insurer thinks.
Okay, so that's all that's under dispute is whether you can stay.
Exactly. So you want to think about everybody agrees on the circumstances. You clearly tore your meniscus. You've been rehabbing your knee. The question is, are you now healed as you're ever going to get? And, do you have any standing restrictions on how long you could do that at your job? That sort of thing. Yeah.
So designated doctor knows that this is disputed case.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So should I think that they may potentially have a different a reaction relative to the case that they are actually initially seeing this as a non-disputed case?
It could be. These designated doctors are conflict of interest rules such that they've never interacted with this claimant before and they're not allowed to interact with them going forward. So they don't have explicit incentives here. But they could treat that claimant differently than a claimant they would normally manage, right? They have been communicating with them less often. So that is definitely possible.
But when you kind of define about generosity is defined at this stage of this stage of reassignment.
We're going to be estimating generosity from this stage because we have the random assignment to rely on. That said, we have a lot of analysis in the paper correlating observational generosity with your standard patients.
Yeah.
with your generosity that we can pull out of these exams, because there's overlap in the doctors that do these exams. We can do that exercise. We find they are very much positively correlated. And if anything, doctors, maybe not surprisingly, would have more influence over the patients they normally manage as they're kind of continuously evaluating them instead of this kind of one-off interaction here that's happening with the disputed claims. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm going to continue. These designated doctors are being called on to serve as an impartial, objective medical expert to settle disputes about the claimant's ongoing level of disability. These doctors go through training to become a designated doctor and are required to recertify every 2 years. These doctors, I want to emphasize, are just typical doctors. These are not government bureaucrats. These are just typical doctors. They treat Medicare patients, Medicaid patients, workers' comp patients, private pay patients, all sorts of patients. These independent medical exams make up a small share of their business. On average, they're doing 24 of these exams a year. So you want to think about this as kind of a lucrative side hustle as opposed to their main gig. Texas law defines the scope for these exams. Designated doctors must review a claimant's medical records and perform an in-person exam, including testing of the affected body systems. They must draw on specified guidelines and provide a justification for their decisions. The designated doctors are not allowed to recommend medical treatment, and they have no previous or ongoing relationship with the claimant outside of an independent medical exam. Let me tell you about what they're deciding at the exam and how that could influence outcomes. So designated doctors are evaluating whether the claimant has a continued impairment on the date of that exam. If they determine the worker does have a continued impairment, that worker remains eligible for cash benefits, and any future evaluations revert to their normal treating doctor. If instead the designated doctor determines the worker has no continued impairment, the worker is no longer eligible for cash benefits. So what the designated doctor controls is whether or not the worker remains eligible for cash benefits after this exam. What they do not control completely is the downstream outcomes we'll look at, right? Things like the total amount of subsequent cash benefits received, the time out of work, the medical care. They can influence those through their decisions, but these may also be influenced by actions taken by the worker, by actions taken by their normal treating doctor, by the insurer, by the employer. So they're not mechanically dependent on the doctor. These are sort of true downstream outcomes. We're going to measure doctor generosity based on the part that the doctor themselves can control, and that is the share of claimants rated as having a continued impairment on the date of that exam. It's not completely yes, no. That's somewhat of a simplification, but it's almost completely yes, no. And so we do a lot of talk about this in the paper, and I'm happy to talk about this more too. We have different ways that we could think about this. We could either try to collapse things down to a binary dimension like doctor generosity and kind of have everything run through that, or we could think about just estimating a model where you put downstream outcomes on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side you put doctor fixed effects, and you say there's lots of ways doctors could affect things. It doesn't have to be through one binary dimension. How much of the variance in downstream outcomes is explained by doctor fixed effects and things like that. We do both exercises. It turns out if you do both exercises, that accounting will tell you that almost everything is explained by this binary simplification. So for the most part, it's easier to explain things with this binary through line. So I'm going to do that in the talk today, but both ways will get you essentially the same answer. Okay. All right, so the data we have has several components. We have medical bills paid for by workers' compensation insurers. We have all the normal information you'd have in medical bill data, like procedures, diagnoses, who performed the service. We have information about the claimant and their injury. We merge in information on cash benefits, like when they received the benefits, what benefits they received. We have information on these designated doctor exams, including who performed the exam, some exam outcomes, and the data of the exam. We merge in information about the doctors themselves on doctor demographics, educational background, and some other information as well. So to get right into it, let me talk about our evidence on the scope for discretion. So let I index the claimant here, D be the designated doctor, C be the county, T be the year code of the exam, and R be the required credential for that exam. Theta D is going to be the generosity of Dr. D, and we're going to estimate a model like this, where on the left-hand side, we have our outcome variable. Are you rated as having a continued impairment on the date of that exam? And on the right-hand side, we're going to have doctor fixed effects, these gammas. We're also going to include fixed effects to isolate the conditional random assignment. These claimant county by required doctor credential by year, quarter fixed effects. We'll also include an injury time effect throughout to control for potentially injury year effects as well. our estimate of doctor generosity is going to be equal to the estimated doctor fixed effects that come out of this equation. I'm going to denote that as theta hat to differentiate it from the true theta, which is unknown. These doctor effects are measured relative to one another, and the exam weighted mean is normalized to 0. And standard errors are calculated via the bootstrap. So in the paper, we provide a lot of evidence, validating the conditional random assignment, showing balance, placebo analysis, etc. It all checks out and looks as it should be given the random assignment that we understand to be happening in this setting. Okay, so let me tell you about the variation across doctors. So the first thing we do is we just test, do doctors differ from one another? With a simple F test on those doctor fixed effects, we can easily reject the null that doctors are all equally generous. The next thing we do is we calculate the variance across doctors. You can't just plug in the doctor fixed effects in a standard variance formula. You'll get something upward bias because of estimation error. So we do a split sample estimator. It's very similar to what we'd get if we just did an analytical correction. But basically, what we end up getting is the applied standard deviation is 10.2 percentage points in the likelihood of being rated as having a continued impairment. That's 13% of the mean. I'm going to talk a lot more about magnitude when I get into the consequences of these decisions for worker outcomes in a few slides. Before I get there, I want to mention that we also investigate the stability of doctor generosity, and we use a similar kind of split sample approach to calculate the covariance of doctor generosity, both over time and across claimants with different attributes. And what we find from that analysis is doctors are quite consistent in their evaluations, both over time and across claimants, differing by key characteristics like age and injury severity. Yes?
Are they a big share of total payments in Texas?
Thank you. So they're not a huge share of total payments in Texas, but in terms of explaining our marginal effects, it explains about half of the increase in cash benefits that we're going to find. So I'm going to talk more about that in a couple of slides if I can defer any more specific questions on that.
Generosity just based on the temporary.
That's not true. We're actually collapsing them both down in that single dimension. So basically, the way that you're assessed by that doctor, you can have a continued impairment in two ways. One way is that you have a continued impairment where you're still healing. In that case, you're eligible for continued wage replacement benefits. Another way you can have a continued impairment is the doctor could say, well, your healing has plateaued, but you have a partial impairment going forward forever. So you also have a continued impairment. So we're collapsing both dimensions of generosity into a simplifying unidimension. That is a simplification. And then we show in the paper that that simplification is a reasonable approximation of the overall effect of doctors. It captures about 85–90% of the overall hypothetical impact of all the channels in which the doctor could affect these downstream outcomes. Yeah. Okay. Yes. We actually do that here, and I put that on the slide, but I didn't say it. So yes, we do this kind of covariance approach where we basically split the sample with above, below, median injury severity to see how correlated doctor generosity is on a doctor by doctor basis, in one versus the other sample. And it seems doctors are quite consistent across more and less severe injuries. Is that what you meant? Okay.
Or differences in. If it's differences in beliefs, you can expect in less clear-cut, complex cases, that's where you have a lot more patients.
Okay.
In like very simple cases, but where
Okay.
there's still some room for doctors.
Yeah. Great question. Yeah, so we've thought a lot about this, and I think there's many thoughts I have on this, and I'm happy to talk to you about it more later. But this is a surprisingly homogenous population relative to what you might have in the back of your mind when you think about disability. All of these people have a musculoskeletal injury. All these people, it's been taken for granted that their injury is real, happened at work. And the question is, have they healed enough to go back to work? So we think that there's a lot of room for discretion, even in cases where, it's very straightforward to verify that the injury happened. We can see on an MRI, you tore your ACL. Everybody agrees you tore your ACL, but not everybody agrees on whether you need, to do 10 sessions of physical therapy instead of 7 to be able to heal enough to go back to work. So it's extremely, yeah. If you read the training materials, you get the sense that there's a lot of gray area, and it's sort of not surprising that you would see discretion in a vast array of cases. So in principle, we could investigate this like covariance on very small injury cells, on different types of injuries. But the vast majority of injuries here are all, muscles and sprains, and we don't have a good ex-ante way to say this is where there would be judgment on this particular margin, where it seems like there's a lot of judgment regardless of the injury type, if that makes sense. But I'm happy to talk to you more about it later. Yeah.
The first following up on Dimitri's, if I understand correctly, there's an appeals process, right?
This is
the
essentially the appeals
I see.
process.
But you could do this for the original doctor, right? To get, like kind of like in Sam Norris's job market paper, you could get you see with the appeals how the appeal doctor is rating things, and you could get at the underlying doctor's skill, like are they different skills in detecting how much healing you need versus objective functions and how nice you want to be to the worker?
Absolutely.
So
And
that
the first doctor is not randomly assigned. And I'm actually going to show you some evidence that people are quite that they're sorting on the first doctor, right? Like they're sorting towards doctors who are more generous. And so I'm going to talk more about that in a moment, but I do think that this multi-stage evaluation is really interesting, and Marcus and I have been thinking about this for future work, so I'm happy to talk more about it later, but for now, I'm going to continue given the interest of time, if that's okay. So beyond the variance, we also estimate the full distribution of doctor effects using an empirical Bayes deconvolution approach, similar to what's recommended in Walter's 2024 based on methods in Efron. We get this red distribution here. The interquartile range is 13.8 percentage points, or about 17% of the mean. The 90-10 range is 26.5 percentage points, or about a third of the mean. The other thing you can see is there's kind of a long left tail of ungenerous doctors. To think about the implications of that a different way, we have something that looks a little bit like a Lorenz curve. So on the x-axis, I have the share of doctors ordered from the most generous on the left-hand side to the least generous on the right-hand side. And the share of claimants who were denied further benefits is on the y-axis. The 45-degree line is drawn in here to represent the case if doctors were all equally generous to one another. The data is the blue line. It lies bowed away from the 45-degree line because doctors are quite different from one another. And what we can read off from this is that the least generous quartile of doctors is responsible for about 40% of denials of further benefits, while the most generous quartile of doctors is only responsible for about 10% of denials. So the denials are heavily concentrated among this kind of tail of ungenerous doctors. So the next natural question is, so what? How does this affect claimant outcomes and program costs? We know doctors differ in their decisions. What does that mean? So we're going to evaluate that. So we're going to use the random assignment of doctors to claimants to estimate the reduced form impact of being randomly assigned a more generous doctor for an independent medical exam. We'll continue to measure doctor generosity through the share of claimants rated as having continued impairment at that exam. But because this analysis focuses on people who themselves have independent medical exams, we're going to use a leave one out approach because we want to avoid any issues with reflection. The dependent variables we'll look at subsequent outcomes in the 3 years following the exam, including cash benefits they receive, time out of work collecting wage replacement benefits, medical outcomes, and workers' compensation costs. We'll estimate specifications like this, where on the left-hand side, we have our dependent variable. On the right-hand side, we have our leave-out generosity, which is Z. We have our conditioning variables to isolate the conditional random assignment. Oh, I didn't tell you. Our leave-out generosity measure, we're going to use empirical Bayes shrinkage to minimize the role of estimation error. Our objective is to estimate this reduced form directly. We're not going to be doing any sort of IV or something like that. We'll continue to include our conditioning variables to get the conditional random assignment. And we're also going to continue to control for injury time effects. The main coefficient of interest here is going to be beta, the reduced form effect of being assigned a more generous doctor. So here's the idea behind this identification. On the x-axis here, I have the residualized leave-out generosity based on the doctor's other exams. And on the y-axis, I have the residualized exam outcome from your own exam, whether you yourself are rated as having continued impairment. You can see it's very much associated. The more generous doctor you see, the more likely you yourself will be rated as having continued impairment. This coefficient on the overall slope here is about 1. We could do the same exercise, but instead of taking your actual exam outcome, we can take your predicted exam outcome based on baseline characteristics. Given the random assignment, baseline characteristics should be orthogonal to the generosity of the doctor you're eventually assigned. Fortunately, that's what we see. We get this flat line at 0 if we look at the relationship with your predicted your predicted exam outcome. We also look at this one by one for each baseline characteristics in the paper. Everything looks balanced as you'd expect. So, to our regression results, this first line is just telling us what we saw 2 slides ago. That is that if you see a more generous doctor, you yourself are more likely to be rated as having continued impairment. The coefficient is basically 1. We can then look at the post-exam outcomes. Again, these are reduced form impacts of seeing a more generous doctor. So here it's useful to bring back in our estimates of the distribution of doctor generosity. So we're going to do that to interpret these magnitudes. A 1 standard deviation more generous doctor, so a doctor with 10.2 percentage points greater share of claimants rated as having continued impairment, leads to an increase in cash benefits of about $1,700. after that exam, which is about a 20% increase relative to the mean amount of subsequent cash benefits after this exam. This is large. About half of this is coming from those wage replacement benefits that are paid on a temporary basis, whereas half of them is coming in the form of lump sum payments for partial permanent impairments. We also dig into this to understand what else is going on for the worker. We look at the time you spend out of work collecting wage replacement benefits. That increases both the likelihood of taking any time out of work, which increases by about 5%, and the total amount of time out of work, which increases by 1.6 weeks, or about 20% of the overall mean. We also look at the permanent impairment rating that the worker receives. That increases both the likelihood of having any non-zero impairment rating increases by 11%, and the total all rated severity increases by 17%. We then look at downstream medical spending. So the designated doctor themselves does not directly recommend medical treatment. They're not allowed to. But their decisions may influence medical treatment the worker gets down the line. So for instance, if the designated doctor says, look, this worker is still too injured to go back to work, they need more medical treatment to heal, then later down the line, the normal treating doctor might say, great, let's go get you some more physical therapy so you can heal and get back to work. Or the worker, while being out of work an extra 1.6 weeks on average, may have lower opportunity cost of time, and they may do more medical care. Conversely, it could be that having more money or time out of work in the short run could lead to health improvements that could decrease medical spending either in the short run or the long run. We find on net that a 1 standard deviation more generous doctor increases medical spending down the line, and it does so to the magnitude of about a 12% increase relative to the mean. We can sum across medical spending and cash benefits and find that a 1 standard deviation more generous doctor leads to about $2,400 of extra spending for the workers' comp program, which is about a 17% increase overall. In the paper, we also use the full distribution of doctor generosity to interpret magnitudes further, and we also estimate dynamic impacts by quarter since the exam. Before moving on, I want to briefly talk a little bit more about magnitudes of what we're finding here and compare it to two benchmarks that have been central to policy and academic debates in the workers' comp setting. So the first is variation in statutory benefits. So states vary widely in the generosity for the wage replacement benefits for high-income workers. And this is basically coming because of variation in the temporary benefit weekly maximum. And so, for instance, moving from the 25th percentile to the 75th percentile state in terms of statutory benefit generosity as a high-income worker would increase your cash benefits by roughly 32%. Let's instead consider a move from the 25th percentile to 75th percentile doctor in terms of doctor generosity, all within the state of Texas. That would increase your cash benefits by almost as much, by about 28%. So the variation across doctors in terms of your benefit eligibility is almost as big as the variation across states in statutory benefit eligibility. We can also compare this to the size of behavioral responses in this market. So the elasticity of the temporary income benefit duration with respect to the replacement rate is arguably the most studied parameter in the workers' compensation literature. There's a lot of work going on back to the 90s, including Kruger's work and Bruce Meyer's work and a bunch of other people's work and some recent work by Marcus and I. And I think as economists, we're all obsessed with thinking about sort of how much longer do people stay out of work when you pay them a higher rate to stay out of work. In the workers' comp space, all these papers basically find that people are pretty elastic. These elasticities tend to be bigger than many other income replacement programs. So we can benchmark against that. So a 1 standard deviation increase in doctor generosity increases cash benefits by as much as the behavioral response to a large increase in the replacement rate, something like a 28-29% increase in the replacement rate. So these two benchmarking exercises tell us that there's wide variation across doctors and that this is big relative to the other things we've all been commenting on is big in this literature for the last few decades. So taken together, which doctor evaluates a claimant is a first-order determinant of outcomes and costs. This contrasts with the explicit policy objective of standardized eligibility. And it also suggests that an understudied aspect of program administration, how doctors are assigned to claims, may be as consequential as statutory benefit design decisions. Yes? Good question. So I don't think, so I think actually what you'd like to do is not just have other outcomes. What I think you'd like to do if you wanted to figure out, the normative implications of this, which we are not diving into, right? But if you wanted to figure out the normative implications, you'd want to do some sort of optimal generosity calculation, right? You'd want to figure out if we made standards a little more lenient and allowed more people on benefits uniformly, moving them to like effectively a more generous doctor, how does the ex-ante insurance value of allowing people that extra insurance, that extra time out of work, that extra medical care, that extra cash benefits, how does that compare to the distortions that introduces? So that optimal benefits calculation we view as outside the scope of what we're doing here, but I think it's a super interesting question. from the claimant's perspective, I think we can sign and value things quite nicely, right? Like to the extent that they value both time and money on the margin, we think claimants prefer more generous doctors, right? Insurers, prefer less generous doctors, and we can talk about the implications for overall program costs. And that's kind of the focus of what we've been doing here, because we haven't, decided to add, a section 7 or 8 to this paper where we're already being accused of doing a little too much. But I think it's a super interesting question, and maybe one that I like to think about in future work. Yeah.
Some effort by the authorities, have some, at least from rough sense of which doctors seem to always extend benefits, and then they try to steer.
So they don't actively recruit doctors. Doctors just opt in. They decide that they want to go through this training and start doing these randomized evaluations. And so this is not like sort of in practice, there is no mechanism for that. They can be disciplined by the Texas Department of Insurance. And when I get to the correlates analysis, which is coming up soon, we can look at how they differ in terms of generosity, but they're not on paper disciplined for generosity. Let me say that. They're disciplined for being really bad at turning in required paperwork. So there's really no mechanism to discipline them for being a little too or a little not too generous. Maybe that'll change if the regulators read the paper. I don't know, but yeah.
So how are you comparing the context or the late for these, right? Because as you were talking about before, you're estimating the standard deviation of the doctor judgment in what is in several ways like a really marginal, like could go either way population. Are you then, like, for the statutory benefits, are you then using something for some similar like marginal population, or is that about like all workers' comp / TDI claimants?
Good question.
You see what I'm saying? It seems like.
Yeah. So this is very back of the envelope, this benchmarking. But I will say that like these elasticities are typically measured in sort of the general population of everybody who's eligible to collect wage replacement benefits. And our sample will be like 1/3 of those. Are they a random subset of that? No, right? Like but that's kind of the benchmarking that we're doing here that is not completely apples to apples. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on because I have like 5 minutes left, and I have a lot more to get through. So let me tell you about the correlates of discretion. So what are we doing here? We're taking our doctor fixed effects and we're going to associate them with observable doctor characteristics. I want to warn you about 2 things. First, these patterns are correlations, not causal, so please don't overinterpret them. That said, we think the correlations are interesting. They're directly relevant for thinking about policy debates regarding scope of practice regulations. Texas is quite permissive. They allow basically any one doctor to do these exams as long as they're willing to go through the training, whereas some states restrict eligibility to only doctors with specified credentials, specialty, or experience profiles. So here's what we find. The blue dots are regressions where we regress the fixed effects on characteristics one by one. The red diamonds are one with multivariate regressions where we look at everything all at once. The blue dots are easier to interpret, so I'll talk through those. They also tie more directly to policy and thinking about scope of practice. So what do we see? Some demographics are associated with doctor generosity. Older doctors tend to be a little less generous than younger doctors. Female doctors are a little more generous. Doctors born in Texas are a little more generous than doctors born in other states, the admitted category versus foreign-born doctors. Some of those go towards 0. They tend to be correlated with one another if you look at it in a multivariate regression. The things that really stand out here are those things used in defining a scope of practice regulations, things like credential. So what do we see? We see doctors with DC credentials, so chiropractors are the most generous. After them are doctors with DO credentials. After them is the admitted category, doctors with MD credentials. These differences are large. The difference between a chiropractor and an MD is roughly 1 standard deviation of the overall doctor generosity distribution. The difference between a DO and an MD is half a standard deviation of the overall doctor generosity distribution. So this has direct implications for thinking about things like bans in some states on chiropractors doing these exams. We can also look at specialty, again, but chiropractors the most generous, but among the MDs and DOs, we also see some differentiation. So for instance, orthopedic surgeons are more generous than other physician specialties, and then the admitted category, which is primary care providers, the largest category. This is sort of interesting. It's telling us doctors who have more specific training in the musculoskeletal system, on average here, are more generous to these claimants who all have musculoskeletal injuries. That's not a causal statement about their training, but it's an interesting descriptive fact in this setting. I'm going to keep going. Sorry, I only have a couple minutes. I'm a fast talker, but I'm still not going to get through everything. In terms of experience doing these exams, the longer you've been doing them or the more of these exams you do in a year, it seems to be that's negatively associated with generosity. Also, your general experience treating workers' compensation claimants is also negatively associated with generosity. We look at various other things, like I mentioned before, being disciplined by the Texas Department of Insurance, you're only disciplined if you're bad at paperwork. That's positively associated with generosity. Patient reviews, also positively associated with generosity. There's lots of stories you can tell there, and that connects nicely to the next segment of the paper, which I will not have time to talk about because I have 2 minutes. So let me just summarize what we do there in one slide. These designated doctors who do these independent medical exams also just treat workers' compensation patients in their standard practice. So what we can do is we can leverage that overlap along with broader data on the workers' compensation market to analyze how generosity relates to market behavior. How do people sort across doctors when they have the choice to do so? We do a lot in the paper. I'm not really going to have time to talk about it, but let me just tell you the punchline. What we find is that a 1 standard deviation more generous doctor has about 26% more claimants for whom they serve as a treating doctor, and they experience 19 percentage points more growth in market share over time. Both of these are indicative of demand-driven reallocation towards these doctors. We look at some other hypotheses that you'd expect in the context of demand-driven reallocation to try to back up this story or understand the mechanism in more detail. We find that sorting is stronger when claimants have more choice. We also find that sorting is stronger when claimants have more money at stake, both of them consistent with the same mechanism. I am going to move on in the interest of time and briefly talk, if I can take a minute, on our policy counterfactuals and what the punchline is there. So all states use an independent medical exam system to settle disputes, though key details differ across states, and there's ongoing policy debates about how to design these systems. So what we do is we combine our estimates on the scope, consequences, and correlates of discretion to compare the allocation system in Texas to alternative allocation systems used in other states. Specifically, we consider 2 types of counterfactuals. What if you change the eligibility restrictions for doctors who do these exams? Or what if you change the current assignment process to look more like what it does in other states? So let's say we change the eligibility restrictions. What we end up finding is that eligibility restrictions seen in some other states would decrease benefits substantially for injured workers. As I alluded to before, if you restrict eligibility to doctors who only have an MD or DO credential, you ban the chiropractors, that would decrease benefits by about 12% for injured workers. You could isolate eligibility to only orthopedic surgeons. A handful of states think about that. That would decrease benefits by roughly 7.5%. Removing the chiropractors decreases benefits, but not as much as it would otherwise. You could think about an experience restriction, like making sure that these doctors have treated injured workers in some capacity for X number of years. If we choose X to be 3, that would decrease subsequent benefits by about 4%. We also think about what would happen if you change the allocation system. For one caveat, this is further away from what we see in reality. We only get to see the allocation system we see in practice, but we take a bounding approach to try to say something about this. And what we find is that if you allowed insurers to directly select the doctor, like half of states do, they don't have any auto assignment, that could decrease benefits by as much as 61%. It depends on how sophisticated insurers are at recommending a doctor who's favorable to their case, but there's clearly a lot to argue over, is what our estimates are saying here, so that rationalizes the kind of heated debates we see about this in practice. We can also think about other types of auto assignment systems that we see in some states. For example, some states, they don't allow the insurer to pick the doctor, but the insurer can pick the specialty of the doctor that evaluates a claimant. If you did that, that small change alone would decrease benefits by 13% for injured workers. You could also imagine more complex auto assignment systems like what they have in California and many other states, where they randomly assign a panel of 3 doctors. The insurer strikes one, the claimant strikes one, and the remaining doctor evaluates that claimant. That may not change mean benefits much at all, but it could decrease the standard deviation of benefits by roughly 1/3. So the key takeaway from this analysis is that changes to eligibility rules or the assignment process within the range of existing practice could substantially reduce program costs or increase the standardization of benefits. Since those are both key objectives policymakers have thrown out there, we think that these are informative for current debates. So I'm going to conclude. We've leveraged random assignment here to show that there's substantial scope for doctor discretion with large consequences for claimant outcomes and program costs. Generosity varies systematically with doctor characteristics, and our findings can inform scope of practice debates. Evidence here suggests that market forces influence the allocation of doctors and that evaluated assignment rules are themselves a key policy lever for shaping claimant outcomes, program costs, and the standardization of benefits. I think more broadly, government programs often have uniform eligibility criteria on paper, but in practice, many of these programs rely on heterogeneous gatekeepers to apply their rules. So a broader takeaway of our study is that program outcomes depend not only on written rules, but also on how authority is delegated and how gatekeepers are assigned. And sometimes this aspect of program administration can matter as much as the benefits that are written into law. Thank you, and sorry for running a couple minutes over.
Great. Thanks very much for putting our paper on the program. It's been a fantastic session so far, and so I hope to continue the high quality presentations. So this paper is called The Welfare Effects of Protecting Older Workers. We're going to be looking at a really significant reform in Canada that extended employment protections to workers 65 and older. This is joint work with Stefan Staubley and Benoit Dostie, two Canadian co-authors. I was also based in Canada when this project began. So that kind of explains that connection. Okay, so with the aging of the population, this places great pressure on public finances in a number of ways, and increasing old age employment is a real priority to mitigate some of these challenges on public finances. The most common policy approach has been to focus on labour supply, so to encourage workers to retire later by either reducing benefits or delaying public pension benefits. So these policies in general, there's a lot of policies that have been implemented. We know a lot about them in the literature. In general, they're pretty effective at increasing old age employment, although the policies' effects do vary significantly across countries. Despite that, we know that many workers still report being forced to retire early, and so these types of labour supply reforms are not going to be that effective for workers who can't find a job. So in the US as well, if we focus on that labour market, we know that there's evidence also that this problem seems to be getting worse over time. So back in 1998, approximately 1/3 of new retirees reported that they were forced or partially forced into retirement. Now it's kind of the majority, over 50%. We also know from work of Deshpande et al. In the Review of Economics and Statistics that recent policies in the US, like raising the full retirement age, actually haven't had any effect on old age employment. And so that means that we should potentially think about other policies as alternative solutions. So one of these is, an obvious approach would be to think about labour demand policies. And one of those would be to increase employment protection for older workers, make it harder for firms to dismiss older workers, and potentially that would increase old age employment. But should we do this? This is a much more difficult question that requires a more thoughtful analysis than purely focusing on old age employment. So the welfare effects of protecting older workers are unclear for several reasons. So firstly, the protections themselves may have unintended consequences on workers. So we may think for older workers in particular, firms may become more reluctant to hire these workers in the first place. And so this may kind of offset some of the employment gains through lower hiring. We also may worry that there could be negative spillover effects on other groups of workers, in particular younger workers. On the employer side, we may also be concerned that employers may be stuck with deadwood workers who they're paid more than their marginal product of labour, and these employers would like to get rid of these workers, but they can't because of this employment protection. So we're going to try and address all of these kind of considerations in our analysis, and we're going to look at a series of contemporary policies in Canada that banned mandatory retirement. And these are kind of the last major bans on mandatory retirement in North America. Yeah, Amy.
Welfare effects of protecting older workers are unclear. What's the conceptual welfare argument for why you should, like you just gave reasons why it would be bad. What would be the reason that it could be welfare improving? Like what's the market failure that's causing older workers to not be able to find a job when their marginal product is at or above the wage?
So what's the argument for why this policy could be good for welfare?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the argument I'm going to put forward is mainly one of institutional path dependence. So these mandatory retirement institutions may have been initially efficient. It's hard to say. We're not going to be able to say whether they were efficient initially. Our results suggest that they were no longer efficient by the time these policies were introduced. And a key part of this seems to be linked to these mandatory retirement policies being heavily embedded in collective agreements. So these are mainly in kind of unionised sectors. And so it seems to predominantly reflect path dependence of institutions rather than any kind of other economic argument, I guess.
I guess another way of saying it is there is no a priori argument for mandatory retirement. Is that what you're saying? like your slide says the welfare effects of protecting older workers are unclear, but everything you've said and everything I've been able to think of suggests that there's no reason for government intervention. I mean, there may be, but I haven't heard it yet.
Well, okay, so we know from a few other studies that employee protection for older workers can have significant effects on old age employment. So there's a clear gain there in terms of boosting employment for older workers. We also know, for example, that older workers are often discriminated against in the labour market in hiring decisions. So this may be efficient or inefficient, it's hard to say, but because of this discrimination, if you are able to keep workers attached to their jobs for longer, then that will have a big effect on old age employment. So we would expect a big gain in terms of old age employment. Whether this is offset by other negative effects and the extent of these offsetting responses is an empirical question that we'll study here. Okay. So what does mandatory retirement mean? Basically, it's a misnomer. It doesn't mean you're forced to retire. It means that your employment protections end at a particular age. In the US and Canada, historically, this was the age of 65, when you become eligible for full public retirement benefits. Yeah. And so many countries retain these types of laws today, particularly in Europe. These countries are characterized by high levels of employment protection and high levels of collective bargaining coverage. In English-speaking countries like the US, Australia, and Canada, these countries have progressively banned mandatory retirement over the last 40 years. The US did this relatively early, back in 1986. So how did these policies affect welfare? There's actually virtually no evidence on this question. And we think the answer to this has both historical relevance in the case of North America, but also contemporary relevance given the ongoing mandatory retirement policies in many OECD countries. So early work in this literature focused on North American bans in the 70s and 80s and focused really exclusively on old age employment. The overall effects of these policies appear fairly small, although it's worth keeping in mind these studies had fairly limited policy variation and much more limited data than what we can access today. The one exception is studies that focus kind of on professors, and they found really large effects on professors. So this is kind of obviously affecting the academic job market today, with mandatory retirement no longer possible. So recent studies with better data show also focus predominantly on the effects on older workers, and they show large effects of raising mandatory retirement ages in Europe. So there's this Sayers et al. AHA applied paper, which shows a Swedish reform, very significant effects on old age employment. Also work by Hitoshi Shigeoka and his co-author in the context of Japan. These studies focus on countries with much stronger employment protections than what is present in North America. More generally, there's a growing literature that suggests that employers do matter a lot in the retirement decision and in providing opportunities for older workers. So our contribution is providing the first comprehensive analysis of the effects of these types of protections on both workers and employers. And so we're going to look at older workers themselves, but we're also going to look at spillovers to younger workers. We think we have a very sharp and clean policy because we have essentially a mandatory retirement ban rather than an increase in the age. And this ban affected approximately 92% of the workforce. So it was it affected nearly all industries. We also have provincial variation instead of a national policy. And this is really helpful from an identification point of view because it gives us a great control group to estimate kind of equilibrium effects on younger workers, for example. Doing this with a national policy would be almost impossible because you wouldn't be able to control for time effects. Lastly, we have stable retirement policies on other dimensions. We have universal linked employer-employee tax data and in a North American setting with fairly limited employment protections. Let me just finish the slide. And so we try and tie everything together to construct the marginal value of public funds to assess the overall welfare effects of the policy. Yeah, Amy.
that it's like, it's actually a case, that's the one case where like the loan of labor fallacy isn't a fallacy. Like partners are given a number of slots.
Right.
And unlike in France, they're not given a number of workers, right? So it's interesting to hear that it's still over, particularly in like a market.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something we do. We look at spillovers within highly exposed firms. We also look at spillovers at the province level. And so we do see actually evidence that there are some slot constraints within firms. But when we look at kind of the overall economy, we don't see any evidence of adverse effects on younger workers. And this is quite consistent with what we would expect. And there's also a paper with a German pension reform. I don't think it's a paper yet, but it finds kind of very similar results if I'm reporting them correctly. Okay, so prior to the bans in certain provinces of Canada, workers' employment protections basically ended once you took.
Just to follow up on Amy's prior question, can you just say a little bit more about what goes into the welfare function? Like do employers' preferences, their willingness to pay to not have the older workers, for instance, is that something that goes into the total surplus calculation? What's within there?
Our marginal value of public funds, so the denominator is going to be the fiscal externality essentially, because the direct cost of the policy is essentially zero. It's just a change in regulation. And so the numerator is going to be the willingness to pay of workers and plus the willingness to pay of firms. And importantly, because we find that the policy improves public finances overall, we don't actually have to quantify the numerator. We just have to put a sign on it. And so because we can we're going to argue that we can say that the sign of the numerator is positive overall because we estimate a welfare improvement for workers and non-negative effects on firms in terms of profits. And so that's going to give us a marginal value of public funds of infinity or a welfare improving policy that pays for itself, essentially. The removal. Okay.
It's very interesting. I think all I was trying to say before is, I think that's what, it's great to show this empirically and quantify, but I think unless there's some case to be made for why, mandatory, why like firms efficiently holding on to, older workers, that in a way that wasn't good for social welfare, it seems like that has to be the sign of getting rid of a labor market restriction, right?
Right. Yeah, that's a reasonable prior to have. I'm going to present some evidence on kind of what these provisions look like in practice, and it will actually show that firms often had relatively limited discretion in applying mandatory retirement. So they couldn't necessarily apply it to case-by-case basis. So they couldn't say, oh, Joe's unproductive, so I'm going to get rid of him, whereas Ted is really productive, I'm going to keep him. It was much more at the occupation level in many cases. So if you look at this point here, in most collective agreements that we've set that I've looked at, employment effectively ended automatically at age 65 with no option to continue. So this is an example of such a policy. This is concerning maintenance staff at Queen's University. It says employers shall retire at the end of the month following their 65th birthday. So it's very prescriptive. There's no option for firms to keep kind of the non-deadwood workers. And so, given that these agreements are negotiated between unions and employers, and they're a complex negotiation over many different benefits and salary and all sorts of things, it's plausible that you could have some inefficiencies in this process. Okay, so sorry, that's
a temporary contract that they could selectively offer after everybody's.
Yeah, so it seems like some of these some of the clauses do have such workarounds, but they're the minority, so about a third or so. So this is an example at the bottom. It says it is the sole discretion of the employer if an employee remains employed past the employee's 65th birthday. This will be reviewed on an annual basis. So sometimes it said like 6-month extensions. It just varies quite a lot based on collective agreements. If we thought firms were kind of purely writing these provisions themselves, you would think it would look much more like the second one, because surely it's beneficial for firms to have the option to keep keep workers if they want to, or if conditions change over time. But the majority are actually quite binding in how they're written. So these, are typically embedded in collective agreements and pension plans. Canada has a collective bargaining share of about 30% of employment, which is similar to the OECD average, but much higher than the US. The reason for this is largely because employee protection for non-unionized workers in Canada is just very limited. It's like the US. It's very easy to fire workers. And so there's not much of a discontinuity at age 65 anyway, because if you're 64, you still don't have much employment protection. So the difference in unionized firms is that they negotiate strong just cause provisions and also seniority rules that kind of a last in, first out type of rules that protect older workers from layoffs. So in these sectors, the discontinuity at age 65 becomes much more relevant because you have a high level of employment protection at age 64 and then nothing at age 65. Sorry, there was another question. Yeah.
Very quickly, you're motivated saying that there's a fiscal pressure on the pension system that's motivated. So
partly, but also like discrimination, growing concerns that these laws are just fundamentally discriminatory.
At the fair bit, talk about later, but for your NBER calculation, take into account when doing use inefficient, maybe old age labor, still you're saving money with the pension system.
Well, our analysis suggests that this old age labor is not inefficient because firms' profits don't go down. Yeah. If anything, they seem to weekly be positive profits, but I wouldn't want to push that result too hard. Okay, so between 2006 and 2009, half of the provinces in Canada banned mandatory retirement. These provinces collectively account for about 60% of the population. These bans harmonised the laws across provinces because the other 5 provinces had already banned mandatory retirement before our sample starts in 2001. So after the reform, mandatory retirement is prohibited for over 90% of the workforce, with limited exceptions for some groups of workers. These bans were announced in advance, so they were kind of legislated but not effective yet in advance. And so this is actually quite interesting because we have this period where employers and employees know that the legislation is going to change in the future, but it's not binding yet. So firms can still enforce mandatory retirement during this period. And so you may think, well, employers who are really concerned about this policy will kind of rush to get rid of extra older workers to reduce their future exposure to the policy. Or, on the other hand, employers may start to adapt to the new legislation. They may start modifying their collective agreements. In these kind of discretionary cases that we talked about, they may become more lenient to older workers in letting them continue. And this is kind of what we find. Okay, so this is kind of a map of Canada. So this is what Canada looked like in 2001 in terms of which provinces allowed mandatory retirement and which did not. You can see it's pretty random in terms of there's no kind of obvious geographic pattern. If we skip ahead to 2005, everything stays the same. So 2001 to 2005 is going to be our pre-period because our data starts in 2001. In December of that year, Ontario, which is the biggest province in Canada, it accounts for nearly 40% of the population. They announce a ban in the following year, so 12 months in advance. And so we see Ontario becomes dark blue. And this sets off a chain reaction where other provinces all legislate bans within 18 months. And these bans all become effective by 2009. So in terms of the effects on employment outcomes for older workers, this is where we'll initially focus. So we're going to use longitudinal data from the SEED, which is basically annual tax data on the full population of tax filers and their employers. For private sector businesses, we have financial outcomes like profits and productivity. So we can use that to estimate the effects on employers. We can also link kind of individuals to their other family members. So this is important to link spouses. We see some spousal labour supply responses. And most importantly, we can link individuals and employers. So the initial analysis will focus on how much and where these bands mattered. So we'll focus on workers aged close to 65, and we'll exclude about 8% of workers who are not affected by the policy because they're in certain industries. Subsequently, we're going to link other outcomes at the individual and household level, which will allow us to study savings behaviour of older workers and health outcomes and spousal labour supply. We'll also look at kind of younger workers' outcomes, and we'll study firms with high exposure to the bands.
So
yeah, Raj.
Sometimes the mandatory retirement provisions emerge from collective bargaining agreements. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So are there other aspects of the collective bargain that changed when this was outlawed? So, Amy's pointed out, it makes sense that socially it's not clear why you would have these, but clearly in the bargaining agreement, somehow they emerged as something people thought was sensible.
That's not something we've examined yet, but it's something we can examine. So the collective bargaining agreements are not in this data, but I recently asked the LLM to download all of these data, download all of the ones that it could online. And so, yeah, in theory, you could examine broader adjustments in collective agreements.
Economics of it is you've narrowed the space of feasible collective bargaining agreements by
Correct.
banning those.
Yeah, so
it was somehow of interest, so maybe other
for sure
the slope of wages with respect to age or something. And
so definitely for the effects on firms, some of the mechanisms could be broader adjustments in collective agreements. That's possible. It's not something
that could have welfare effects in ways that
for sure
are not, distributional effects.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's something we could look at. Yeah.
Must be that they're going to put more weight on their younger members.
Yeah, there must be some.
But there's no, I don't think there's an argument why it could be like collectively better for the.
Unless you're somehow able to negotiate a deal on the profile, if you something with retirement benefits. I don't know what else they're negotiating. It's not for the
retirement benefits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, great questions. So this is kind of some raw data, which hopefully confirms that there's something interesting here in the data. So what we're plotting here is job separation rates. So just the probability that you leave a job, so that you're not observed in the same job in the following year. For treated and controlled provinces at 2 time periods. So the dashed lines here are before these bans take place, and these solid lines are after the bans have taken place. And we're showing these patterns by age. We can see that there's this clear spike in separations at age 65. This is not all mandatory retirement. It's also partly driven by pension eligibility, and it kind of mirrors patterns in the US. What's interesting here is kind of this difference at age 65 between the treated and controlled provinces, which is around kind of 5 or 6 percentage points. You can see at other ages, there's kind of no difference prior to these bans. After the bans come in, this difference completely disappears, and these lines remain on top of each other at every age now. So part of this is people just working longer, but mostly it's a decline in job-to-job transitions over this period. The economy is just becoming a bit less dynamic. So if we look at retirement hazards, this is the same outcome, except it excludes people who switch jobs. And we see kind of there's also a bit of a decline at each age. So people are retiring later, but mostly this decline is job-to-job transitions occurring. What we see here as well for retirement is that the magnitude of this effect is basically identical to the magnitude of the effect on separation. So all of these workers who are being forced out of firms were going into retirement. None of them were finding other jobs, basically. So our difference in difference, we're going to use difference in difference and triple difference approaches. Our difference in difference method is going to estimate the effects of the bans and announcements at particular ages, so 61 to 64, where we should expect no effect, 65, and also just above 65. We're going to use a Stacky approach to rule out comparisons between early and late treated provinces, and we're going to have 2 key terms here. A ban term, so this is going to be equal to 1 if a ban is currently in place in that year, or half if it's in place for half of the year, for example. And then we have this announcement term, which is equal to 1 if the ban has been announced but not yet implemented. So delta here is going to capture kind of the anticipatory response when you know mandatory retirement bans are coming, but they're not yet in place. And beta is going to tell you the effect after implementation. Yeah.
Are you at all worried, or should we be worried about thinking about potential spillovers from the other provinces? If there's like nationwide companies and that these policies affected like agreements that are made that apply nationwide in terms of retirement benefits and things like that?
I'm not too worried about the effects on older workers themselves, like in terms of because the laws apply kind of depending on where the worker works. So, I mean, you could imagine that workers could migrate to another province, but that's migration at these ages is so low.
Job fundamentally changes at 65, or they're gone if they're in one of the provinces where. But anyways, I wonder if you could do like a version where you looked at a subset of firms where they're not sort of nationwide, where you don't expect these kind of potential spillovers from provinces.
Yeah, so in our analysis of firm outcomes, we're only going to focus on firms that operate in a single province because there's a fundamental issue of how do you apportion profits to a business that's in a treated and controlled province. So we don't even attempt to do that. Yeah. We focus on the clean case of treated firm or control firm. For the worker level analysis, there could be some of these workers could work at kind of McDonald's, and obviously there's lots of McDonald's, but yeah, we focus on which McDonald's they work at, like we don't really care if it's a multi McDonald's or not. Okay, so yeah, we're estimating the effect of the ban and the effect of the announcement. We go to control for age by province effects and age by year fixed effects. This is our difference in difference model. Our triple differences model, which we kind of prefer, is a bit more precise, and we use ages 61 to 64 as the reference period, and we're going to estimate differential effects at age 65 to 60 and 66 to 68. So you may kind of worry that potentially there's some correlation between the bans and other economic trends, other provincial economic trends that may affect retirement behavior. And so the triple differences model will control for that, although in practice we kind of estimate very similar effects. So yeah, this is what we find. So there's zero correlation between separation rates at age 61 to 64 and these bans coming in, or the announcement of the bans. But we do see a large reduction, around 6 percentage points on average at age 65. Interestingly, there's no evidence of this kind of rush to get rid of the older workers while you still can effect. In actual fact, there's kind of this movement towards adapting to the new policy, which seems to indicate that these laws shift social norms about whether forcing older workers out at a particular age is appropriate or not. So we can also look kind of at an event study. We see kind of fairly convincingly that there's really no trend prior to these bans being announced in job separation rates at age 65. And then there's kind of a very sudden phase in of this effect, which kind of takes about 2 years because of the announcement period. And then the effects really stabilize and stay consistent. For retirement hazards, we find kind of very similar magnitudes. So about 6 percentage points for both.
Are you surprised that you don't find effects in the 61 to 64 period? I would have thought that you could kind of run the story either way, but it's some kind of, there's continuation value, and so I'm going to stick with it if I get injured at age 64. Yeah, exactly.
Incentive to like 55, and so you would expect labor employment responses at 51.
Yeah, and then data are what they are. But
I mean, I wasn't that surprised because I mean, to want to work at 66, you would think you would also want to work at 65. So I wouldn't expect it would really affect the decision to shift retirement from 61 to 63. That's just my prior, but
I mean,
it's also consistent with this Sayers et al. Paper in Sweden, which found very similar effects, like very little evidence just before the affected age of any effects on separations.
To the extent that most of the effects are happening in these like highly unionized collective bargaining settings,
Yeah.
is there is the lack of effect pre-65 basically like you're just not allowed to fire people at all before 65, and then instead of having like 100% fire people, now you get a little bit of discretion in a way that it's kind of more like a policy outcome, or not policy, but
Yeah, so I mean,
marketing outcome.
yeah, so in these unionized firms, there's typically, just cause provisions. So you need to have cause to fire someone. Also, there's seniority protections as well. So if someone's been working for 40 years, then you kind of have to fire everyone else before you get to that person. So it is quite hard to see this policy coming in and be like, I'm going to get rid of the 62-year-old, but you can easily get rid of the person who's 65. And we see that firms are not doing that. They're actually starting to retain them more once these bans are announced. Okay, so in terms of heterogeneity, we see very large heterogeneity across industries, across employer characteristics, across worker characteristics. In terms of industries, we see kind of these 7 industries: manufacturing, education, healthcare, and public administration. Those are the 4 kind of biggest ones. These industries comprise about 40% of the workforce, but they explain about 80% of the effects. So the effects on this group are about 5 times larger than workers in these other industries. There's strong correlations at the industry level between kind of unionization, longer tenures, large firm sizes, industries where there are higher workplace accidents. These are just more dangerous jobs. We don't see much correlation between like age and wage gradients. So that's kind of one interesting result, that there's not a strong link between kind of the amount of deferred compensation and mandatory retirement.
Is that heterogeneity just because some of the blue dots, those industries didn't have mandatory retirement, or do you think that?
Yeah, it seems to be.
elasticity
Yeah.
is different.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, if you look at like levels of unionization, which seems to be a very good proxy, or levels of pension plan coverage, which is also a very good proxy. Yeah, these are strongly correlated. So
it's basically driven by heterogeneity in the first stage at some level.
Yeah,
It's not that the behavioral response.
oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's heterogeneity. This is essentially revealing heterogeneity in how much mandatory retirement was enforced in the first place. Yeah.
Can you directly estimate that at the firm level? Estimate what's the like discontinuity in either continuation rate or separation rate or something like that, 80-65 in the pre-period, and then like cut on.
Yeah, so there's a strong correlation. So yeah, you see so at the firm level, I guess it's a bit trickier because you have you have to deal with sampling error, but definitely at the industry level, these industries had very high separation rates at age 65 before, and it's kind of fallen since. Okay. So in terms of worker characteristics, this is also just demonstrating this union point. The effects here are almost 15 percentage points. So 15% of workers at age 65 are being retained due to the bans when they otherwise would have been forced out, essentially. The effect is much smaller, about 2 percentage points for non-unionized workers. Also, employer pension coverage is similarly predictive. These things are highly correlated, whether you have an employer pension plan and whether you belong to a union. Also, the effects are strongly correlated with earnings, so the effects are larger for higher earning workers. Okay, so what about some potential unintended? Okay, yeah.
Just like, is there variation across the pensions in terms of like the slope with age and the payments, or?
I don't have that data, so yeah, it's hard to say. Okay, so yeah, so next we're going to look at kind of, are there unintended consequences? So are there effects on hiring rates? Are there spillovers on younger workers? And so there's this natural concern that if firms are kind of worried about this policy, they may become more reluctant to hire older workers. And we think we have a nice setting to study this because of this provincial variation, which provides kind of good control groups. And we estimate basically a precise zero on hiring at the provincial level. And we can kind of rule out reductions larger than 1 percentage point or larger than about kind of 13%. So the effects appear to be kind of either small or zero. These effects kind of continue to be null if we like zoom in on the strongly affected industries as well. So it's not like we're kind of, it doesn't seem like we're just underpowered as well. We also kind of look at younger groups of workers. We look at employment, earnings, hiring rates, and so on. Consistently, we find no evidence of any kind of lump of labor effect, which is consistent with what we know from the literature, I would say. So putting this together, we see that job separation rates and retirement hazards fall significantly among older workers, while hiring rates don't seem to change. And so this implies significant increases in employment. We estimate this is about 14% effect at age 66 to 69. So that's a pretty big effect because we're looking at a 4-year age period. And earnings increase even more. And this is predominantly driven by composition. So the types of people who are being affected are the high earning workers. We didn't see much evidence of intensive margin effects. So in terms of magnitude, we do some back of the envelope calculations that suggest that these effects are similar to what we would get if we raised Canada's 2 public pension ages from 65 to 67. So that's a significant reform. This reform was actually legislated by the Canadian government, but then repealed. So this reform was too politically costly to actually implement in Canada. So this is a meaningful effect.
So, sorry, the pension change age?
Yeah, the pension change. Yeah, so the pension age was announced to be progressively increased, but it was like 10 years in the future, and then it was repealed like kind of 7 years before it would become effective. Yeah, government changed. Okay, so one thing that's really nice about our setting is that we kind of have this exogenous shift in when workers retire, but it's not directly driven by a pension reform. It's driven by kind of employment protection. And so this allows us to kind of study spillovers on savings behavior, for example, and also how workers claim pensions. And so what we also look at kind of health and public finances. And so what we see is that there are quite strong active and passive saving responses that significantly weaken the link between earnings and income. So for each additional dollar that workers earn due to the policy, this shows up in disposable income of only about 54 cents. And most of this is driven by savings adjustments. So first of all, there are kind of strong passive saving responses because workers contribute longer to employer pension plans and they delay claiming. But we also see active saving responses where people contribute longer to IRA type accounts that are tax deductible and they delay when they start claiming. This is kind of what you would expect if people were behaving optimally. They also delay claiming public pensions and receive less in unemployment insurance. There's also kind of strong effects on government finances in terms of increases in tax revenue and decreases in unemployment insurance spending. These equate to around a $1,500 saving at age 66. Over the lifetime, this is about 2 or 3 times that per worker age 65.
Is it the main fiscal thing that the government does not have to pay pension, or?
No.
It's all private pensions, like IRA type
So,
things for the unionized workers?
so there's 2 public pensions in Canada. One is basically 95% of people get it. So only the very high income people don't get it. And we don't see any evidence of effects on that pension. The second pension is kind of like Social Security. You can choose when to claim and the amount is adjusted, but it's actuarially fair. So people do delay claiming this pension, but the adjustments are actuarially fair. So from a fiscal point of view, that's kind of irrelevant. Okay, so we do see some other results. So in terms of workplace injuries, there's kind of a mechanical increase, but we don't see any negative effects on our one measure of overall health, which is all-cause mortality. At the household level, we see that younger spouses actually seem to delay retirement. So there is potential that younger spouses may retire earlier because of added worker effects no longer transpiring. But we see kind of these preferences for joint retirement seem to dominate any added worker effects. And so this actually magnifies these spousal labor supply response actually increase the overall employment effects of the policy. Okay, so let me get to the firm outcomes because these are crucial for welfare. So what we're going to do here is construct a balanced panel of firms in strongly affected industries. So We're going to zoom in on kind of where we can kind of plausibly identify an effect by focusing on kind of firms where the first stage is kind of as large as possible. So we look at firms that have at least 5 workers in every year, and they're potentially exposed to the effects of the ban in that they have at least 1 worker who's covered by a union and employer pension plan, as these seem to be extremely predictive of kind of how highly enforced mandatory retirement was. Our approach is going to be similar to this Sayers et al. 2019 AER payroll tax cut paper, which basically compares highly exposed and moderately exposed firms. Our definition of exposure is based on kind of how high the total amount of union dues or pension contributions are in the firm. We're going to define highly exposed as those who are above the 80th percentile, and we'll also look at a subgroup of the highly exposed that are very highly exposed, who are above the 90th percentile. So in addition, we have this provincial variation that we can exploit, and so we have a triple difference approach where we have treated versus control provinces before and after the bans, and firms with high versus moderate exposure. So this is showing that we have a first stage, which is comforting. So here we're looking at firm level employment of workers aged 66 to 69, which we expect to increase due to the policy. We can see that there's kind of not much evidence of pre-trends, and then we see there's this phase in of additional workers, additional older workers at the firm. If we look at this very highly exposed group, we see kind of what we would expect, that the effects become larger, but because we're kind of shrinking the sample, the estimates become a bit less precise. So there's, we do both kind of analyses because there's this kind of trade-off between the strength of the signal and the amount of precision we have. We look at labor force productivity. So we define productivity as total value added per worker at the firm. We really see nothing at all. So this is very flat. There's really no evidence of any negative or positive effect on labor force productivity. We do see effects on total payroll costs at the firm. So firms do actually shrink their payroll, which is not necessarily obvious because they're retaining older workers. And this seems to be driven by lower employment of younger groups at the firm, particularly in this middle age group of kind of 35 to 49, who are slightly less likely to be hired at these particular firms. So we see some firm level effects of substitution between older and younger workers, but at the province level, we found no effects. So there is some very local effects, but very local lump of labor effects. But what matters for welfare is what's happening kind of at the overall province level. In terms of profits, we find kind of suggestive evidence of a small increase potentially, but it's kind of weakly statistically significant. But there certainly doesn't seem to be any evidence of adverse effects on firms' profits.
And I'm just trying to think through, it's interesting to find the lump of labor kind of phenomenon at the firm level. Trying to think about how it all adds up. So some workers retain more older workers, they hire fewer young workers.
Yeah.
And those young workers you think now get jobs at other firms must be expanding.
Yeah, that's, I guess, the interpretation. Either other firms are expanding or there's additional firms being created, I guess, would be the...
Can you look at number of...
At the province level?
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, I guess when we do...
Or is it just that there's noise at the province level and you can't detect?
Yeah, so I mean, when we do things at the province level, it is much harder to detect effects. So there is a tension, there is an issue of precision. Like, we have to be upfront about that it's like difficult to completely rule out that there could be effects.
Right.
But certainly what we know...
That's sort of the genesis of the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
That the younger workers and the unions felt that they weren't...
Definitely, yeah. So definitely this is one of the union's key objections. You see when the bans came in, the criticism came strongly from unions that this was bad. And one of the key objections is about opportunities for younger workers. So we're validating some of these concerns. We see kind of evidence from, there's a bunch of other studies that look at retirement policies that raise retirement ages and do see some local lump of labor effects. So some crowding out at the firm level, but generally speaking, there's little evidence at the economy level that of these lump of labor effects. There's a recent Acemoglu and David Order paper, which argues that areas that have been subject to more population aging actually become kind of more productive. Those areas actually grow more quickly. So yeah, I think our results are kind of consistent with the overall literature that these local effects that don't necessarily translate to economy-wide
It'd
effects.
be useful, you could, test directly whether the firm level effect that you're seeing, can you reject that at the aggregate level? Or is it just that the aggregate estimates are too noisy and you can't tell if you had a?
Yeah, so we can definitely look at that. Yeah, it's a good suggestion. One kind of difficult thing when you look at the province level is we've got like 10 provinces, and
So you may not be able to.
we're also trying to do the best methods where we wild bootstrap and stuff. So naturally, there's quite a bit of imprecision. Yeah.
Are you able to just like look at younger workers that might have been like you could predict they would have been likely to be in those unionized occupations that are being used?
Yeah, so we looked at the strongly affected industries, and so we didn't see any crowding out like of employment in those industries.
You can't find the missing.
Yeah.
Where did they go?
Yeah. Still in Canada.
So let me get to the last kind of key slide. So we bring everything together in the marginal value of public funds. So we argue that the kind of total fiscal cost is negative. The government saves money due to the policy. Older workers are working longer, and we don't see any decrease in tax revenue from younger workers or from firms. The willingness to pay of workers, older workers, also seems to be unambiguously positive. There's a clear increase in earnings above age 65, and there's no change in the pension landscape at all. So workers kind of still have the same options to retire at age 65, but they reveal their strong preference to keep working by their earnings decisions. And so overall, we see kind of older workers are valuing the policy. There's no evidence of adverse health effects either. We also don't see any evidence of kind of these younger worker effects that we may be concerned about. In terms of firms, we estimate no evidence that there's a reduction in profits for exposed firms, weak evidence that it's kind of mildly positive. And so overall, it seems like we have a welfare improving policy that pays for itself. So it's worth kind of remembering that these policies became embedded in the labour market kind of well before these bans took place. And it's plausible that such arrangements were initially efficient. So we can't rule that out in our approach. We're going to estimate kind of the efficiency of these policies at the time the bans took place and shortly thereafter. Since this time, when these policies kind of were adopted, the labour market was extremely different. So jobs were much more physical. People were less healthy than they are today. We've seen kind of big health improvements, big public pension expansions, which reduce the need for unhealthy workers to continue working. They can just claim public pensions if they're eligible. The workforce has also changed, and jobs and tasks have become less physical, and there's less reliance on routine tasks and more reliance on tasks involving communication and analytical skills. So these shifts have likely increased the value of experience and firm knowledge while decreasing the relevance of physical decline. And so it's kind of natural to ask the question, so what explains the continued enforcement of mandatory retirement? So the kind of seminal paper in this literature is this Lazier 1979 paper that argues that mandatory retirement is part of an optimal deferred compensation scheme. It allows firms to incentivize effort, but it kind of limits the extent of overpayment when older workers are paid really high wages at the end of their career. There's also kind of this prospect that this is kind of some coming about from age-based discrimination. So we know that there's evidence of discrimination by age in the labour market. And so possibly mandatory retirement provides some provides some institutional cover for this that allows kind of employers to get away with this type of practice. Our results really don't provide much support for these explanations. Instead, they kind of point to path-dependent institutions that are shaped and reinforced by unions. The majority of mandatory retirement clauses gave firms no option to retain productive workers, and many unions were actually strongly against these bans coming in. And they kind of, their concerns were mainly that mandatory retirement preserved pension rights, it stopped the government raising the retirement age, it allowed kind of this expansion of opportunities for younger workers, and it reduced employer monitoring. Yeah, I'm over time, so thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. This concludes today's program. Tomorrow morning, we start at 8:45 upstairs, joint with labor studies in ballroom A.